My father spent 14 years incarcerated behind the thick steel doors of the Barry Telford State Penitentiary, located right outside Texarkana, Texas. Recently, I took an interest in the darker events that have happened to various family members and sat down to ask him if he had any unsettling anecdotes or experiences he could share regarding his time he spent incarcerated, anything that he hadn't shared with me before. I was both happy and scared, as for the following 2 hours he spilled some very terrifying and horrific tales. I will just let you know now that some of these stories are explicit, and if you have a weak stomach, I'd suggest you not to read anymore. For the rest of you, I won't skimp information and I'll put them out just as he laid them out to me. My dad was transported to the Telford unit a few months after his 21st birthday, condemned to 20 years for armed robbery. It is a maximum security jail built to predominantly imprison suspected gang members and violent offenders. The first day is a huge shock to your system. You are stripped and cavity searched coming in and out of every room. You have a bedtime. You are timed at meals and placed into a cell with 3 other convicts informing you the house rules and which bunk is yours. Then resting in bed that first night, that's when it hits you that this is home, that this is your life now. Out of anything I can recollect, that feeling of powerlessness and hopelessness, that loss of freedom, that's the scariest part about prison. He informed me that as the months pass, you grow used to your routine. You start to need the structure, even want it. He stated he determined to make the best of it, learn as many talents as he could, and stay as active as possible. One of his vocational skills he picked up was plumbing, and quickly became the in-house plumber for A building. Because now the way the prison is set up is that there is an A building and a B building. Inside each structure there are 10 cell houses. Each cell house comprises 12 cells that may hold anywhere from 1 to 4 inmates apiece. In the middle of each cell house is the rec room, where the cells all open up to, and this is where the inmates spend most of their leisure time. In addition to the cell homes, each building also comprises multiple single wings, labeled from A seg to Z seg. When I first got there, everyone kept joking that if I stepped out of line, the guards would send me to M seg. One day I asked a comrade, who had been locked up for 15 years already when I arrived there, why people kept talking about M seg and not any of the other seg wings. Look, his buddy told him, people who have extended stays in M simply don't come back the same. Some don't come back at all. The guards know that. That's why they always fill M last or put new individuals there who they think would be troublemakers. A night in M and you'll straighten your act up very quick. I've never been there myself, but I talked to a couple inmates who have, and they both told me the same thing. Something horrible resides in that location. So like I mentioned, my dad had become the on-call plumber for A building. He stated it was around 6 months into the work that he had his first interaction with MSEG. Whenever a toilet was backed up or something was leaking, the guards would merely knock on my door and direct me to the problem. It was an around-the-clock type of event. I didn't mind, though. Any reason to get out of the cell was good by me. Plus, you get your own cell since you'd be coming in and out at all hours of the night and day. So, that was a nice advantage as well. Anyway, one night there is a knock on my room and the guard tell me to, "Get dressed, Rochelle. We need you in Seg." Stand up. The security opens my door and we start moving down to Seg. It's a real mess down there. I've seen a lot of shit in my day, but this is crazy. The guard said my dad as he led him down the connecting corridors. "Just make sure you wear your gloves and booties, Rochelle." My dad was curious and asked the guard what had happened. Looney Tune on suicide watch. I guess somehow must have smuggled in a bit of metal. Look, I shouldn't tell you this, but I don't want you to be startled when you go in there. Crazy hacked off his own genitals. He flung his testicles out on the run, but we can't find his penis, and that's where you come in. When they reached their location, there was another guard standing outside with a prisoner holding a mop waiting to clean up once my dad had finished. My dad claimed as they opened the door of MSEG, it was almost frighteningly dark, 4 or 5. Faint ceiling lights ran along the hallway, but seemed to behave more like spotlights, and gave off absolutely no ambient light. He stated there was a trail of blood flowing towards the back of the corridor. Each seg block contained 14 cells with strong steel doors. Each door featured a little window that could be opened and closed from the outside, and a tray slit which the guy must have used to toss his testicles out. As he came closer, he could see that blood was seeping out from a cell near the end of the block via a small opening under the door. "Open 13, the security said to another guard behind a glass window, operating the electronic locks. When I got into the cell, I couldn't believe how much blood there was. It was on the walls and the ceiling. The entire mattress pad was soaked in it. The toilet was overflowing up to the brim, and it appeared like it was full with blood. Used a cup to transfer the red water into buckets until I could start to discern the silhouette of something under the water. I could see a big wad of toilet paper, so I pulled it out and sat it on the floor. I could tell something was inside it. As I started to carefully unwind the wad, all of a sudden I started hearing this noise coming from the air vents. Tunk, tunk, tunk. It sounded like someone crawling or trying to slip through them practically. I didn't think much of it at the moment, but I'll get back to that later. Anyway, I unroll the paper, and sure enough, the guy's pecker was right there. The guard took it and dumped it in a bag of ice, and after making sure the toilet flushed, he started escorting my dad back to the entrance of MSEG. When we got down, the hall waiting for the exit door to open, all the lights went out. "Shit," murmured the guard. "Against the wall, inmate." I stood back against the wall, my dad said. And as the guards tried to figure out what was going on, I heard that noise. In the vents again. It was coming from the cell I had just came out of. Tunk, tunk, tunk. I didn't know what it was, but it gave me this dreadful feeling. And while I was standing there, I realized it was getting louder and faster and closer to me. Tunk, 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 tunk. It sounded like whatever was in that vent was now in a dead sprint right for us. The guard was attempting to ignore it, but I could tell he heard it too because he kept looking back over his shoulder and started yelling at the guard behind the glass. "Hey, hey! Tunk, 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 hurry up and get this fucking door open!" Tunk, tunk, tunk. Just as the noise in the vent reached up to us, the lights came back on, and it became silent. The door opened immediately, and the guard whisked us out of there as fast as he could. A few days later, I encountered the inmate who was waiting on janitor duty that night, and asked him whether he had seen anything. He told me he watched them wheel a guy drenched in blood out on a stretcher, and that he was yelling about a man in the vents, and that the man had instructed him to do it. My dad also asked him if he had heard anything in the vents when he was mopping up, but he told my dad he didn't hear anything, but that he found the metal the man from 13 had used to cut himself. It was buried in a pool of blood, the guy claimed. Damnedest thing too. Looked like a piece of shrapnel cut out from air duct metal. The next story my dad related with me is more detailed and disturbing in the sense of what human beings are capable of. We have fresh men that think they are going to be badasses all the time. Sometimes it works out for them and other times it doesn't. There were many of major gangs in BTU, and sometimes you get a person who comes in from a local street gang who doesn't really realize how dangerous some of these big gangs are. It's like they are playing gang to appear cool, as kids play cops and robbers. The problem is that they think other people are just playing gang too or something. Anyway, we had this one man, Ricky, walk in, and everyone but him knew it was going to end horribly for him. He was this young Hispanic man, and he thought his small town gang was a direct adversary to another Hispanic gang, MS-13. He would curse out and disrespect them in front of everyone at chow time and in the halls, and yell at their members who'd pass his cell. He'd only been there a week. Some of the elders tried telling him he needed to cool down before he was wounded, but Ricky Ho was hard-headed and just wouldn't hear it. Well, one day during supper, the chow hall was silent, and Ricky was nowhere to be seen. My table was discharged first, and as we made our way back to our cell home, we turned the corner to see Ricky soaked in blood coming towards us, arms wrapped around his stomach. He was entirely naked, massive portions of his skin removed from his body where his tattoos had been. Both of his eyeballs were burst out from their sockets and were merely dangling towards the ground. The side of his head was caved in where they had smashed his skull till his eyes came out. As he approached closer, I could see he was holding his intestines in his hands. The saddest aspect to me is that he hadn't died during it, that he was aware for every hit and every wound. He simply staggered up the hall in our directions, crying and asking, "Why can't I look up? Why can't I look up?" He fell and passed out a few seconds later, and died right there at our feet. They never found out who did it. All right, I'll tell one more tale my dad shared with me I find kind of creepy, as this is growing fairly long. About 7 years into his sentence in prison, my dad said through a series of circumstances, he ended up having to stay the night in MSEG. The A building was being refurbished and restored, and as a result, they were sending the inmates to remain in SEG in waves. Well, it had been years since my dad had been to the infrequently utilized MSEG, and he had convinced himself that he was only hearing things that night. They were leading detainees out one cell at a time and sending them to the various SEG blocks. My dad's cell was on the end, and he had his cell to himself, so when they transported him, he wasn't accompanied by any other convicts. To his dismay, all the SEG blocks had been occupied, save for M, that is. They walked him down to the end of M and opened the door to 14, which was just next to the cell the man had cut himself in all those years ago. Everything was okay until lights out. It was incredibly dark in there. Each cell has a little nightlight thing above the toilet, but it's not enough to see anything, or read, or write. Anyway, it was so dark I figured the only thing I could do was go to sleep. But all night I kept hearing the person in the cell next to me chatting to himself. The way the cells are set up, the vents transfer any minor noise to the next cells. The vent itself are positioned exactly at the foot of the small cots of each cubicle. People would sit next to them to converse and pass time during times in solitary. But this guy wasn't talking to me, he was like he was talking to himself, and it was starting to really wear on my nerves. I hammered on the vent and ordered him to keep it down, but he just kept talking in this whispery voice, and it seemed like he was reciting the same thing over and over, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. I placed my ear up to the vent to try and see what he was saying, and my hairs shot up on the back of my head. When I swear God, I felt his breath in my ear as clear as day. I heard him whispering, "I remember you. I remember you. I remember you," in this frenetic, melodious song. "Well, you won't remember anything when I bash your head in if you don't keep it down in there," I informed him. All of a sudden, his voice got a little louder and angrier in tone. "I'll slit your throat. I'll slit your throat. I'll slit your throat." I was a little disturbed, but I've heard a lot worse after so many years in prison, so I just told him to fuck off and thought I'd let the guards deal with it in the morning. Well, dawn arrived, and when the guard brought me my breakfast, I told him if he didn't do anything about the guy keeping me up all night in 13 that I would. "What are you talking about, Rochelle? You are the only person in M's section," the guard told me as chills went down my spine. That night, as soon as the light went out, the whispers started again, and this time I was petrified. "I'll slash your throat. I'll slit your throat. I'll slash your throat." The whispers were more aggressive this time, clearer too. Then all of a sudden they went from murmurs to harsh guttural screams. "I'll slit your throat. I'll slit your throat. I'll slit your fucking throat." It startled me so severely I tumbled out of my cot and scooted on the floor till I felt my back touch the wall opposing the air vent. As my eyes came into focus in pure fear, I saw the silhouette of a head directly within the vent. I couldn't make out its features, but I see its eyes. They were full of anger and rage, and they were fixed right into me. Fast and louder, he just began yelling that he'd slit my throat as the vent case started to shake. Now the vents go straight up in a duct to a main duct, then back down to the next cell through another duct, so you can't look into your neighbor's cell from your cell. That means whatever this thing was, it was just inside my vent. I jumped up and knocked on the steel door as hard as I could, telling for a guard. "Help! Help! Somebody!" A guard came sprinting down the corridor, and as soon as he slid, the door window opened, the vent stopped silent. "You gotta get me out of here. Something is in the vents," I pleaded. To my amazement, the guard didn't resist my request. Instead, he just told me to hang tight for a second and then clicked his radio and said, "Need an open cell for a transfer from MSEG." He paused for a second, then leaned back into his radio and simply said, "He's back." He opened the door, and led me down the corridor. And as they did the whole time, we were followed by that familiar sound in the vents. Tunk, tunk, tunk. I've seen and heard a lot in my years. Not a lot gets under my skin, but I was shaking like a leaf the whole way out of MSEG. I don't think I drew a breath until I went out the block doors and heard them shut behind. I eventually mustered up the confidence to ask that guard what the hell was in those vents. I don't know, Rachel. Warden will tell you there's nothing in those vents. All I can tell you is that whatever it is, it's bad. My dad stated he had 3 main tasks during his time at Telford, the first of which was as the on-call plumber, the second was maintaining the boilers down in the boiler room, and the last thing he performed before being released was to take care of and train the bloodhounds. This first story takes place during his tenure with the bloodhounds. I had gotten in quite good with the guards. After so many years with the same old faces, you establish a relationship almost. The guys with decent behavior anyway, a lot of individuals, regard the guards as enemies and just really prefer to make life hard on themselves. I myself attempted to look at the prison as my workplace, and the guards as my co-workers and superiors. It encouraged me to think about like that, distracted me from the reality that I was in cage. Plus, you were permitted more liberties when the guards loved you. It wasn't uncommon for the guards that had been there a while to treat us people, doing significant time more like equals than they'd treat a lot of the rookie guards. In prison, respect is gained by years, not titles and badges. As I was saying, I had made friends with the senior officer over at the kennels, and when the job opened up after one of the tenured hounds had puppies, he let me fill the position. I would feed and train the dogs early every morning and again, late every evening. They basically put a leg monitor to my leg and let me run the dogs through a wide fenced-in wooded area. I would set up barriers with dummies, going out and hiding them under a tree or in a hole, marking their scent in various spots along the way. At first they had a lot of difficulties and would get distracted by any kind of noise or animal smell. But after a while they became so good I couldn't mislead them no matter what I tried. Sometimes the guards would have me hide myself. I'd climb a tree, jump to another, take a piss on some leaves, double back and double back again. Anything to interrupt the scent trail. But damned if they didn't locate me. There's hardly a lot I have done in my life outside of having you boys that I'm proud of. But wow, was I proud of those dogs. So one night we were performing a run in the dark, something we practiced from time to time. I went out first and I hid numerous dummies, 4 or 5 of them, and then I hid myself. The idea of the game was for them to find me and not go after the dummies, which I would smear dog food or pheromones on, items a domestic dog would head right for. After I hid the last one, I circled back using all of my regular methods and found a good climbing tree where I opted to camp out at. From there, I just waited to hear their thundering barks blast through the trees. Sure enough, not 10 minutes had gone, and I could already hear their barking coming in on me. At this point, I'm glancing around to see if I could find them yet. Then off a little ways in the distance, probably 30 yards from me, I could see them circling a tree through the fog and darkness. I imagined it would be any minute now that they'd be at the base of my tree, letting the soldiers running along behind them know where I was. But, to my astonishment, they just stayed where they were, barking up the wrong tree. That's when I spotted it, the shape of a guy approximately 20 feet up in the branches of the tree the hounds were circling. I didn't plant a dummy in that tree, did I? I asked myself. It was dark when I concealed them, so it was conceivable, I guessed. But how high it was. I hadn't put a dummy higher than 10 feet off the ground, and this thing was up twice that high. I could only make out its silhouette against the moonlight. I observed it was formed similar to a guy, but not exactly like a man. Its limbs seemed overly long, and they just dangled lifelessly and limp as it straddled a tree leg swing down either side. Right then, I really almost fell off my seat when its head shifted and now looked to be staring straight at me. It started tilting its head slowly from left to right, over and over. Then all at once it stopped moving entirely before lifting one of its huge arms, and with a hand full of fingers that had to be at least a foot long, it began waving at me. My heart was beating. I clicked my ankle band 3 times, alerting to the guards there was trouble. Few anxious moments later, with me staring at this thing and it staring at me, I heard the guards crying out to me and calling the dogs off, coming from the direction I was staring in, exactly behind the thing in the tree. It must have heard them too, because I swear to you it twisted its head totally backwards and stared in the direction of the oncoming guards, simultaneously waving at me the entire time. Here, I'm over here," I screamed out, taking my eyes off the thing for 2, maybe 3 seconds. I could see a spate of spotlights shining out from the woods ahead, bathing the leaf mat below with a bright brilliance. I looked back up to the tree where it was, but it was gone. When I informed the guards what I saw, they thought I was joking or just seeing things, but the senior officer on duty, S.O. Cheney, indicated he had seen something too. They radio into HQ, believing a convict might be on the loose, and the entire jail goes on instant lockdown to do a count, only to find that nobody was missing. While they were performing the count inside, me and the 5 guards out at the kennels just stood there waiting for the okay to bring me to my cell. Maybe it was a civilian, I remember one of them proposing. I've heard of a lot of individuals trying to escape out of prison, but who on earth would want to break in? One of the guards replied curiously. Any stories of orangutans escaping? From the zoo, joked another as the rest started laughing. Orangutans don't fly, commented S.O. Cheney in a visibly disturbed but at the same time serious voice. He had been quiet ever since we'd left the woods, and he had this tense, concerning look on his face. What do you mean? Answered a perplexed guard as the laughter abruptly ceased. Look, Cheney groaned. Orangutans don't fly, and whatever the fuck was in that tree, it flew out of there, and it wasn't a fucking bird either. Everyone got silent, and the atmosphere became unpleasant as we stood outside the kennels. Nobody had any credible answers as to what it could have been. We stopped taking night runs for a while after that, and when we started back, I never went so deep into the woods again. Still gives me shivers to think about. So this next portion are some things my dad was told by a lifer, and ranged from more creepy crawly to frightening. But I thought it was all intriguing and weird enough to share. One of the individuals who used to preach a lot in the chapel was a guy named Terry, who was serving life for homicide. Before checking into the slammer, he was a dentist. But looking at him today, you'd never think this tattooed, hardened criminal used to be this little white-collar, upper-class man cleaning teeth and filling cavities. Somehow he discovers out one of his buddies has been playing around with his wife, but his pal didn't know he knew, see? Well, one day Terry invites him down to the dentist office for some complimentary dental work. When he gets his buddy in, the chair he starts pumping him full of that laughing gas dentists like use. And to hear Terry tell it, he gave him practically the whole freaking bottle. Anyway, after approximately 20 minutes of breathing in this gas, Terry's buddy is out of it. He is practically incapacitated for all intents and purposes. Terry proceeds to start plucking out the guy's teeth one by one and dropping them into the guy's throat. Terry stated his buddy was awake the whole time, just giggling uncontrollably, while tears poured down his cheeks, his eyes letting Terry know he was completely aware of what's occurring. Before long, he starts choking on his own teeth, and he suffocates to death. After everyone learned out about Terry's condition, they started calling him Dr. Giggles. After chapel, me, Terry, and a couple of other men would share stories and shoot the crap from time to time. One Sunday, we got to chatting about some of the craziest things we'd seen and heard since coming to prison. Now, Terry worked in the infirmary doing everything from admitting and discharging inmates, to aiding the doctor during surgery, to applying bandages and helping them to the lavatory, things like that. He'd seen pretty much every injury you can think of. From rapes to stabbings to overdoses, there wasn't a whole lot that astonished him as far as that stuff goes. Anyway, he told me of one guy who had managed to end himself in a way that startled even old Dr. Giggles himself. This tiny little white guy was taken in on a stretcher one day after collapsing and stiffening up going in the yard, Terry told. He's foaming from the mouth and convulsing something awful. I'd seen him around before. Quiet guy, kept to himself. Never got in any trouble, an excellent inmate. Well, Doc has me strip him down and we start looking for track marks or anywhere he might have placed a needle. believing this was definitely an overdose or some type of reaction to an illicit substance. But we inspect him head to toe and don't discover any marks, so instantly we start assuming he must have consumed something. One of the nurses brings out a syringe and starts collecting blood to run a rapid chem test, and that's when we hear it. This noise like a baby rattle. Only it's coming from this guy on the table. We all just glanced at each other, trying to be sure we weren't just hearing things, and that everyone else could hear it too. So anyway, we bend in close and start listening for where it's coming from. The guy still shaking as violently as a 10. Earthquake. That's when we notice the noise is coming from beneath him. 2 nurses shift him over and the rattling, sure enough, gets louder. "Doc, I think that's coming from his ass," I said, not believing what I was saying. Doc has the nurses separate his cheeks, and right there, protruding about an inch out of his asshole, I shit you not, was a rattlesnake tail. We had to call up animal control to remove the snake and the local vet for an anti-venom. But by the time they got there, the person died right there on the stretcher. Animal control goes there and rips a foot-long rattler out of his ass. And hand to God, the damn thing was still alive. But its mouth was tied tight with a piece of rope, so we knew it couldn't have bitten him like that. Doc takes an x-ray on the guy's corpse, and none of us could believe what we saw. There was a second snake, and it had made its way all the way up into his lower gut. X-ray shows a second piece of twine also, that had untied from the snake's mouth somehow, and I presume the snake just went to town and started nibbling at this guy's insides. Doc said it looked like upwards of 30 different injection marks, and that he was a dead man, even if we'd gotten the anti-venom in time. Best we could figure is he saw a snake's nest out in the yard, and either he was trying to sneak them inside to keep them as pets, or maybe he was going to use them on someone who was causing him problems. But in the end, all we could do was speculate. My dad told me he told Terry about his encounters in MSEG, and that Terry merely nodded along absolutely unfazed and then told him about his own experiences with the man in the vents. "Look," Terry began, "I've been working the infirmary for over 16 years. There's a reason the fellas in the firm nickname it Seg de Morte. I've seen more folks hauled in here on stretchers from MSEG than all the other Seg blocks together, and it ain't exactly like they're filling the house over there, you know. And every time, the air coming from the vents in the operating room starts to smell like death, old dead. Like something that died a long time ago, like decay. It came to the point where anytime we heard someone was being let in from MSEG, we would tape off all the vents. We tried just sealing them off at first, but they always opened back up if you didn't seal them shut. I guess it likes to watch its victims die, the monster in the ducts, I mean. You can hear it moving around in there, going from vent hunting for an entrance, for a hole in the tape, trying to see. We just try to ignore it. The number 1 rule with oncoming from MSEG is never stare at the vents, never acknowledge it when it speaks, and never approach too close to it. One day we had a fresh convict start working in the infirmary, and it wasn't 3 days before we got inflow from M. We tell him to go tape off all the vent, but I guess he missed one. He'd heard the stories about Seg de Morte, but, you know, it sounds like an urban legend or something, so he didn't take it too seriously. Well, guy is wheeled in from Morta. He had tried to off himself by biting huge chunks out of both of his wrists. We are trying to hold him down to get a needle in him to sedate him, and he ends up knocking the new guy back a little in the struggle, and his glasses fall on the floor. New guy reaches over to get his glasses up and just begins yelling and pointing at the vent he had failed to tape off. Out of reflex, I looked over to see what was wrong, and there he was, right within the vent, peering up at the new guy, yelling back at him. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but I know when he talks occasionally, he just talks to the person that spotted him initially, like they are the only ones who can hear what he's saying, I mean. The new guy runs out of the room. I just look away before it sees me looking. I know better than to acknowledge him. The vent started shaking and the lights flickered until the inmate dies from massive blood loss. After they die, he always leaves, and you can hear him crawling through the vents back to Seg. After we dealt with the corpse, I found the new guy and warned him never ever look into the vents and make sure you always tape them all up. He's always watching, I continued. And if you glance down at an open vent, you can bet your ass he'll be staring up from there. What did he say to you, anyway? He simply, muttered the new guy as he trembled. He just kept urging me to open. The vent he told me to open the vent so he could take out my tongue and eyeballs. New guy quit the next day. I can't say I blame him, though. My dad followed up his narrative by asking whether Terry knew anything about the origin of the man in the vents, or if he'd heard anyone talking about it around the rec room. Well, I've been here for 32 years now. I started hearing about the man in the wall maybe 25 years ago. I can't say for sure, but word among the old heads is that this guy gets sent here to the Telford unit, sentenced to life for killing his 80-year-old mom in her sleep. Well, first night he's here, he tries to sneak a shank into his cell and gets caught anyway. He gets taken to MSEG. This is back before MSEG was shunned like the plague, thus it was filled a lot more routinely. Now, people were in and out of SEG all the time back then, and they'd always come back and tell their stories about the mad guy in cell 13, screaming through the air ducts. They stated he'd shout in numerous languages and sounded like he was speaking in tongues or something. Every time his time in SEG was up and the guards go to release him back into Gen Pop, he'd assault one of them, and so they soon stopped trying to return him to population at all. People coming back from MSEG would report that he would chant incantations and announce that he had committed his soul to Satan, and he'd gloat that be fed on their flesh in hell, until everyone just took to calling him Voodoo Bob. He was something of an urban legend around the yard cooler. See, by this time he would have been in SEG for going on 10 years, so most of the convicts had never actually seen him. And since there are so many SEG units, only a small number wind up in M. But that didn't stop folks from attempting. Guys used to get in trouble on purpose in hopes of being transferred to M, just to test if the myths were true. And without fail, anytime someone managed to find themselves down there, they'd always come back with a new yarn about something crazy voodoo had said or done. Now this following portion was given to me by a person who stated a guard had told it to him, so take it with a grain of salt if you want. Guy tells me, one night the power goes out in MSEG, and the control board malfunctions, causing all the cell doors to unlock, but the main block door stuck shut, and the guards can't get it open. It was late, so most of the inmates were asleep and didn't even notice, but Voodoo Bob never slept. The guards just observed from behind the stuck heavy doors as for the first time in 10 years he came out of his cell. In horror, they shine their flashlights through the block door window and watch as the door to 13 creeps open, and Voodoo Bob, who is down on all fours, but reversed so that his stomach is facing the ceiling, makes his way out onto the run in these slow and exaggerated tiptoed strides. He stops in the middle of the run, halfway between his cell and the one across from him, and just turns his head to guards and smiles, then continues across the run and proceeds to open the opposing cell. Doran slithers his way inside. After a minute or two, he slides out of that cell and creeps into the next, and then the next, until he had visited every inmate unlucky enough to be in MSEG that night. He finishes up and quietly heads back to his cell, legs moving like a swimmer's, arms during a backstroke, and closes the door behind him. The guards are frantic at this point, sirens are going off. Nearly the complete staff is there attempting to pry the door back. But as soon as Voodoo shuts himself inside his cell, just if nothing ever happened, the lights come back on and the block door slides open. They run to cell 13 to detain Voodoo Bob, but when they open the cell, he isn't there. They then start checking on the other cells and detainees, and what they find are 9 bodies, and the new threshold for the word massacre. He'd chopped up every convict in SEG, belly to gullet, left them totally disfigured beyond recognition. Word is, it looked more like a butcher house than a crime scene. The whole prison goes on lockdown while they try to find him. 2 weeks pass, and they still have no idea where he went. But cameras along the doors and fences show no one's escaped, so they know he's in the prison somewhere. That's when inmates start complaining about a rotting smell coming from the air vents. The guards realize where old Voodoo must have gone. They start pulling down the ducts over MSEG, and sure enough, there were scrapes and claw mark in the ventilation, as if someone had been maneuvering through them. Never discovered a body, though, and how he got in there no one knows, as the vent Cover in his cell was still on and bolted in from the outside, and the ducts running up to the connecting ducts are too small for even a child to fit through. It wasn't long after that people started saying the ducts in MSEG were haunted, and all the strange stuff started happening. That's the legend anyway. I never met Voodoo myself, and he was already supposedly in SEG when I got here, but a lot of people I trust say he existed, so I tend to believe it. But other people have other theories and say it was already haunted when Voodoo got there, that the thing in the vent is what made him do it in the first place. I heard from a buddy of a friend who helped out in the cleric's office that the warden had letters sent out to the families of all the convicts that boy had slain. He was supposedly already under a lot of stress from the higher-ups and didn't want this making news. My friend's source in the cleric's office said all the letters painted the guys who got slaughtered that night as monsters, saying things like they got killed when some inmates caught them trying to rape a female guard, or they were offed when gang members found out they were muling dope up their ass. You know, stuff no parent would want the world to find out their kid was a part of. So he had all the families sign NDAs in exchange for a settlement that was next to nothing. Now, if you look them up in the prison records, it's like they never even existed. You remember that massive revival that outreach ministry put on a few years back? What was it called? Oh, that Mike Barber guy? Well, I was talking to Brother Baskins, and he claimed that he observed the warden chatting with Mike and a few of the other preachers that came in after church one night, and that they collected their Bibles and proceeded back towards the Segi blocks. He stated he was just 10 minutes shy of starting his shift on janitor duty, so he went ahead and grabbed his mop bucket and informed one of the guards he was going to start over in Seg. He gets there right? At first everything looks normal, and there's no sight of the warden or the preachers on the run down between the Seg blocks. But as he comes closer to the finish of the run, he starts hearing shouts and a ruckus coming from inside Seg. In Jesus' name I denounce you, demon. I compel you to leave this world and return to hell from whence you came. Baskins stated he heard horrific cries coming from the vents too, violent, angry screaming. He stated it sounded like it was speaking, in some type of dead language mixed with English, and he said it sounded like 7 voices coming out of one mouth, from high-pitched to low and all at once. As the preachers got louder, so did the cries coming from the ducts, and it seemed like it was moving and banging on the metal, like it was trying to get out. "We do not fear you, demon," he heard one of the preachers cry. "We are protected by the blood of the Lamb, the only real God. Tell us your name, devil, so we can return you to hell." He said his blood ran cold when booming out of every vent in the entire Seg wing all at once, and all around him he heard, "Ego, Sabnoc, quod gustum tuo carnis meis dentibus meis." Now I don't speak Latin, Baskins says me, but the way it spoke the wickedness in its voice, I'll never forget those words. Me and Baskins and several of the other guys in church spent some time reading up different languages before we even knew it was Latin. After realizing out what it meant, I haven't been able to forget it either. So, like I was saying, this thing sounds like it's everywhere all at once, and it's screaming Latin and snarling. The walls are rattling, the lights fading in and out. Brother Baskins said it was like tectonic plates were shifting right there under the floor. He said the room was spinning and he became dizzy and disoriented, and his ears started ringing so loud he couldn't even hear himself think as he stood there alone outside there in the Seg wing run. Baskins said, "I heard the priest start yelling, 'Out its name, begone, Sabnoc. In the name of the Lord our God and of the Holy Spirit and of the Son Jesus Christ, Sabnoc, you are condemned back to hell.' And then the demon let out this terrible loud cry, and loud bang shot all the way down the Seg wing ducts whizzing past him. Doot, doot-tee, doot, 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 and then all the way back up again. Doot, 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 then something slammed into the other side of the Seg door. And then, absolute silence. Baskins informed me that for a few seconds there was just this stillness in the aftermath, like emerging from the ruins after a tornado. And he simply stood there and tried to understand what had just happened, and whether or not it was truly gone. But then the Seg doors opened and out ran the warden, Mike Barber, and gang, bathed in perspiration and breathing heavy, carrying out a preacher who seemed unconscious. Baskins said he realized the loud thump on the door must have been that preacher being thrown against it. He said, They're all coming out like they'd just gone 12 rounds with Tyson. I'm just standing there on the run with my mop. Finally, in the thick of all the hoopla, Warden catches me looking as pale as a ghost and just instructs me to go back to my cell and not to say a thing to anyone. For a good while there after that, we didn't have any more troubles out of MSEG at the infirmary. Then one day it just started up again, and we'd bring a patient in from M, and the man in the vents was back peering up at us from vents, observing and praising his handy job. After my dad told me what Terry had to say, we just sat back and sipped on some Jack and Coke for a little while. I caught myself feeling uneasy, not wanting to look at the vents in his house. Well, I guess he started thinking about the guys Voodoo Bob had killed in Seg, and the way the warden was able to just cover it up like that. You know, a lot of guys in there don't have any relatives at all. No visitors, no letters, nothing to look forward to on the other side. No one to protect you from an asshole guard wanting to punish you in their own way. Seg is very unpleasant if you're staying any amount of time, but it's not the worst area in the prison to be held up. That dishonor belongs to the deprivation pods. It's a room with no windows, no clocks, no lights, no noises. The dark can really plays games on your mind when you're in it for too long. For some people, 6 days can feel like 6 hours. For others, 6 hours can feel like 2 weeks. You lose all sense of time. You can't tell day from night. It's like you just slip into this condition of suspended reality. I guess that's why everyone calls it the black hole. I used to hear this story about a guard who got killed way back, before I got there. The elders say he was real tight with the warden, and when the local police came to do an investigation, all the tapes in hall where he was killed had suspiciously gone missing from the surveillance room. Just the essential 2-hour block of footage, poof, gone. So the probe goes nowhere, case gets dropped. But other individuals allege the warden had taken those tapes and that he knew which convict had slain the guard. They say warden didn't want the PD figuring out who did it and charging them in court, where he'd definitely get the death penalty. The warden didn't want him getting off so lightly. Now old heads that remember the guy say he was one of those inmates that never got visitors or anything at mail call. No relatives or friends on the outside. No one to defend him. One day he gets transferred from his cell and doesn't come back. Years pass, then decades. Everyone's forgotten about him. Most of convicts there now weren't even inmates when he was roaming the prison hallways. So a couple years into my sentence, a pressure valve snaps in the wing where the dep pods are. The whole wing is flooded, and they have to bring in an outside company to replace it because of where it broke behind the walls. Well, to do that, they have to transfer everyone from the pods to cells. Anyway, we are sitting in the rec room playing cards when the guards are escorting this hairy, unkempt-looking guy into a holding cell. His hair stretches below his knees, and his beard down to his waist, which is already weird because there are severe dress requirements when it comes to grooming. This person is pale too. He has the skin like printer paper, and over his forehead he has this large tattoo that says, Ricky. One of the elders I'm playing cards with looks up and with a bewildered look on his face says, "What the fuck? Is that Ricky? You know him?" I asked. I guess so, but it can't be the same person, can it? Ricky goes into his cell, and he just starts shouting, but he was talking almost like a kid, like someone that was just learning how to talk, or like a deaf person might. "Who's that old man? Who's that old man?" We jumped up from the table and hurried over to see what was wrong, and he was weeping, looking in the mirror, asking who that old man was. Ricky, it's me, Tommy Keene. Do you remember me?" No, Tommy Keene was young. You're too old to be Tommy." He was crying inconsolably, but gradually we calmed him down enough to speak, and Tommy asked him where he'd been. He told us he'd been in the dark, floating through space with a nice gray man, and that's all he could remember. I asked Tommy, when was the last time he'd seen Ricky? Tommy informed me it had to have been at least 30 years. We started to piece together what had happened to Ricky, and taking into account the work being done in the dep pods, and his long hair and untidy appearance, we had a pretty decent guess. Ricky had been locked up in the black hole, in the quiet, in the dark, alone for the 3 decades. Seeing himself in the mirror for the first time in 30 years, he didn't recognize himself. He didn't realize how long he'd been gone. His speech was out of practice with only himself to talk to, and everyone he used to know was either all of a sudden old or dead. All day he kept asking with us to take him back to space, that he only wanted to go back to space, back to the gray. Guy, Ricky hung himself with his bed linens that night. It was all simply too much for the guy. We got on the subject of prison escapes, and I asked him if anyone had ever escaped while he was there. A couple people wrapped themselves in cardboard and made it over the razor wire fence one time. They got arrested after a couple of weeks, but not before they broke into a house in a nearby town, killing the husband and raping the wife and daughter before killing them too. I mean, there are at least 15 to 20 genuine escape attempts a year. Most of them don't make it past the jail doors, and even if they do, they always get caught eventually. I remember one night though, when I was out with the guards at the kennels, the alarm started going off. When that happens, the rule for convicts is to drop to the ground instantly wherever they are and lay on their stomachs until the sirens cease. So there I am, laying outside on the dirt, looking ahead to the tree line in the distance where I would run the dogs. Then this cracking noise starts moving across the trees. I see branches popping, and it's going from one tree to the next, and I can see the treetops swaying like something big was moving through them. It does that a good 5 minutes, and then from the woods, I hear this guy start screaming bloody murder. Sounded like he was in pain, and a lot of it at that. And I could have swear I heard someone else start screaming too along with him in this high-pitched screech. But I've heard people making some horrific noises when they're injured bad enough, so I assumed maybe it was all the same man. While this guy is screaming out there in the woods, all the guards and dogs take off into the trees, save for 2 that stayed behind to monitor me. Eventually I hear the dogs barking, the way they bark when they tree anything. Then I hear one of the guards' radios go off, and at the other end it's one of the policemen that rushed into the woods. I need a medic, and the tallest bucket lift we got out to the kennel area, and maybe a chainsaw. Bucket lift? A puzzled voice said. Affirmative, we've located the fugitive. He's impaled on a tree approximately 40 feet up. We'll need something tall to get him down. I got escorted back to my cell straight after that, so I didn't see what happened next. But I asked Dr. Giggles if he was working when they'd brought the guy into the infirmary that night. He told that he was on shift when they'd brought him. And that he had a large branch impaled all the way through both sides of his thigh, where they'd had to use the chainsaw to cut him free. He said the guy was still alive, still awake even. And after the doctor removed the limb and had him stable enough to talk sensibly, he asked him how it happened, and the guy said, I was sprinting to the fence when all of the trees simply started snapping, and something grabbed me up and carried me off into the sky. It all occurred so fast, and before I realized what struck me, I was staring down at treetops, and we were heading even higher. Fuck, dude. I thought it was going to carry me well up into the skies, but then I heard the alarm start going off and it let me go. I must have passed out when I hit trees. At some point I woke up the thing. The monster was simply floating. There, staring at my leg and picking at it, I started screaming, and then it screamed too. But when it heard the dogs approaching, it flew off, snapping back through the trees. Terry thought the guy was just making it all up, but I believe him. I think it was the same thing me and S.O. Cheney saw that night we were running the hounds. I'll finish up this piece with a story from within the dark hallway of M. Seg. This one is from a fellow guy that my dad dubbed Seven, that had discovered himself there a couple weeks into his term. I'll relate it to you as if I'm Seven telling my dad. When I initially arrived to the Telford unit, I was a disrespectful young prick. I had a brazen disdain towards authority, and like an idiot, I punched a guard. Well, to teach me a lesson, they tossed me an M. Whatever, no big problem, I thought. Well, nighttime hits and I start feeling antsy all of a sudden, like something's off, but I can't quite identify it. Anyway, I think fuck it and attempt to get some sleep. It must have been 2, maybe 3 a.m. when I first noticed the fragrance. It was this thick, horrible stink, like burnt hair mixed with rotting flesh, and I'm freezing. Now I'm talking middle of June in Texas, and I'm so cold I can see my breath. All I can figure is that it must be coming from the vent, so I pull the pillowcase off my pillow and drape it over the vent cover. Lay back down, and after a minute it's cold again. I look, and the pillowcase isn't on the vent anymore. Not only that, but it wasn't even near the vent, it was all the way across. The room by the toilet. I was a little worried, but decided it was probably a rodent or something dragging it off. So I get up, drape it back on, and as soon as I turn around, foop, and I hear it strike the wall opposite from me. I glance down at the vent, and I see this person peering up at me, and as soon as I see him, he ducks his head out of sight, and I hear him shimmy up the vent, and it sounds like he stops in the next cell over. I was a bit scared for a minute, but then I just started feeling irritated. This was before I'd heard anything about MSEG and Man in the Vent, so I'm thinking the guy next door is messing with me. Disrespecting me. "I got you, bitch," I shouted him through the vent. For the next 30 minutes, I'm down there using my thumbnail to try to loosen the screws on the vent cover. I get 2 of them off, and this motherfucker pops his head down from the ducts and is staring at me hanging upside down, then pops his head out of sight again. It was too dark to make out his features, but his eyes were so clear and obvious, almost like they were shining or something. And the outline of his face was all sunken in, so I believe this is a little person, and that I could take him simply. Next time he sticks his head down, I'll grab him by the hair and drag him down, I thought. Couple minutes go by, I have the vent pushed back and where I took out the 2 screws, and I'm just waiting for my time. Then I hear something moving my way from the cell beside me in these short, rapid, irregular bursts. Tink, 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 ink, tink, 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 tink. It moved from the duct above the neighboring cell, and then straight down the duct right inside my wall, and stopped right before the vent opening. Then, as fast as a snake strike, he popped his head down into view, and I reflexively launched for his hair as he opened his mouth as wide as he could, and let out this deep and constant scream. I tried to draw back, but my momentum drove me forward. My arm now totally inside the vent. His eyes instantly turned from this look of wonder to extreme wrath, as he pulled his head back up and rapidly shot his arm down, grasping mine. He pushed so hard I felt my shoulder leave its socket. I twisted around until I was resting flat on my back, my left arm now being forced all the way inside the duct up to my armpit. He's yelling things at me now. "You fuck. You stupid fuck. I'll rend you limb to limb. I'll eat your fucking eyes, you stupid fuck." He's yelling with such hatred and yanking my arm so viciously, I start to believe he's going pull it straight off. I'm just bouncing off the ground and against the wall like a rag doll as he tugs. The guards must have heard me banging against the wall because they come stampeding down the run, as I don't think I'd spoken a word up to this point. I was in shock, I suppose. But as soon as I see the guards open the door, I start yelling, "Help! Help! Get it off me! Get it off me!" Then I hear this creature in wall start fucking mocking me in this whining voice before going back to angry again. "Get it off me! Get it off me!" It mocked, then began yelling again. "You fuck, you foolish fucking bitch." "Don't talk back to it," one of the guards advised me. I feel this intense pain rush up my arm, and when the monster becomes quiet for a minute, I realize it's chewing on my fingers, and I feel this hard crunch and the sound of bones shattering to dust in its jaws. The 3 guards are down on the ground trying to pry me out of its grip, but it's no use. It has me, and it's not letting go. Right before I pass out, I see one of the on-call ministers run in. He puts a crucifix against the wall, and the thing releases my arm. I see the preacher man slide the crucifix up along the wall where the vent runs, and hear the thing scooting upwards and back away from it. The guards pull me out, and I lose consciousness. Next day, I wake up in the infirmary missing 3 fingers, and had a dislocated shoulder. I recall feeling like the vent was too small for a person to fit in when my arm was inside it, except for where he was. Wherever he was, it felt greater, like the vent extended about him. I don't know how to convey it. Anyway, long story short, I've learned to heed my P's and Q's since then. Part 3 suffice to say my dad's fellow convict had some interesting accounts of events that took place after my dad was paroled. Like I stated, he's the person that took over training the bloodhounds after my dad, and a lot of his stories dealt with the creature roaming the woods by the kennels. I'll start this off with a story. Mark, my dad's friend, Was told by one of his buddies after having his own run-in with the creature one night. This is what Mark was told. A new guard tower was being built at the edge of the property, where the warden believed security was a touch susceptible. It was directly outside the woods where they trained the search dogs, and a primitive path barely large enough for a van carrying a work convoy was cut right through the trees. Well, they started bringing us out there in a chain gang every night, about 3 to 4 a.m. to dig a ditch for the plumbing and electrical from the tower to the main campus. They'd have me and about 9 more inmates digging out there until round noon when it started to get too hot in the Texas sun. Anyway, one night we join up in the convoy and start traveling that way, and out of nowhere it begins pouring cats and dogs. We try digging for about 30 minutes, but the dirt has turned to mush and we're simply making a mess. So the SO urges us to load back up on the van. There were 2 chain gangs out there that night. Chain 1 and Chain 2, 5 inmates on, each chain shackled up at the ankle. Well, the guys on Chain 1 get in the van, and me and the guys on Chain 2 are standing there in this torrential downpour waiting for the signal to board, when the treetops directly beside us start shaking, and branches start snapping and cracking. We all hear it and start staring up at the trees, trying to figure out what the hell is up there. But before we see anything, the soldiers usher us inside the van. Get inside, take our seats, and the driver starts the engine. But by now, the whole trail we came in on is nothing but mud and we ain't moving. A guard steps out, walks around the vehicle and steps back in. He tells the driver the tires are all down in the ground halfway up the rims in muck, and we'd need a tow truck to get out. But until the path dried up, there wasn't any way to get a tow out there. So they radio inside, and we're told to just hang tight. About that time, one of the guys in the seat behind mine starts spouting off and points out the window up at one of the trees. What the fuck is in that tree? Over there, look! The whole van glances to see what this guy is pointing at, and in the thick gnarled limbs of a tree about 20 yards out are these blazing yellow eyes just watching us. Now the van is in an uproar, yelling at the guards to get us the fuck out of there. You know you get hardened to violence and stop fearing the physical, but most of the guys that are locked up for a good chunk are petrified of the dark, of the things that lurk there. Even if you didn't believe in ghoulies and goblins when you come prison, you get left alone to face your inner demons long enough, and you realize they must have come from somewhere. So everyone is in a panic, acting like a lady that's spotted a mouse, but the soldiers yell at us to sit down and shut up. We're in a gazing contest with the eyeballs in the tree when they slowly pull back into the emptiness and disappear. Not a second later, on the roof of the van, doof, a tremendous thud hits us as the van quakes from the impact. Everybody hits the ground and there is utter silence. Then we hear cree, 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 as whatever was on the roof starts marching back and forth from the front of the van to back. What the fuck is up there? Shyly whispers the guy tied next to me. The SO simply glances at him and slowly puts his finger to his lips, silently shushing him, never taking his eyes from the van ceiling. Everyone is looking about at each other in this tight, tense atmosphere, too terrified to scarcely breathe. Then the thing on the roof lets out this ear-piercing shriek, and starts rocking the van so violently I thought it was going to topple us over. The guys on Chain 1 start staring wildly at each other. "Fuck this," one of them shouts. They all spring up and sprint for the exit, guards and a half. Whisper, half yell, begging them to stay back on the floor. But before they can do anything about it, the guys on Chain 1 force the door open and dart outside. The van stops shaking instantly, and we stand up and peek out the window to see what's going on. All I saw was this dark blur swooping down at the guys on Chain 1 who were running back towards the prison. And I watched, as in a flash, the whole fucking chain gang gets yanked sideways 15 feet into the trees. It was like something just sucked them up. 1 second they were there and the next they were gone. Shit, 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 god dang it. The SO starts ranting. Everything becomes quiet again. SO is trying to figure out if he should call in to report the incident and missing convicts yet or not, probably believing they'd make him get off the van and go after them if he did. Finally, he clicks in his radio. "This is SO Davis. We got a problem out here at Tower 8. Roger. SO Davis, this is HQ. Go forward with your issue. Over." Right around that moment, the boys on chain 1 come sprinting out from trees, as white as ghosts, shouting for the driver to open the van doors. As they draw closer, we can see that there were only 4 men on the chain, and that the lead man, Barnes, was missing. And when they got right up to the van, we could see that still shackled and dangling from where Barnes was bound was his leg all the way up to the knee. "So, Davis, go on with your issue." "Over. S.O. Davis?" echoed the voice in the radio. Hesitantly, he clicked the button on the radio. "S.O. Davis here. Gonna need a search party for an injured inmate missing in the woods by 8. Over." "Roger." "That S.O. Davis. Over." A second later, the sirens start going off as the driver opens the door and the 4 inmates remaining on the chain race inside. One of the guards releases the Barnes leg from the shackles and merely tosses it outside the door. None of them spoke a word as we just sat there nervously stuck inside the van. We could hear the hounds start barking from within the trees and officers yelling to one another as flashlight beams darted in and out of sight. A couple hours pass, and then S.O. Davis's walkie goes off and the voice of a distraught guard comes over. This is, Officer Martinez. I have located the missing inmate. Well, some of him. Just like that, the sirens stop ringing and the jail comes off lockdown. We were directed to wait on board the vehicle until daylight, and then were taken back to our housing units when it was light enough to safely travel the mile or so to main campus. One of the offenders on chain 1 lived in the same unit as me, and when I saw him in rec later that day, I questioned what the hell had occurred out there. "I'm not really sure," he began. This fucking thing, it just dragged us through the brush like we were nothing and started pulling us up into the air so fast I started blacking out. It had a hold of Barnes and it yanked him so hard through the branches that he hit a limb and it ripped his leg right from his body. The rest of us simply start sliding back to earth, and I can see it dragging him off into the canopy of leaves and just vanish. I don't think it even noticed it wasn't holding us anymore. "Jesus Christ," I responded, startled. "Did you catch a good look at it?" I wish to God I hadn't. It was 9, maybe 10 feet tall and skinny, anorexic nearly. I didn't see its face, but from the back of its head I saw its long, wiry gray hair whipping into the wind. Its arms hung down all the way past its knees and it had these spiky fingers, each one the length of my forearm. And on its back, its wings. Its fucking wings. Imagine you flip one of those daddy long-legged spiders upside down. Now make it 100 times bigger and glue it to your back. They were these slim, long, maybe 10 feet each, articulating tendrils, and they didn't flap or whatever like a bird's wings. They would just randomly and ever so slightly twitch at the end, one at a time and randomly, not like in sync or anything. Fuck, dude, I don't know what that thing is, but I know God didn't make it. Try as I may. I couldn't get any of the other guys to talk about what they saw out there. They'd just as soon forget, I concluded. Anyway, they never did discover all of Barnes, but hear tell they found fragments of him dispersed throughout all 60 acres in the treetops. A hand here, some guts there, never finding more than a chunk in any one spot. I heard, too, that warden sent Barnes's family one of his famous NDAs. Worst part is he was set to be released in a month. After that, we didn't work on Tower 8 in the dark anymore. We agreed we would rather sweat in the summer heat than come face to face with whatever that thing living in those woods was. Ever again. Mark then went on to tell my dad about his own run-in with the beast from woods. It takes place where else but the kennels. I asked my dad if he could explain the kennels so you guys and myself could see them better. He stated the Whitey building looked like a horse barn virtually. There is a dirt passage down the middle, perhaps 15 feet across, that splits 2 walls lined with metal dog pens, and it's open all the way through with no doors on the ends. He claimed that at one end past the kennels there are a couple storage rooms for dog food and dummies, and between the pens and the closets there are haystacks that they used as cushion for the dogs to rest on. It's an all-wood building with a steep tin roof. Hopefully it creates a good enough image. And with that out of the way, here is what Mark told my dad. One night. Why is it always at night? Anyway, one night I'm out at the kennels getting the dogs and equipment put away. There was only one guard on dog duty that night. and he felt comfortable enough with me that he left me there alone when he had to head back to the main building to use the restroom. I cage the dogs, put the dummies away, and pull out the feed when all the hounds just start crying and whimpering. I feel the hair on back of my neck rise up, and for no reason at all I'm just frozen. I have this dreadful feeling in my belly that something's watching me. I muster up enough nerve to take a look about, and my eyes are attracted like magnets to the pitch-black tree line in the distance. I can't see anything, but I just know something's there, lurking, monitoring me, studying me. I stand there in a trance for the longest period, then suddenly snap out of it and start filling the bowls with feed so I can get out of there as fast as possible. I'm about 4 bowls in and dunt. I hear something strike the roof. I don't mind telling you I spent no time jumping behind the haystacks and sheltering myself as best I could. I hear whatever it is up there on the roof start strolling about. This is after the whole event with the convoy at 8, so I have a fairly decent idea as to what it might be, and I'm practically pissing my pants. And suddenly, dunt. Boof! It leaps off the roof and I hear it land right outside the kennel breezeway. I am simply praying to God it doesn't see me. Through a crevice between the haystacks, I notice its shadow projected on the soil from the moonlight behind it. The dogs have all gone quiet. I can hear my own heart beating as I see its shadow start walking into the kennel. I see these long snake-like things, 6 on each side, fold up and retract into its back as it moves further inside. With one arm it's dragging its hand along the closet walls and then across the metal closet door. It's so loud my ears start ringing and it sounds like nails on a chalkboard. As it starts to pass me, it pauses directly in front of the haystacks. I am absolutely losing it inside. It's directly in front me and I can see its skin is this leathery grayish-brown tone. And its feet are almost like a raptor's feet. It had 3 black claw-like toes and it walked upright on the balls of its feet. I hear it sniffing the air and I'm thinking it's going to smell me. It's gonna find me and do only God knows what with me. It's leaning into the haystack, sniffing closer and harder, around that time when the hounds start barking at it. It lets out this dreadful screaming noise and basically goes ballistic. It's screeching and crashing at the walls and swiping at the steel pen doors. It unfolds the objects from its back and flies up, slamming against the roof. It's flying about, striking, everything like a June bug or something. In my brain, I'm just saying, please God, please God, please God. Then I see the on-duty guard's headlights glowing in the breeze going my way. The monster swoops down, scoops up the 100-pound bag of feed and flies off towards the trees. The guard rushes in, gun drawn, and finds me hiding in the hay. He said as he was driving up he saw it too and watched it fly away. I just sat there not knowing if I should be glad he'd seen it or not. Makes it harder to tell yourself it was all in your head when someone else sees it happen too, you know? I used to like being left alone out there, but now anytime he goes to the restroom, I just wait in the squad car. Mark goes on to tell my dad that every now and again he'd come out to the kennels and find the dog food or a haystack missing, the steel pen doors dented in, or everything pulled out from the closets like something had been rummaging through them. Sometimes at night he'd hear the treetops crackling and watch them sway back forth when there wasn't so much as a gust. He said he never came face to face with the creature again, but did have one more terrifying interaction with it by proxy. Mark relays that a few months after his harrowing encounter, he is out at the kennels again, putting away the hounds and dummies. This time the on-duty guard is with him though, and a voice comes through on the guard's walkie, and for the next few minutes, Mark and guard just listen as the calls coming in get increasingly more distressed. Here is what Mark heard over the radio that night. HQ, this CO Green out at Tower 8. Over. A female voice says, "This HQ, go ahead Tower 8, over." HQ, something enormous just crashed into the Tower 8 roof. Were your cameras able to catch what it was? Over. That's a negative, Tower 8. My security cameras do not provide a visual of the tower roof. Over. Another voice comes through. Tower 8, this is Tower 6. I presently have eyes on you. It looks someone is standing on top of Tower 8. Over. Tower 6, this is HQ. Did you say someone is now on top of Tower 8? Over. This is Tower 6, and that's affirmative HQ. I got clear vision of someone atop Tower 8. Over. Tower 6, this is Tower 8. You sure you haven't been pulled any of them strange cigarettes out of confiscation? Over. That's a negative Tower 8. The guy in issue is currently crouching on your tower roof. Over. HQ, this is Tower 8. I'm going to go out on the walk and see if I can take a look. Over. Tower 8, this Tower 6, and I do not propose that you leave the Tower Bay. Over. Tower 6, this is Tower Egg. Stink, what the fuh? Tower 8, this is Tower 6. Whatever is on your roof has just jumped down onto the tower walk. I have lost visual. Repeat. I have lost visual. CO Green comes back through the walkie, the dread in his voice clear. It's looking. Right me? Oh gosh, it's teeth, Jesus Christ. Tower 8, this is Tower 6. Do not attempt to depart the Tower Bay. I repeat, do not attempt to depart the Tower Bay. HQ, this is Tower 8. Boof, boof, boof. It is crashing against the glass. Boof, boof. It's attempting to get inside. Jesus, what the fuck is it? Tower 8. This HQ exit by the stairway, lock yourselves. Inside we have officers en route. Officers are en route. Over. Oh gosh, it cracked the glass. Pop, pop, pop. Tower 8. This is HQ, please react. Over. Repeat. Tower 8, this is HQ, please react. HQ, this is Tower 6. Something just soared out of the Tower 8 bay and down into the forest, and Jesus Christ, I think it had CO Green. Mark then told my dad. A week later, a couple of hikers locate a skeleton on some trails approximately 15 miles out. It was picked clean to the bone. They run a DNA test on the marrow, and lo and behold, it turns out to be CO Green. Eventually, my dad and Mark move gears from the beast in the woods to MSEG, and my dad asks him if anything new has happened since he's been gone. Well, as it just so happened, Mark had in fact heard a few stories and rumors, and he shared them with my dad. Had pal who used to work down in the boilers. Anyway, he said sometimes when the evidence locker would get too full, they'd send the old closed cases down to be burnt. Well, one day he's purging records, and he comes across this box that is totally stuffed full. He starts thinking how one person could have a file this long, so he lays it aside and decided he'd go through it before he tosses it in the incinerator. He starts digging through it, reading some of the most terrible crap, and it dawns on him that this file belongs to none other than Voodoo Bob. Now he's incredibly inquisitive, but there is too much to read through and no way he can smuggle it. All back to his cell, so he just starts skimming for the good things. That's when he sees it, Voodoo Bob's diary. He shoves it in his pants, tosses the rest in fire. When he gets back to his cell after his shift, he cracks it open and reads it cover to cover. Said the whole thing gave him the willies. Said he wished he'd have just destroyed it. Anyway, this is what I recall about the diary from what he told me. It was black. One of those Spiral 5 subject notebooks, only the metal spiral had been replaced with twine. The margins of every page were filled with small doodles of pentagrams and devils and Latin sentences he couldn't make out. The first few entries was Voodoo talking about how guilty he was for killing his mom, about the voices in his head that told him to do it, and how he was pleased he was finally alone and the voices couldn't talk him longer. But as the days went on, the entries started growing darker. He started telling about how the voices had accompanied him to his cell in Seg, how every night from the shadows in the corner of his chamber, something would speak to him from the emptiness, order him to do things, awful things. He said sometimes the monster would float down out of the darkness and linger above him while he slept. Voodoo grew to believe that it wanted to use him as a host, and as months passed, he was getting tired of fighting it, of trying to keep it. He writes this entry one day saying that he planned to give his soul to the demon that night. After that, every page was inked in his own blood and seemed to just be nonsense and incantations and sketches of demonic beings. Every once in a while, though, in the corner of a page there would be, written in pen, the words, "Help me." My guy in the boilers figures that Voodoo was still in there somewhere, trapped inside himself, longing to be set free while this demonic power seized over. Now, whether that creature followed Voodoo to M, or whether it had been hiding there the whole time, waiting for someone susceptible enough to feed on, I don't know. But I suppose whatever is in those walls At least a part of it is voodoo. Anyway, a few years ago they shut down MSEG indefinitely. Now if you stroll down the SEG wing, you'll notice it taped off with warning tape and crucifixes hanging all over the entrance. People say a guy wound up in M and somehow the thing tricked him into completely removing the vent cover. The thing crawls out from the wall and eats him alive, and the guy just lets it do it, doesn't yell or anything. A guard come the next day to bring him chow and sees him all chewed up laying lifeless on the cell room floor. And when he looks up, he sees the thing from the vent crawling upside down across the ceiling. Priests rush down the run and attempt and coheres it back to the vent from outside the jail. But it's too strong now. It's been fed. It's full. All they can do is bless every square inch of M outside 13's door and pray it can't go out. My buddy, who cleans down in SEG, says if you look through the block window, you can see its shadow from under the cell door, pacing back and forth on the M run. After hearing what Mark had to say, I asked my dad if he had ever had to purge evidence himself while he worked in the boilers. "Oh yeah," he responded. "About every 6 months or so, they'd wheel a cart full of boxes of papers and files and have us burn them." I followed up by asking if he had ever uncovered anything noteworthy like Voodoo's diary. You'd see things inmates had used to off someone with. A shank, a piece of wire, a razor. We'd get pictures too, of the crime scenes, or of contraband that they'd confiscated and where they'd found it. I guess the craziest thing I ever saw were the voodoo dolls, probably. "Voodoo Bobs?" I asked. "No. Voodoo Bob wasn't the only one in Telford practicing witchcraft, you know. In fact, there was a whole cult of warlocks or Wiccans or whatever you want to call them. The voodoo doll was one of theirs. They used it as weapon during the Holy Wars." Then asked him to back up a little and clarify to me what he meant by Holy Wars. All right now, when I was working in the boilers, the jail was going through what we just started called the Holy Wars. There was this gang of fanatical Christians, and they had taken it upon themselves to conduct a crusade against this cult of folks who loved to dabble in witchcraft. It started with just verbal altercations, but grew into this physical struggle that must have lasted a good 2 months. First genuine horrible incident occurred when guards checked the showers one day and find one of the cultists hanging from the shower head, with his throat slit and a piece of cardboard glued to his chest with some Bible verse about blasphemy put on it. Few days later, another guard opens a cell next to an inmate who says he heard his neighbor shouting, and they find him in their arms, legs, and head all severed, and his torso split right up the middle. But it doesn't make any sense because he bunked alone, and his cell door had been locked whole time. Well, the false prophets are positive it was done using some type of witchcraft, so they even the score by baptizing 3 of the warlocks indefinitely in the toilets inside their cells. The guy who normally wheeled down the evidence to the boilers happened to be one of the cultists. He wheels us in a fresh load, not long after the drownings, and sitting on top of the boxes are these 3 rope dolls. Me and my coworker don't think anything about it other than they look sort of spooky, so we start chucking the contents of the cart into the blaze. Not a minute later, all the fire alarms start going off. The guard supervising us leads us out, onto the yard where all the other inmates are lined up. We start asking around, trying to figure out if anybody knows what's going on, and someone tells us that a few of those fanatics were standing around preaching to the mice, and out of nowhere, they just burst into flames. After they perform an investigation, they claim one of the guys just spontaneously combusted and wound up putting the other 2 on fire. But I knew it had to be those dolls, and some kind evil magic was responsible. But I don't want the same thing happening to me, so I decide to just keep my lips shut and mind my own business. I asked him whether he ever talked about it later with his coworker in the boiler room, and he grew quiet, and this solemn expression washed over him. With Boogie? No, I don't think the man ever knew that kind of wickedness existed in the world. He was always cheerful, always dancing. That's why I used to call him the Boogeyman. Boogie was a black guy, and when I first got to prison, I despised black people. My previous gang was a bunch of rednecks and skinheads, and I suppose I just started hating them to show off or something, and ultimately I convinced that I genuinely did. When I came prison, my hatred just became greater. Everyone is isolated, segregated. Everyone sees race first. Except for Boogie, he only saw humans. He was placed there on narcotics charges, was addicted to crack and couldn't kick habit. But he was a good man, incredibly cheerful and cheery, the type of person that wouldn't hurt a fly. I start in the boilers and realize my coworker is this cheery black man, and I ask for a job transfer immediately, but it gets denied. At first I just ignored him as he keeps talking to me every day like he thinks we are friends or something. He'd get some coal on his shovel, do a little twist and toss it in the boiler. It was like he didn't see I hated him, or maybe he did. Maybe that's why he was so persistent. "Hi, boss, why you so gloomy today? Don't you know God made the stars?" Everybody was boss. Everybody was good. Eventually, I started talking back to him out of boredom or loneliness or curiosity, maybe. And the more we talked, the more I realized that this was one of the most genuine people I'd ever met. And I had hated him solely because he was different color than me. That night, I get to my cell and just pray to God for God to make me colorblind, to take the hatred I'd been carrying all these years out of me. Next day, I walk to the boilers and I see Boogie, but now he's simply a human. I see him way he sees me for the first time, like a human being with a soul and dreams. I start thinking about this swastika tattooed on my arm that Boogie has to look at every day. I attempt to apologize for it, and for the way I used to be, and he looks at me and says, "Hey boss, don't sweat it, man. We all make mistakes. I ain't know I like macaroni till I ate macaroni, you dig? That tattoo don't make you who you are any more than my skin makes me who I am." At this point, tears start streaming from my dad's eyes, and it's the first time I have ever him cry, so I tell him we can talk about anything else, but he just continues. "The worst thing, the absolute worst thing you can do to someone that hates you is let them see you happy." Well, there is a lot of hate in prison, and it's always looking at the worst thing. One day I come down into boiler and Boogie's not there. I start thinking maybe he's sick or something and figure I'd check on him once my shift was through. Well, I start smelling this dreadful burning smell coming from the opposite side of the boiler, and I tell the guard I'm gonna have a look and check if something had fell against the casing. I stroll around, and leaning against the burning casing of the boiler is Boogie. He's tied up at the wrists and ankles, and covering his eyes and mouth are 3 small paper cups fastened to his face. I call for the guard and we rip Boogie free, his clothing and skin already scorching to the metal. His face was so swollen that his skull was as big as a basketball. I peel the paper cups from his eyes and outflow approximately 24 spiders. Black widows, brown recluses, just this banquet of spiders. His eyelids are taped up and they'd been bitten so many times he merely had 2 balls of pus pouring from his sockets where his pupils should have been. His nose was clamped shut, causing him to breathe via his mouth. And sure enough, as I removed the cup over his lips, even more spiders crept out from his open mouth. The guard shines a light down his neck to examine if his airway had closed up, and reflected back from the beam are the small eyes of a funnel web that had established a nest in his esophagus. Boogie was dead. This light of optimism and pleasure just gone, and for what reason? Security cameras showed 3 members of one of the white supremacist gangs had jumped him in the corridor when he was headed into work, and they are sent to Seg, then off to Huntsville to join the boys on death row. Every now and again, when I'd start feeling depressed, I think I would hear Boogie's feet dancing down the metal stairs that headed to the boilers. I'd just look over and whisper to him, I know, Boogie. God made the stars. I suppose I'm going to wind this post up on that note. I want to get this up and edited so you have something to read sooner rather than later. I still have so much to comment on, from my dad's days in the boilers, to a female apparition, the inmate's nickname, the Black Widow, to a crooked guard turned serial killer taking and murdering inmates. The quantity of material left is remarkable. As long as you guys are still interested, I'll make updates as often as I can. But for now, I'll leave you with this. I asked my dad why he thought so much evil was contained in those prison walls, and this is what he told me. Residue. It's what's left over when you die. Everybody leaves something, be good or bad. And out in the real world, there's kind of a balance. But in a place like prison, a place packed full of the worst kind of people, What gets left behind is a concentration, evil. It pools together, stagnates, and permeates everything, even the very air you breathe. The black is darker and inhabited by things that are even darker still. And the quiet is louder and more silent all at once. You spend your life locked up, and then your death too. I guess that's the thing about nice cages. Nothing ever gets out. A former correctional officer my dad keeps correspondence with wrote my dad back a letter divulging one of his more horrifying and unexplainable experiences after my dad told him he was collecting stories of the sort. My dad said his name is C.O. Johnson, and that his tale takes place during the same period of religious uprising during which he'd found the rope dolls on his evidence cart. Quickly, before I get into C.O. Johnson's letter, let me set the scene for you as it was set for me. It's mid-December of '98, and the prison's holy wars are in full swing. The gang of righteous crusaders are getting bolder, with sects in every housing unit preaching hellfire and brimstone in the rec rooms. As the weeks pass, they start amassing more and more followers, and before long, they are the largest single group inside the anguished walls of the Telford unit. Inmates just began calling the religious zealots the penitentiary prophets. At chow time every day, prophet leaders are up on the tables shouting and preaching. All the while, followers are falling out on the floor, speaking in tongues and dancing like possessed men in the spirit. When the guards try shut it all down, riots start breaking out in the halls. Members start refusing to eat or drink, citing a breach of religious freedom. And by the end of the week, 2 prophet members have managed to starve and dehydrate themselves to death. More threaten to do the same, so the guards are forced to let them continue on as they were, preaching condemnation to anyone not wise enough to turn from their wicked wiles and follow the Lord. In direct opposition to the prophets is a group of practicing Satanists who came to be known as the Order. While the prophets would preach in the chow hall, the Order starts holding seances and preforming rituals, calling out to and inviting the devil inside. This is when things really start to escalate, and the prophets take it upon themselves to purge the prison's population of the blasphemers. The Order's numbers start to dwindle down after several violent killings and beatings on their known practicers scare off some of the more fringe members. The cultists that remained, however, were steadfast and never failed to retaliate in the most gruesome and brutal ways. Inmates are found dead in their cells, bodies and limbs crumpled up like old practice letters. 6 are found wearing a crown of nails that had been hammered into their skull, each having one leg severed and tied to their arms, forming a grisly flesh crucifix before being hung upside down, decorating the rails along the second-floor walkway. After seeing and hearing some of gory details, inmates started to suspect that witchcraft and black magic was involved. During this struggle for God and the occult, something to the tune of 42 inmates are slain from early September all the way up to Christmas. By the time the smoke had finally cooled, it's in the thralls of this pandemonium that C.O. Johnson's letter takes place. Paraphrasing and skipping personal bits, this is what it said. "You know, Dave, I try not think about these things. I spent enough time around wickedness and violence during my 43 years in the criminal system that I opted to leave all behind in those cells when I retired. But since you're asking, I suppose one more nervous walk down memory lane won't kill me. It was December of '98, when all of those religious zealots were making a ruckus. I remember because it was snowing outside. It's funny. Maybe I'm just calloused to it all, but while we're in the middle of finding inmates sliced to bits and nailed to the walls, the only thing unusual in my mind is the fact that it's snowing in Texas. I get up that day same as any other, have my coffee, kiss my wife, and walk into work. By the time I get there, the white stuff is coming down like what I'd imagine a snowstorm looks like up north. I scan through security and find out the jail is on lockdown, and the guards are all on watch. I ask my buddy what's going, and he tells me they found 8 of those fanatics dead in the halls. He said they had been completely skinned, and the strangest part is that the skin and hearts were missing. I ask him if they know who did it, and he tells me that all the cameras just show them walking into the hall, and then they go blank. What's weird about that is none of the deaths were recovered in the same place, which suggests that simultaneously, 8 cameras just malfunctioned while murders took place and resumed operating again shortly after. Anywho, everybody is locked in their cells, and the guards are on edge. But the count comes back good, minus the 8 deceased, so we start our normal duties. With everyone locked up, half the guards head to Chow Hall to start the meal prep since we'd be delivering trays that day. There is always a shuffling of responsibilities when that happens, and when it all shakes out, I end up on fence patrol. I go out into the snow, which is halfway up to my knees at this point, and I start walking along the fence line. It's usually a rather uneventful way to spend a day, and what I'd consider a short straw job. But that day especially. It was excruciatingly cold, and I expected to be working inside, so all I had on was this little windbreaker that worked about as well as wet toilet paper. Anyway, I turned down the stretch of fence that heads off through the trees, and right there, at the edge of the woods, is this guy standing stark naked staring out the chain link. I instinctively draw my weapon and tell him to get down on the ground, and I remember my voice not reflecting how scared I was. You do this job long enough and you get good at that, I suppose, sounding confident when you aren't, at being brave when you're afraid. I'm yelling at this guy to get down, and he doesn't even acknowledge me, just keeps staring out the fence. Now he's covered in tattoos, inked in prison green. So I know this is an inmate, and I'm thinking someone must have messed up on the count. I try to radio in for backup, but the blizzard is too thick for me to get out any kind of communication from where I am. I approach him with my revolver drawn, still pleading with him to get down, and that's when I realize that running up from the back of his feet all the way to the tip of his head were these sutures, all sutured up out of this black string about as thick as a shoelace. Thus far, he'd been as still as a board, standing almost like a mannequin in one of those fancy department stores. From my vantage point, he's standing at an angle, and I can only see the side and back of him, but I can't shake this feeling that he looks familiar. That's when it hits me. This is one of the inmates found dead in the halls that morning, or his skin at least, against every ounce of sense telling me not to. I know I have to get around to his front to confirm his identification. I come right up behind him, and my shaky hand starts making its way through the falling snow, reaching out for his shoulder. Then, just as my fingers touch his flesh, in this fast, swooping spin, he twists his body completely around and is now standing face to face with me. I jump back and fall down into the snow, and he just stares for a second more before swinging around towards the woods beside us and runs in this robotic motion and disappears into the trees. I don't know what made me do what I did next. Maybe adrenaline, maybe ignorance, maybe both, but I climb up out of the snow, grab my gun, and take off after him. The trees are so thick out there I can hear him moving through the brush, but I can't see him. So all I can do is follow the noise of the palm, rustling ahead, and the footprints through the snow. He's leading me deeper and deeper inside. The whole time, this voice in my head is screaming to just go back. Just go back. Finally, I hear him halt, moving on the other side of a large thicket of branches. I double-check my gun and make sure the safety is off, then gently make my way through the bush to confront it. I work my way between the leaves and tree, and the trail opens up to a small clearing. I am bathed in dread as I see the lifeless skins of all 8 deceased inmates, lying in a perfect circle, head to head, and face up in the snow. They are all stitched closed and filled with hay that I can see sticking out of their open mouths, and empty eye sockets like some kind demented flesh scarecrow. And I see the footprints Elle had been following, and they were leading to the man by the fence, now laying in the circle joining the others, as if he'd never gotten up and walked away. I'm panicked, clicking in my radio, praying someone responds. Then this choppy, staticky voice comes through, but I can't hear what it's saying, so I start scrambling and running around, trying to get some signal, when I see something move in my peripheral. I stay motionless for a minute, not wanting to know, not wanting to see. I take a big breath and swing around, gun drawn, and to my utter shock, 3 of my men are gone. And what's worse, I can hear something circling around me, more than one something from the sound of it. The others were now up on their knees, bowing and kneeling around the circle like worshippers at an idol, and I start to feel the ground vibrating under my feet. My head is telling me to run, but whatever. Part of your brain, it is that works. Your legs wasn't working for me, as unable to move. I just watched. I watched as the earth between them started to open up, and from below I could see this glowing like from the embers of a flame, and these long, spider-like appendages started to reach up from the depths. The tremors got so bad they buckled my knees, and as soon as I hit the snow, I snapped into survival mode. I darted out of the clearing back into the trees, and I ran fast as I could, and I could see 2 of the missing flesh crows were running through forest beside me in that same robotic stride. I must have gotten lost and turned around because I had been running for 10 minutes, and I could see directly in front of me I was coming back up on the glowing pit. Whatever was coming up from the hole was screeching and growling in these deep, haunting howls that echoed through the trees. I turn around and as fast as I can sprint aimlessly back the other way, praying I find my way out. But no matter how long or far I ran, I could hear those bellowing moans right there in my ear, right behind me. It was maybe midday at the latest, but the sky was pitch black, and it became evident that I was getting nowhere. I look around, and I don't see the reanimated cadavers trailing me anymore, so I do the only thing I can think to do, and dig a ditch in the snow and bury myself in powder. Not 30 seconds later, I hear footsteps crunching the snow around me, then feel something walk straight across my shallow, snowy grave. Back and forth over my frozen body they went, seeking for me. For what purpose, I didn't want to know. Pacing around in their search, one of them pushes up some of the snow covering my eyes, and it must have felt my face on its foot because it just pauses and slowly turns around. This creature, this living carcass looks straight down at me, and it has no eyes, but nevertheless I know it sees me. Just as it starts to take a stride towards me, I hear a loud shriek and watch one of those spidery from the pit leap out from the branches above, piercing the flesh crow clean through the chest, then scoop it up into the limbs, and I hear it rip through the treetops and off into distant. I wait there a good 5 minutes and finally start working myself out of my trench. I get up and take a look around to see if the coast is clear, but when I turn around, there is flesh crow standing 20 feet away, and it's headed straight for me. I stumble backwards, pull out my pistol and fire 3 shots, pop, pop, pop. But it doesn't even flinch as the bullets seem to go right through it. I scramble backwards until I hit a tree, and right when it is no more than an arm's length out, its legs go to jello and it falls to the snow in a crumpled heap. The sky lightens up, and all of a sudden, I know where I am. I don't hear the creature from pit anymore either. For a moment, watching the sunlight breach the leaves and reflect golden rays up from the blanket of white covering the earth, everything is serene. The moment is swiftly replaced with a knowledge that the serenity I felt could be short, so I leap up and hightail it out of those woods and don't look back until I hit the prison doors. When I start to tell the others what I saw, I just stop myself. Who'd believe me? Instead, I just tell them that I found the missing skins, and Warden has a search party sent out to retrieve them. I relayed the general vicinity of where they were, but insisted I was too shaken up to go back into those woods anytime soon. A couple guards told me that they'd broken up some cultists in cell, preforming some kind ritual when they were delivering trays just before my return. It got me to thinking maybe they were summoning something out in those woods using the flesh crows somehow, and must have gotten interrupted right about when that one turned to mush at my feet. They only ever found 2 of the flesh crows, holes in the chest as if something had been ripped out. The warden sent them down to the boilers to be burned. I used to hear the guys from the kennels complaining about missing haystacks from time to time, though. I always wondered if it was one of those things refilling itself. Right up until I retired 5 years ago, every once in a blue moon we'd get in a call from a concerned civilian driving down I-30 that would say they saw a naked prisoner out standing by the fences. So I always figured they were still out there somewhere, wandering through the woods. Right before I retired, I decided to get it all out, and I finally tell a buddy about what happened down that day. You know what he tells me? He says, "You really had me going until you said it was snowing in Texas." After reading me C.O. Johnson's letter, my dad goes over to a junk drawer, opens it up, and pulls out a pack of Pall Malls and a box of matches, and lights up a cigarette. He rarely ever smokes, and when he does, it's usually because he's mulling something over. So I break the silence by asking him what's on his mind. "It's just something C.O. Johnson wrote in his letter about the missing haystacks," he informs me. "Oh?" "What about them?" I queried. "Well, first of all, I recall walking into the kennels and noticing a missing stack every now and then. Never really paid much thought to it, but now it has me wondering. I wonder because sometimes when I'd run the hounds, they'd wander off the scent and take me to this little tunnel, going down between some enormous rocks. Now, they didn't wander off track much, but when they did, it was usually to that same small tunnel. I could see it went down a long ways, but I never knew how deep it actually was or if it opened up at the bottom. And sometimes I'd hear something moving around inside it, but simply put it up to a wild animal. One time, though, the dogs bring me out there, and one of them begins sniffing at something sticking up from a rock about 10 yards away. And when I go over and check it, I know it right away. It's a piece of baling wire used to hold the haystacks together. At the time, again, I don't give it a second thought. After reading the CO's letter, I'm starting to wonder if maybe one is flesh crows. Drug it out there. If maybe they were what was moving around down in the tunnel. It makes sense when you think about it. I ran the dogs all over those woods. If they were truly out there strolling around, I would have seen them at some time. It's almost like they were hiding from something. Maybe that's why anyone only ever seen them at the gate, maybe. Maybe they were trying to get out. Whatever it was that came out of the ground that day, what if it's hunting them, feeding on them? Maybe it needs them to complete the ritual the cultists were preforming? Maybe it's the same creature I saw in the tree that night, the same one Mark saw. I'm probably just jumping to conclusions. Still, it kind of gives you pause, though, no? He was right on both accounts. He was in fact leaping to conclusions, and it did in fact give me pause. I couldn't come up with a better theory based off anything I have heard thus far. Maybe one of you has some idea as to what the flesh crows are, and what the aim of the cultists making them would be. From then we got on a bit of a lighter theme when I asked him why everyone in prison had a nickname for apparently everyone and everything. Not everyone, just the people who do something memorable, be it good or bad. As to why, I don't know. Inmates like to pass down stories, and Antoine from C Block just doesn't have the same ring to it as all Two-Step. Two-Step? I replied. He get that name when Boogeyman was taken? My dad just chuckled and told me, Two-Step never danced, no. Then why'd y'all call him Two-Step? This one of those things you think you want to know but actually don't, he laughed. But you'll swear you do till I tell you, so here it goes. A guard hears this hooting and yelling from within the C-Block showers, so he runs inside. He goes in and sees Antoine, this large black man, going to town on this skinhead's bottom. The skinhead starts yelling, I changed my mind, get it out me, get it out me. Guard breaks up their love session. They put their clothes back on, and he walks them out of the showers to find the whole block, guards and all, are clustered around. The shower exits. He's got this expression of shock on his face, and he's just as wide-eyed as he can be, shaking his head. One of the convicts cries out to him from the crowd, What's the wrong, CO? You ain't never seen a man put his dick in another man's ass before? Without missing a beat, CO looks up at him and cries back, Yeah, but this first time I've ever seen one have to take 2 steps back to get it all the way out. Whole cell block starts rolling to tears, and ever since then the legend of old Two-Step has been passed around the yard from inmate to inmate. He was mistaken this time. I was happy to have been given the legend of Two-Step, and for the next 20 minutes we just chuckled as he divulged some of the more funny nicknames and origins thereof. But the mood suddenly took a turn for the dour as he goes on to inform me. Not all the monikers spin these funny little yarns, though. Some of them are born from the sinister, from the malevolent actions of nefarious hands. You know, you got Voodoo, and the Rec Room Ripper. You have the Black Widow and the Christmas Creeper. I could go on for hours. Black Widow? I replied, as hearing about a woman behind the jail bars had piqued my interest. Well, most of the time when the warden has to deal with a dead body, he'd managed to find a way to just make it go away. A lot of the times he'd have the remains boxed up and buried somewhere in the fields in an unmarked grave, and would tell the families that because they'd died in prison, that they were state property, and convince them they were holding them as evidence until they figured out who did it. The honest reality is that more frequently than not, the corpses were torn up so severely, he knew he could never let the families see them like that. Now, I don't know if this was to protect himself or the families, but I do know it didn't bring a whole lot of closure. Anyway, one day this lady in a long black dress, like a wedding garment you'd wear to a funeral or something, shows up at the prison gates asking to see her late husband's bones. Warden walks out to the fence and tells her he's already in the ground, but that he'd guide her to his gravesite, deciding telling her no was more bother than it was worth. So he walks her out to an area of ground with 3 or 4 fresh graves. "Your spouse is in one of these," he informs her. You don't even know which one," she sobs, heartbroken. "I'm sorry. We can't afford to mark every tomb in a state-operated prison, but I told you to send him home. I told you simply send him home." "Yes, ma'am, you did, and like I said, he's state property now and—" "Property? Property?" she yelled in anger before finally snapping and hurling herself at the warden. Reflexively, one of the guards accompanying them out to the burial location grabs his weapon from the holster and shoots her twice in the stomach. She lurches backwards and crashes on what may or may not have been her husband's tomb, bleeding out on the freshly dug soil. The guard and warden are just standing there watching her squirm, neither one believing what just transpired. Now what? "The hell did you do that for, CO? She was unarmed, god damn it, Jesus Christ. Now how the hell am I gonna explain this? Get her to the infirmary now. Now god damn it." The guard, in shaking, tense voice, starts apologizing to the lady as he is carrying her in his arms as fast as he can to medical. "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I wasn't thinking. It was instinct. It's this darn place. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry." As he nears the infirmary, he hears her mumbling in this faint, sluggish gargle, and he pauses running to try and pick out what she's saying. "I don't remember. I don't recall." She weeps. You don't remember what, ma'am?" "I don't remember his face. For the life me, I can't recall my husband's face." Tears running down her cheeks past the dark veil concealing her eyes. That's the last thing she spoke before dying on a cold steel infirmary table an hour later. A few months after that, an inmate on janitor duty comes back from his shift, and he tells us what he sees when he's sweeping up one of the long corridors of an unoccupied block wing. "I'm all alone and it's dead quiet save for the buzzing of the fluorescent lights above. I always get this creepy sensation when I'm working the halls over there as it is. But last night it was thicker, and I couldn't shake it." Well, exactly. Before I come to the finish of the run, I start hearing what sounds like gentle whimpering coming from behind me. Like a woman's whimper. I turn around and down at the other end, I see this lady turn the corner and start heading towards me. She's in this long black dress and her face is covered, and her hands are gripping her stomach like she has a stomachache. I call out and ask her if she's okay, but she just starts sobbing and moving towards me. Then note the way she's going. Her dress is dragging the floor so I can't see her feet, but it's almost like she's floating. Like she's gliding down the corridor a few inches off the ground. I start backing up, but I'm at the wall and there's nowhere to go. I can't speak. I want to shout for a guard, but I'm too terrified to make a noise. She's not more than me to you, and I notice her hands are purple and rotting like if you cut off the circulation around your wrists for too long. And where she's holding her stomach, I can see that she's bleeding something dreadful. I shut my eyes as she closes the distance, and now I can hear her hovering right in front of me. Then it goes quiet. She's stopped sobbing and I open my eyes, hoping she's gone, but when I do, looking back at me through her dark lace veil, I see 2 eyes as black as coal peering back at me. I see the part of her face peeking out below the veil is that same suffocated color as her hands. With one of her arms, she reaches up and puts one of her lifeless, icy hands under my chin and drags my face up to hers. She stares me, like she's studying me, like she's trying to see whether she remembers me. After what seems like an eternity, she lets me go and floats backwards a few feet before turning around and starts sobbing again as she slowly flies down the run and turns the corner. I asked my dad whether anyone else had ever seen the Black Widow, and he told me that just About every convict had seen her strolling the corridors at some point. Sometimes at night you'll hear cries coming from outside your cell door, and if you look to the window, you'll see her there looking back through it. She never leaves until she sees the faces of everyone inside, and she knows it's not yours she's looking for. When she's sure, she floats to the next window, always searching for what she doesn't remember, for the husband she didn't get to mourn. My dad then told a couple more legends of the Black Widow, and some of other specters reportedly roaming the halls of Telford. We then slid down the rabbit hole of discourse and found ourselves on the issue of killings performed by guards. It really doesn't happen that often. Usually it's the other way around. Some of them, though, like C.O. Johnson, for instance, by the time it's all said and done, they've spent more time inside the prison than the majority of the inmates. You gotta imagine that out of all these free men choosing to spend their lives behind bars, at least a few of them have a screw loose somewhere. Well, this new guard in the unit, affable guy, one of those buddy-buddy types with the convicts. His last name is Mangle, and so everyone immediately began calling him Mr. Mangle. Well, Mr. Mangle had this morbid obsession with what led somebody to prison, especially the inmates with more serious offenses. He'd question us stuff like, did they scream? How much blood was there? Did the knife go in easy? He's working in the unit approximately 6 months when he winds up shooting and killing a guy trying to hop the fence. Now this guy was going up for parole with good behavior, so the entire community is suspicious of his claim. But it's a guard's word against a dead inmate, so what can you do? I don't know if he had a taste for murdering before that happened, but I know he was surely hungry for it afterwards. Mr. Mangle is compelled to go on a required leave of absence, as is practice following instances like that. And when returns, it isn't long before convicts start going missing. Nobody knows where they've gone, but cameras surrounding the perimeter show no one's escaped, so it's presumed they must hiding inside the facility. Over the course of 5 months, 7 prisoners mysteriously vanish without a trace, and no one has any answers. Eventually, after reviewing security footage, investigating officers noticed 2 things. The inmates all disappeared going around the same corner to an unmonitored corridor, and shortly after, Mr. Mangle always appears coming back from the same place. They walk in and make a sweep around the hall where the detainees were last seen. They'd done them before, and come up empty, but they went back believing they must have missed something someplace. Well, they get down there, and who should appear? Strolling out from within the custodian's closet, but a perplexed Mr. Mangle. Warden sees him and instructs Mangle to follow him back to his office to answer a few questions. I guess it dawns on Mangle that the jig is up, and he flees back into the closet, slamming the door shut behind him. Officers pull the door open, and Mangle is gone. They pull everything out at start, searching it top to bottom when they detect a couple loose tiles in the floor. They pull up the tiles, and sure enough, it opens out to big shaft below. The shaft was part of defunct subterranean wing of the prison that had originally been intended to be a 3rd level that was never finished due to several mishaps during construction. It had lied dormant for decades until Mr. Mangle decided to promote himself to warden over the decrepit labyrinth of rusted cells. The guards explored the dark tunnel for hours but never did discover Mangle. They did, however, find the missing convicts. 6 of them were imprisoned inside the long-abandoned cells, malnourished, having been starved to death. The 7th convict was located in the kitchen area, chopped up, rotting, and stuffed in refrigerators. Parts of him were recovered on trays with biting marks and missing chunks of meat. He'd been attempting to feed number 7 to the other 6, and I believe they had in fact been eating him till the flesh rotted. Several sweeps over the next few days produced no clues as to Mangle's location. But then one morning he just appears from the closet, slashed all over with broken ribs and a shattered leg. The guards rush over and grab him, and he doesn't even resist them. While being interviewed, he admitted to the deaths, and when they asked why he ultimately decided to give himself up, he informed the questioning police that he hadn't been alone down there. That's something horrible, more evil than Mangle even, lurked through those halls at night. Word travels around the population of this hidden underground jail section, and some inmates scheme up a plot to escape down there themselves. Three men sneak their way down the shaft, and a day later one comes falling out of the closet looking about as banged up as Mangle. He claims Mangle was accurate, that something else inhabited those cells, something inhuman. He confesses that the remaining two fugitives were never found, that the guards failed to even seek for them. So the guards just believed his narrative like that? What if he was lying? I postulated. Most of those guards have been working there long enough to have seen some unbelievable things themselves, so it's not as outrageous as you might imagine. And heck, didn't you read C.O. Johnson's letter? As odd as that may sound, some of those people have even seen it snow in Texas. My dad and I were sitting on his couch finishing off some letters to be sent off to several inmates, in an effort to appease my inquiries into the prison's darker chapters. It was in the midst of this that a local news report playing in the background caught our ears. The anchors relayed to the listening public that a woman had jumped off a nearby bridge into oncoming traffic after having lost her child in an accident in the patch of asphalt a few months prior. It came to me then that sometimes the world beyond the prison's walls can be just as dreary as the ones inside it. The same thought must have gone through my dad's thoughts as he gazed at me and said, "The saudade was too much for her." Saudade? I asked. It's a Portuguese word. When someone you cherish is missing, saudade is the affection that's left behind. Inmates used to use it to describe the agony and limerence you'd feel after being deprived of all the simple delights in life once being locked up. People on the outside don't know what to do with that type of need and helplessness. They don't know how to let it lead them. What do you mean? When you've always been free, you can't grasp what that genuinely means. Every step you take is just another step. It's not leading you anywhere other than a stride past the one before it. Sometimes I see folks like this lady on the bridge and I pity them. They never learnt to cottywomple, never learned to grit their teeth and push on. They will never get to look forward to anything the same way a convict gets to looks forward to his liberation. The best way I can explain it is if you have two people walking towards the same destination, one them through a field of lilac and daisies under the bluest of blue skies. The other is traveling through a long, dark tunnel. Well, the person going through the field is going to enjoy the whole walk, sure, but when they finally get where they've been going, it's just another part of the field to them, pleasant, but not special, and ultimately just more of the same. The person down in the tunnel, though, well, they are nervous, afraid, claustrophobic even. But they can see that light, and it gives them hope, something to aim for, to look forward to. When they finally emerge from end of tunnel, they are stricken with the luminosity of it, smitten by the lilacs. This isn't just another part of the field for them. It's salvation. It's elation in knowing that worst is behind you. But you can't know the significance of where stand are until you realize where you stood. I suppose that's why so many inmates wind up going back. You pursue this blazing, beautiful light ahead for so long, and all of a sudden you're staring back at it and there's nothing directing your path anymore. I studied my father's great metaphor and then asked him, what about individuals living life? For them, their tunnel is a closed circuit, or the light must seem so far away that they know they'll never make it there in time. What guides them? You just gotta know that it may always be worse. For every dark tunnel, there's a darker one underneath it. And whichever tunnel you happen to find yourself in, if you walk it long enough, preserve hard enough, you'll discover your light. Like the people who escaped via the shaft in the custodian's closet, for example. They felt it couldn't possibly be worse than life in jail, but they were mistaken. He went on to tell me that those guys, Tully, Adams, and Halston, had managed to sneak out from Chow Hall and ransack commissary before making their way down into vacant bowels beneath the prison. The entire unit was on lockdown until the next day when Adams finally reappeared running back from the closet, bruised and battered, before collapsing at the feet of the first guard he saw. After an extended time in Seg, Adams was returned to population, greeted by a bevy of curious convicts. And this is what he told them. I guess it was Tully that originally contacted me with a concept he and Halston had been working up. They had this complex plan to light a fire down in the Chow Hall, to distract the guards, then bust-ass the commissary for supplies before making their way down below to Mangle's famed stomping grounds. He tells me Halston had already done a scope of the custodian's closet and had ensured him there was some truth to the myths of the abandoned prison wing under the linoleum. Says too that he knows the guards down in laundry where I worked were all chain smokers and don't mind sharing a cig with an inmate who kept their mouth shut when one of the guards would sneak a puff. So Tully asks me if I can smuggle back a match or two for their little distraction and if I want in on the getting out. I'm thinking, dude, I'm serving 40 to life in here. I won't see the other side of these walls till I'm nearly 70, and that's if I'm lucky. So I simply look at him and say, hell, why not? Next day I'm folding clothes and the CO lights one up. I ask him if he minds if I bummed one, so he hands me a cigarette, pulls out a box of matches and tosses it to me. I open the matches, pull out 4 or 5 while he's looking the other. Way then toss the box back. I get to rec, give Tully the contraband, and he tells me the next day it's all going down. Tomorrow comes and the guards make the call for meals. I look across at Tully and he gives me the okay. So we join the enormous migration down to Chow. Me and Tully are hanging around at the end of the line near the exits when I see Halston stroll over to the trash cans up front and toss something into. He starts going our way, and when he gets just about up to us, the can behind him blazes up. The guards by the exit rush over to the fire, and we burst out onto the run and sprint down to commissary. Tully picks the lock with a bobby pin, and we start filling garbage bags with candy bars, ramen noodles, bottled water, and anything we can get our hands on. In the back of the room on the storage shelves, we find 2 flashlights, a little portable AM/FM radio, and toss them into the bags as well. Whole time we are sprinting from commissary to the custodian's closet, looking like some reverse version of Santa Claus. The sirens are going off. I'm thinking we ain't gonna make it there before getting caught. But I guess fortune was on our side, since we didn't see a single guard the whole way there. Thank God for the Texas Board of Corrections and its chronic understaffing, I suppose. We fit into the closet, and sure enough, Halston wasn't lying. There, the ground amid a stack of pocket Bibles serving as paperweights was the definite outline of a cutout in the tile. Hall puts the Bibles to the side, pulls up the secret door, and starts dropping our luggage down the chute. Fiu tunk, fiu tunk, fiu tunk. When they hit the earth, echoes rushed back up the shaft, and I could tell it must open up to something big underneath. That was the first moment I think it truly hit me what we were doing, that this was happening, that it was real. After the last bag drops, Halston glances up with his legs already dangling halfway down the chute and says, "Welp, I suppose that means it's my turn." He continues making his way down, and just before his head is out of sight, he offers one more smiling glimpse. "See you boys on the other side." After about 15 seconds of downward maneuvering, he shouts, "Back up," and informs us we are clear to join him. Tully leans over, picks up one of the little orange Bibles now scattered across the tile, and tosses it to me. "What's this for?" I ask him, bewildered. "Hey," he answers, "you never know." He grins and winks at me, then joins Halston on the other side. I glance at the Bible for a second and almost chuck it back in the pile with its siblings on the floor, but thought, oh, what the heck, and instead I slide it into my pocket. With that, I take a big breath and enter the chute. The chute itself is about as wide as the main air ducts running along the ceilings up here. Maybe 18 by 18? A man can fit, but it's tight. Anyway, I shimmy down all the way to the bottom, until I feel my feet start to dangle free in the air. I can't see below me, and I'm terrified of heights, so I start panic a little. "Just let go," Halston cries to me. "You ain't gonna be injured. Tell you what, you be a big boy, jump down here, I'll give you some more time outside your cell today. Sound good?" "Fuck you, Hall," I yelled back, not enjoying his cynicism. "Come on, Adams," Tully interposed. "It's a 10-foot drop at most. You'll be all right, dude." I can't, man. I don't think I can do this." "So what you gonna do then, go back up? Here, I'll open my arms and you can jump right in. Come on, princess, I'll catch you. Just jump. Better yet, I'll lay on the ground and unzip my pants and send a pole up for you to slide down," Halston ridiculed. "Here, hang fast, Adams, I have an idea," Tully promised me. "I'm just hanging there, half in, half out of this shaft, praying I don't lose my grasp. I can hear the floor scrapping below me like something heavy is being dragged over it, then what sounds like something else being placed atop it. "All right, Adams, just lower down a little more," Tully urges. I do what he suggests, and I'm relieved to feel something firm under my feet. I continue the descent and see through the faint light shining down from the closet above that they'd brought an old desk over and placed a chair on top of it. I noticed too that what my head was telling me was a limitless chasm was really simply an 8-foot drop from the chute to the floor. "You good now, Princess?" Halston jokingly asked. "Yeah, I'm good now, jackass." "No thanks to that little pole of yours." We pulled the flashlights we'd lifted from commissary out of the bags and shined them around the room. Everything was unfinished. Wires were pulled out and hanging from cutouts for outlets and places intended to be light fixtures. The floor was solid concrete, the builders having never gotten around to tiling it. There were cobwebs in every corner, and dust permeated the air, protesting our arrival for disturbing its slumber. Unfinished walls stood as interior windows into what were meant to be private rooms. "Well, she ain't nice, but she's home," Halston said after our examination. "Let's hope not," Tully responded. "There's to be a way out of here to the outside." "Well, let's fucking locate it then," Halston cheerfully remarked. We grabbed our bags and started exploring the decrepit ruins. As we moved from corridor to corridor, this looming feeling of uneasiness overtook me. The darkness seemed to almost fester, like it wasn't a result of the lack of lighting, but rather bled out from someplace darker still, like it was an open wound, an infection almost. The air was moist and musty, like a wet towel that had begun to mildew after being lost under the hamper. The sounds of scurrying mice evading the impending intruders could be heard scampering down the halls, and as we worked our way through the foreboding shadowy tunnels, this awful déjà vu hit me, as it became evident that we were walking through an exact, although unfinished reproduction of the level right above. We spend the next few hours wandering the unlocked cells and crumbling walls along the perimeter of the complex, looking for any breaches to the outside. Whole time we do, I'm looking back over my shoulder, and in the back of my mind I'm thinking the guards are going to come running up on us at any moment. Halston must have been thinking the same thing, telling us in his thick southern drawl, "I don't think they're coming down here, boys. God dang, it feels nice to be a free guy." "We ain't free men yet, you dumb shit," Tully screams back. "Hell, we're deeper in prison than we've ever been. I'll tell you one thing though, if nothing else, I'm gonna enjoy the vacation while it lasts. Not." Long after that, we decided to call the quits on our quest for the night and have some food and sleep, then start again in the morning. We made our way to the kitchen, opened the doors, and were greeted with what must have been 100 terrified rats racing away from us in every direction. Jesus Christ, this must be where the snitches go to be reborn, Halston jested. We looked around and grabbed a couple big pots and departed the kitchen to the chow hall. Halston makes a fire in one of the pots. The other we fill up with some of the bottled water and use fire from the first to heat it up. Once it got to boiling, you already know what went down. We tear into our bags and let the feast begin. Imagine this. Best of the 80s playing on the little radio in the background while Tully stirs up 8 full packs of ramen. Halston is slicing the Vienna sausage and jalapenos, and I'm crunching up the Fritos and Cheetos. Man, it was a hell of a spread. Shit, we even melted down some Snickers and moon pies and created s'mores for dessert. Best I've eaten in 9 years. Tully might not have thunk we were free men yet, but hell if I didn't feel like one. We just sat there around the stew pot fire, trading stories and thinking about what we were going to do when we got out. Tully was headed to the beaches of Mexico to experience the tequila and the senoritas. Halston had plans to make his way up to West Virginia, where his relative had miles and miles of wild countryside. Me? I simply wanted to hug my best gal, my mama, one more time on the outside, and if they caught me again after that, well, so be it. For the first time in a long time, I forgot that I was in prison. I forgot that we were fugitives, and all of a sudden I was 10 years old again, camping with my dad, oblivious to the sinister turns my life would take. For a minute there, I wasn't serving life. For a minute there, I was living it. Anyway, stomachs virtually overflowing, the full toll of the day's events started to take hold. We made use of the filth-coated chow hall tables as mattresses to keep us up off the rat-plagued floorboards. The other guys were conked out already, but a combination of anxious energy that the guards still may crash our sleepover in Halston's. Incessant snoring had me wide awake. I sit up on the edge of the table and lean over the stew pot, warming my hands over the flames. The temperature felt like it had dropped a good 30 degrees since we'd first shimmied our way down into depths. I'm rubbing my hands together trying to warm up when from behind me, just outside the lunch hall doors, I swear I can hear this raspy breathing, asthmatic almost. Crew her. I turn around and check the blackness filling the doorframe, and the breathing ceases as soon I do. That same bad feeling I'd felt when we just arrived creeped its way back up my spine. I could sense this terrible power infecting the darkness just outside the edge of my view. Get it together, Adams, I whispered to myself. I shake it off and turn back around to the fire, but just as I take my eyes off the door, a huge crash echoes down the hallway behind me. Startled, I whirl back around, heart racing, and again timorously scour out into the abyss. Tully must have heard it too, because he groggily got up, rubbing his eyes, and mumbled, "These fucking rats are driving me insane." I just let out this uneasy chuckle, wanting to believe him. "Oh, these fucking rats, man. Hey, dude, hand me your flashlight, would ya? I must take a piss," he informed me. Yeah, here you go, catch." I toss him the flashlight and he gets up, walks out of chow, and I watch the yellow beam move down the run and then turn the corner towards the restrooms. About half an hour passes and he still ain't back, so I'm assuming he's either trying to find something to wipe with or he got lost. Another 30 minutes pass and I guess I should go check on him. So I wake up Halston and tell him that Tully's been gone along. He hands me the other flashlight and I start to get up when I hear someone coming down the run. I focus my eyes through the shadows and see it's Tully making his way back to the camp chow. It's too dark to make him out well though, and his flashlight is off, so I turn mine on and shine it at him. The beam hits his legs first, and I just remember not really comprehending at the moment why or how his feet were dragging the ground behind him. I gently lifted my light up across his torso and see his white uniform now had this enormous dark stain running down it. His arms were dangling lifelessly at his sides, and when my light reached up to his shoulders, I see his head was sagging over like his neck had gone slack. He's merely hanging there, suspended in the air, but nevertheless, still coming forward. That's when I saw this black figure, almost trying to disguising itself behind him. It must have recognized I spotted it too, because as soon I did, it stopped moving. With one arm completely outstretched, it extends its palm, and Tully hits the ground like a sack of potatoes. Halston hears his body smash the floor and jumps up to check what's going on. Now, my light is directly on this item, but the light doesn't pierce it. Nothing shines around it. It's like it is just absorbing the beam somehow. All we see is the black figure of a man standing there staring back at us. Time halted as we exchanged eyes for what seemed like an eon, until the monster once again started crawling towards us and broke the silence in this profoundly lampropic murmur. Fey. Fi. Fo. Thumb. Who's down crawling round in my slums? Halston cried back, attempting to sound confident, but the dread in his voice was clear. Who the fuck's there? And what the fuck did you do to Tully? The monster replied in these calm, long, drawn-out syllables. I broke his fucking neck. What the heck did you just say? Halston yelled as he grabbed a frying pan laying on the ground near his feet. I said, I shattered his fucking neck, and I ripped out his fucking tongue, and I'm going to do the exact same thing to you. You just messed up, you huge black bitch. Halston goes off in this dead sprint right toward it, frying pan cocked. Back. The monster doesn't even flinch as he bangs the pan right across its face. I assume Hall must have realized he'd made a mistake because he lowers the pan and starts to back up. But it pounces on him like a savage monster and starts scratching and biting at his flesh, parts of him breaking off and flying through the air. I Well, I'm sad to say I just bolted. I ran right out the side door with Halston's painful screams echoing out from the darkness behind me. I wanted to curl up and bawl on the floor, but I knew I had to get as far away from it as possible. I knew I had to hide. It's pitch black, and I'm making as many turns as I can down the winding corridors, stricken with panic and looking over my shoulder, praying I don't see it trailing me. I eventually end up in a more finished part of the level and realize I'm in the seg wings, that I've reached a dead end. I go to turn back, but I hear its voice reverberating off the walls from the halls I just ran from. Come out wherever you are," he began in that same growling whisper before his voice transformed into this deep, unnatural, maniacal shout as he spoke. "So I can rip you gut to gullet." I sprinted inside the first open door I saw and went nearly to the end of the run before crawling under the bed frame of an empty cell. "Where are you?" he muttered almost playfully, then ended his statement in the same awful baritone wail. "I'm hungry." Fuck, what do I do? I'm thinking madly. I move back as far as I can beneath the steel cot, and I just hope it doesn't find me. Then, Cree! I hear it shove open the block doors I'd just come through. It starts strolling down the run, and again I hear cree, cree, cree. It's opening every cell door as it slowly makes its way to mine. I don't know whether to shut my eyes or force myself not to blink as the cage directly adjacent to me creaks open. I'm holding my breath, frightened it will hear me breathe as I hear its footsteps come to a stop just outside my door. Cree! Through a dim light illuminating from somewhere above, I see his legs now standing in the doorframe. His feet are charred black and burnt, and he gives off this rotten odor of decay. Petrified, I watch as it walks a few steps further into the room and stops again. Then it just turns around and walks out before going to the other side of the run and opening the cell doors all along the opposite wall, until I finally hear its footsteps exit the block and head back down the seg wing. I had yet to move at this time. I was just sitting there petrified and praying I didn't hear its heavy steps come lumbering back my way. Eventually, I calmed myself enough to look around and study my surroundings. In horror, I discovered what I hadn't noticed in my haste to conceal. The floor around me was littered in bones, human bones, in enormous clumps and strewn all throughout the cell. Then I peered up to see that the source of the weak light was an incomplete air duct that appeared to run up to level above. I became all too conscious of where I was. I had hidden directly below MSEG, directly below cell 13. The thing chasing was the man from the vents. It was Voodoo Bob, and I was currently nested right inside his lair. I knew I had to get out of there, that I had to make my way to chute we'd come in on. With every bit of courage I could muster, I crawled out from the bed frame and silently exited the room, then moved cautiously into the adjoining cell where I'd pause and wait before going to next, and so on until I had made my way onto main seg run. Timidly, I gripped the walls, inching my way through the catacombs, crouching under cover when I could, to listen, to collect my breath. I moved at this sluggish pace for hours, it seems like, occasionally hearing Voodoo prowling a corridor or two over, stalking me. I'd stop and conceal and wait for him to creep in the opposing way, then begin again. Not a moment too soon, I noticed the dull yellow light from the chute above shining down into the pavement 100 feet off. I start getting myself up to take off to it when, right outside the room I really need to get to, I hear his foreboding steps. My heart sinks as I watch Voodoo come into view creeping upside down on the ceiling, circling back and forth in front of my exit. He must have known that that was my only way out. He was waiting for me, toying with me. I was imprisoned, I realized. Even if I managed to hide from him endlessly, how long before I starved? I knew that I had to get him away from that shaft. I would need time to scale it even if I somehow managed to make it there before he caught me. I needed as much space between him and me as humanly feasible. About then, I feel something gnawing at my trouser leg and just about jump out of my skin. I automatically whirl around and look down, and with total relief, I realize it's only a mouse. Right then, a flashbulb goes out in my head. The rat's in the kitchen. Maybe I could use them to create a distraction. I slink back from the corner I'd been peeping out from further into the run, then take the long way around the hallways back to the chow hall. I arrive there, and our small fire has all but fallen to coals, brutally providing just enough light to reveal Halston's disfigured remains being fed upon by an army of rodents. I averted my eyes. I had no time to grieve, no time to be repulsed. I knew I had to act quickly. I crept to the kitchen and carefully yet haphazardly stacked up as many pot and pans as I could. I then made my way over to Halston's corpse, whispered, "God forgive me," then turned my head away as I reached my hand deep inside his rent stomach and grabbed a handful of the first solid thing I felt and pulled from his body. I returned to my mound of pots and draped his violently unearthed intestines across it. From there, I snuck back to my roosting location perpendicular to the chute and waited. It wasn't long after that the rats took the bait. Ursha, wop, 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 wop. Not a second later, I see Voodoo rushing sideways down the wall on all fours, sprinting to the source of the crash, stomping so hard that behind him was a trail of indentions in the brick, not unlike fresh tracks in the snow. "I hear you," he roars. As soon as he passed, I dart out to shoot as fast as my legs will take me, scaling the desk and chair in a single bound and start to struggle my way up the shaft. I'm moving like I'd never moved, all my focus directed at the light from the floor above. About halfway up, though, my pants snag on a piece of metal protruding from the shaft wall, and I hear Voodoo screech from the kitchen in rage as he realized he'd been duped. I'm vigorously yanking my leg, but it's no use, and Voodoo is hammering down the corridor back my way. I am frantic, shouting up the chute, praying someone hears me. And then from below I see Voodoo's white eyes flash into view, peering up at me. "Peekaboo," he snarls. He climbs inside and starts clawing at my legs and pushing me towards him. "I'll slice your throat, you filthy bitch. You stupid fuck. I'm going rip you in half. You bitch. You fucking bitch." I feel his nails shredding my legs as blood gushes from the cuts. He starts to scale my body. I'm thinking that this it for me, that this is how I die. But when he gets up to around my waist, his hand hits my pocket and he shrieks and slides down the shaft a ways. "You bitch! You fucking bitch! I'll get for." "That you stupid cunt." It takes me a second to understand what had happened. And that's when I remember Tully, the Bible he'd given me. It was still in my pocket. I reach my hand in my down feeling for its leathery binding and pull it out as fast as I can, as Voodoo starts rising back towards me. His mouth is suddenly wide open, loaded with rows of small, vicious fangs, and as he prepares to sink them into my skin, I thrust the Bible straight into his throat. He slides back out of the chute and hits the earth below. With all my effort, I tear my leg free and scramble up the last distance, exploding out of the opening and spilling out into the closet. I grab the tile cutout and toss it back over the entrance as I notice Voodoo is now in a wild sprint up the chute. I swing my arms over to the loose stack of Bibles and sweep over as many as I can above the now shut shaft. I lurch back against the wall as the hidden door rattles and rocks, Voodoo screaming the most horrible and diabolical things from beneath it. Finally, it just stops. I can hear him start descending back into the catacombs below. I take a moment to collect myself, then hobble out of the closet and onto the run where I just collapse and start kissing the floor. After that, I hobbled my way to the guards and turned myself in. I used hate this place, you know, but now I don't think it's all that bad in comparison. After hearing Adams's frightening testimony, the poetry and symmetry of my dad's metaphor became evident. Adams had discovered his light at the end of the tunnel. He had come to appreciate where he was because of where he'd been. There was something wonderful about that, I thought. I couldn't help but feeling horrible for Tully and Halston as I looked at my dad and muttered, "That sucks for those guys. They get their first taste of freedom in years just to have it torn away so violently. You have to remember," he says me, "those guys were criminals. They weren't meant to be free. They were locked up for a reason, and if you knew what they'd done, I bet you wouldn't feel so bad for them." What did they do? Well, those two were always hanging about each other. They liked to bully some of the newer, weaker inmates. There was one inmate in particular that they developed an interest in. They made him their pet. They'd steal his commissary, beat him, rape him, emasculate him in any way they could. Started to make him take his visits with his wife and son dressed up as a house bitch. Imagine witnessing your dad like that as tiny boy. Well, the dad decides he's got enough of it one day and tells them he won't dress up like that in front of his kid. Again. To his surprise, they tell him okay, and they leave him be. Well, the guy's wife always shows there at the start of visiting hours like clockwork, and Halston and Tully know it. So they have a couple of pals on the outside come visit them during the same time as the guy is having his visit. About an hour in, Halston rushes the guard, and Tully runs over to this poor guy and just starts shanking him in the stomach over and over and over again, while his son and wife watch in horror through the glass. Kill him in the most brutal way right in front of his little boy. But what about Adams? He seemed like a genuinely nice guy. All he wanted was to see his mother one more time. My dad took a deep breath and continued. That's the weird thing about Adams. He was always talking about fishing with his dad again, having one of his mama's home-cooked meals. But you'd think for someone so attached to his parents they'd visit him once or twice, right? But they never did. Not once since I'd been there had he gotten a single visitor aside from legal counsel. Well, no one knew what his accusations were, only that they must be significant being as he was serving life. One day, though, his file gets pulled for review up in the office, and one of the inmates that worked there stole a curious glance inside it. After that, word gets out that Adams' mysterious charge was double homicide, the victims of which being the parents he so desperately longed to see. Apparently, he'd taken some hallucinogens and become so agitated and disoriented that he'd pulled hollow end of a shotgun on them. Now, I don't know if he is just lying to himself about it all because he can live with the guilt, or if he truly believes they are still out there waiting for him to come home. I honestly don't know what to make of it. That's so sad for him and his parents, I remarked, thinking and reevaluating my previous thoughts of pity. I know you feel bad for these people, but they didn't get to prison by acting like saints. Despite what they will tell you, the empathy you feel inside isn't an emotion that they're familiar with. For all that luminous light at the end of the tunnel, they are thing in the dark that's chasing you towards it. In the mail came 3 simple white envelopes addressed to my father having come in from the prison. He brought them inside, tossed one over, and I gently peeled down the seal to expose its treasured cargo. The first letter I enthusiastically opened was from an inmate by the name of Walter Ramirez, who is now serving a 20-year sentence for narcotics possession and parole violations. My dad told me that Ramirez is what was known as within the prison as a boomerang. A boomerang is an inmate who keeps winding back up behind the prison's barbed wire fences no matter how many times the guards walk them out through the gates. Ramirez would come in on a 6-month or a 2-year sentence. The charge is always drug-related. Serve his time, say his goodbyes for what he'd swear would be the last time, just to be reintroduced to population a few months later. I really can't understand why someone would keep doing that to themselves, I observed. Just like that God-forsaken prison, everyone is haunted by something, be it ghosts, the past, the future, or in Ramirez's case, drugs. It's not as easy to exorcise those demons as Hollywood portrays, he suggested. I suppose I agreed, but I just think given the options, knowing what I know about the prison, I don't know. I think I'd make it my mission to stay as far away from that place as possible. You would. You have a good head on your shoulders, a strong moral compass. Must have got it from your mother's side because you sure didn't get it from me. But not everybody is that strong. And to tell you the truth, a lot of the stuff that happens in there, well, you kind of just bury it deep. Inside, you forget about it. Forget about it? How? I'm not really sure about that myself. But before you'd brought all this up, I never thought about any of it. It was like it hadn't occurred. Like I'd had amnesia over the whole thing. I can't describe it. But as soon as you asked me, all these memories came flooding back, all at once and in vivid detail. It's like when I would reflect on my time there, I only remembered the nice moments. Sometimes I have these dreams where I get out of bed and I find myself walking through the twisted pines beneath the moonlight to the prison. When I get there, the gates are always open, welcoming me, and I don't know why, but I always walk inside. Once there, I find myself drawn to a light at the end of long hallway, like a moth to a flame. When I arrive, I see the light is coming from a cell, and it feels like it's my cell. Instinctively, I step through the door and lock it behind me. The lights go out and I feel free almost, as strange as that sounds. You have nightmares, you must mean? He hesitated for a moment as he assessed my question. No, not nightmares. It's like that's where I'm supposed to be, where I want to be. Like the prison itself is calling to me, beckoning me home. When I wake up, I'm relieved to see I'm still in my bedroom, of course, but at the same time, somewhere deep inside me is this vague sense of disappointment, of dislocation. Perhaps Ramirez had experienced this same foreboding beckoning home, I thought. Maybe all inmates are enticed by it and find themselves sleepwalking in the night and through the pines, back into the guts of the beast. Maybe it wasn't the long-past tunnel's light that kept them back to a cell as my dad had believed, but then maybe it was. Maybe it's all the same thing. Maybe the light is the beckoning. Maybe, regardless though, of whatever it was that kept pulling Ramirez back to Telford, this time it had decided to keep him for long enough to master his penmanship, I noted, since the first page of his letter's contents were inscribed in these flawless, accurate pen strokes. As the pages went on, however, the pristine chirography deteriorated into trembling, tremulous lines, as if midway through he'd suddenly developed a bad case of Parkinson's disease. As I scrutinized his missive further, I recognized that the shift in his longhand had not been the result of some spontaneous illness, but rather the anxiety-filled scribblings of a shaking man. And this is what he wrote. Popeye, it has been a while since I'd last heard from you. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me. Just pulling your chain, man. Or do you even wear chains anymore now that you're on the outside? I was delighted to receive an invitation to your wedding a few months back. Unfortunately, I was not able to save the date. Regretfully, I had already committed myself to a prior engagement. Asshole. Seriously though, Dave, congrats on the wife. Me and the guys all got a kick out of your invites. How are your boys? Did your youngest finally graduate? My oldest will be a senior this upcoming year. As you can imagine, it's dragging on me that I won't be there. I used to think she would understand, but hell, I don't understand it myself. Now I just hope she can forgive me someday. Have you written Terry lately? He's my cellie now, how about that? He and several of the other inmates from chapel are going to do some type of religious cleansing thing with Father Thomas. I told them they ain't no damn priests, but they've got their minds all made up, so we shall see how it goes. Big John and Pete Hobbs finally made parole. They'd been denied a combined 34 times, but got approved in the same week. Can you believe it? The boys down here in L House threw them a little going-away party. Going to miss those guys, won't be. The same without them. We miss you too, Dave. Can you imagine how many pickle jars have gone unopened around here since old Popeye flew the coup? All the same, and no offense, but I hope I don't see you again anytime soon this side of the bars, if you know what I mean. In, all honesty, Pop, that's right about where I feel comfortable leaving this letter. I thought at first maybe I'd just pretend I didn't notice your questions regarding my experiences with the occult. But you know as well as I do, not a darn convict in this place reads their mail less than a dozen times before putting it down. I guess I could have lied, stated I didn't have any to speak about, but something don't feel right about lying like that. Hell, maybe if your son is writing these things online as you say, someone will finally take notice and do something about it. So linked to this, I've sent you a couple pages documenting my worst interactions. I hope they help you with whatever it is you're doing. Your friend, W.R. Ramirez, just as promised. Ramirez had included a few pages outlining his more unusual observations. I imagine he took a long, drawn breath of hesitation before regretfully divulging the peculiarities to which he bore witness. I Guess I'll start off with some of the weird but not necessarily wicked things I've seen in here. This first little part takes place over in the depth pods, like I mentioned. It isn't inherently scary or anything, but kind of peculiar. Well, my first work when I came back this last time was as a hard scrub. You know, not like a janitor or anything, but someone that does the really deep cleaning. Scrape the grime from the tiles, polish the metal, go under and behind things, etc., etc. One day, I guess the deprivation wing was finally devoid of detainees, so I got sent down to conduct a hard scrub on them. Anyway, when I got there, all of the doors are open, all of the lights are on, which I found unusual in and of itself, simply to see it lit up like that. But the craziest thing was what was inside some of the pods. The first few were quite innocuous. A little graffiti clumsily painting the walls, tally marks scratched in noting their meals to count the days, but otherwise nothing more than a standard house cell minus the window. But then I step into maybe the fourth or fifth cell down the line, and gracing the brick is this Michelangelo of a portrait. The artwork itself is this gorgeous picture of space, of the planets and stars, all inside this immaculate swirling galaxy. And as I look closer, studying what I assume is a smear across one of the planets, I see that it's actually a featureless gray man-like being, and he's leading another man by the hand holding as they just float over the universe. I call the guard in and ask him about it. You know, who did, how did they do it, why they did it. He tells me he thinks it was once Ricky's cell, but that he has no clue how he did it. There are absolutely no lights when you're in deprivation, just constant stark darkness. And they aren't allowed pens or pencils, couldn't see to do anything with them anyhow. But I'm telling you, the thing on this wall would put the Sistine Chapel to shame. It was bright and vibrant, every line deliberate and exacting. It was breathtaking. Needless to say, as I move into the next pod, I'm once more taken aback when an exact reproduction of the mural in the pod before also spans this wall. Except it's zoomed in some, the planets and stars now larger in foreground. And the gray man has now migrated from the furthermost planet and across one planet closer to Earth. And with him are two men instead of one. I summon the guard in again. I am perplexed as he informs me the inmate in this pod had never been into the prior one, and that his term had been served after the carver of the first was no longer with us. He assured me this wasn't anything the prison staff themselves had done either. The story was the same as I traveled in and out of the different pods. In each one was the same image, simply projected larger. The gray guy pushing another planet closer until stopping in the orbit of a hugely scaled Earth, carrying with her more and more mankind as he did. But in the penultimate cell, well, the tone or aura of it just completely morphed. In this pod was the gray man again, but instead of the planets he was in front of prison, this prison, floating above it, staring down at it with his back to the audience of admirers that may have happened upon the mural. Then in the last cell, his actual evil intent was revealed. He was inside the prison now, and he had morphed from this kind of beneficent presence guiding the seemingly lost guys into a monster. His eyes were now black holes, and some of the men were being pulled into them, and his mouth was wide open, as her razor-sharp fangs appeared to be feasting on the others. The last couple of pods really made me uneasy. It was like I was seeing something I wasn't meant to. I just scrubbed the remainder of the depth wing as quickly as I could and got out of there. Make of it all what you will. Chalk it up to the resourcefulness of caged men if you'd like. But, after seeing it, I can't help but feel there is something more to it than that. The other event, or what have you, occurred just a few weeks after that. It happened in H House, so I wasn't there for it directly. But everyone living in H all stated the same thing. And this is what I heard. One morning, an inmate wakes up to his cellmate shouting these scared, bewildered sounds. "Vixie, where am I? Where am I? Open this door? Get me out of here?" Well, he flips over to tell his cellmate to stop the heck up, and all of a sudden he too finds himself perplexed. His cellmate is still across from him, laying in his bunk and looking over at a third guy who is simply screaming and raving for the guards. The other guy in their cell is dressed to the nines, full three-piece suit, expensive leather loafers, and a briefcase which he is pounding with both hands over his head against the door. Guards come rushing down the run, peer through the glass and then look at each other, just as baffled as the three men inside. They open the door, pull him out, and bring him to a room for interrogation. He tells them his name is Jonathan Adler, and that he's a criminal defense attorney from the Dallas area. He says the last thing he remembers, he was filling out paperwork in his office for a murder case he'd just lost. Next thing he knows, he wakes up and he was in that jail. COs make a few calls and his story, oddly enough, checks out so. With a lack of other recourse, they let him go. Wife picks him up and carries him off down the interstate. Now, after word of Mr. Adler gets out and around the population it turns out he had represented a few of the inmates that were locked up at the time. They said he was a public defender, and a terrible one at that. They seemed to think he was working with the DA to put as many individuals behind bars as possible, irregardless of guilt. But then, everyone in here will tell you the same. Thing about their own lawyer, so take it with a grain of salt. Anyway, the last guy he'd defended ends up hanging himself in his cell after being convicted of murder and sentenced to life. Everyone on the jury for the trial says Adler really dropped the ball, that he'd left so many claims and accusations unrebutted, unattempted even, that the jury had no choice but to convict him. 2 days after his suicide, new DNA evidence is discovered completely exonerating him. Big help to the guy now, right? So, like I said, the guards let Adler go and watch him disappear down the highway. A week later, in C House this time, another inmate is awakened to those same frightened shouts. The guards don't believe what they see when they arrive to the cell. Once again, but in pajamas instead of a suit, Adler is back, beating on the cell door. They let him out, watch him drive off again, and that's the last the Telford unit sees of him. Now a handful of people here keep in contact with inmates from various prisons strewn over Texas. They all start getting letters back from their pen buddies saying this screaming lawyer has just started appearing in their pods and houses too. Apparently, every day for 3 weeks straight, Adler would be doing paperwork or having dinner, then just black out and wake up in prison. After a while, I guess he just gave up, because one morning an inmate wakes up to Adler once more in their cell. This time, though, he isn't screaming. He's hanging from the ceiling with his necktie wrapped his throat. Craziest aspect of the whole event, though? The final inmate he defended, his name was George Carmichael, but all of his friends reported that they called him Karma. All right, now on to the portion I've been dreading. This one is related to what you said in your letter about C.O. Johnson, how he'd mentioned something that he called flesh crows. Well, even without the full context of his story, I knew immediately what he was talking about. See, I've seen one too. About 8 months ago now, I guess. I was working out in the crops with my co-worker Charlie Crest. We were tiling up the soil, getting it ready for the seed, when Charlie tells the CO he has to take a piss. CO doesn't want to walk us both all the way back inside, so he instructs him to go urinate in the bushes a little ways off. So Charlie heads to the forest and disappears behind the trunk of a large pine. About 3 minutes pass, and CO starts yelling at him that time's up. All right, inmate, tie it up. Let's go, inmate. What the hell are you doing over there, draining a lake? The CO's directives are received with quiet, however. God damn it, Cret, not today. He sighs. He clicks in the button at the side of Tiu, his walkie, but before he can relay that there is a possible escapee, the leaves in the brush beside the tree where Charlie was emptying himself start vibrating violently. We both just stood there watching while for the next 30 seconds, the bushes rattled and rocked. A second later, Charlie rises up from the undergrowth. Inmate, you got 10 seconds to get your ass back over here. I thought you said you had to piss, not take a dump. Charlie sat stationary for another 5, maybe 6 seconds, without speaking a word, before finally making the trip back over to the crops. Get a move on, inmate, the CO ordered. But Charlie didn't appear to grasp the urgency in the CO's voice as he kept his lethargic, measured pace. That's when I first started to sense something was off. He'd been walking at us with the sun right behind him, virtually concealed in the brilliance of it. But as he got closer, it became evident that this man slowly coming was not the same man who had fled just a few minutes before. His features were drooping almost. It was as if you had put a king-sized sheet on a queen-sized mattress. His skin just didn't quite fit. It was loose over the bones of his nose, with his nostrils hanging down an inch past the tip. His eyes were halfway covered by his sagging brows, and his lips and cheek were bunched up and to the left side of his face. His fingers looked like a child had hastily slipped his hand in a latex glove, with some fingers twice as large as they should have been, and others flapping freely where he'd missed the hole. The most alarming element of it all was that whoever this oncomer was, he was wearing Charlie's uniform. Then it hit me that even in this damaged condition, I recognized this man, not as Charlie Crest, but as one of the fanatics whose skin had gone missing all those years before. But how is it conceivable, I thought. Before I could examine the topic further, the CO pulled his weapon and started shouting, "On the ground, inmate! On the ground, now!" He, or it, acted as if nothing was occurring, as if a loaded weapon wasn't locked precisely onto him. As he continued defying the CO's directives and inching onward, it started emitting these muted groans, like someone attempting to scream with duct tape covering their mouth. "Right now, prisoner, down, right now, God damn it!" By now it was barely a few yards away, when it gently shifted and directed its path squarely at the CO. "Stop, inmate. I shall be obliged to fire if you do not cooperate, and get on the fucking ground." Then, a pop, 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 pop. 4 shots were discharged from the CO's weapon directly into its chest. It stumbled backwards, then crumpled to a heap on the ground. I watched in appall as it started to twitch and wriggle and writhe, as its blood spewed out onto the dirt and fused with the earth until the entire area around it had turned to mud. As the CO started to run over, he was stopped in his tracks, when it started retching and lurching madly where it lay. Then again, in disgust, we just watched as the skin surrounding its mouth opened up and stretched like the jowls of a python as it began making these dreadful heaving noises, and it started to spit out what appeared to be a ball of hair. Hurgi, hurgi, hurgi. Disgust turned to terror as the hair was forced further out. I could see that it was not in fact a ball of hair, but rather a head of hair, Charlie's hair, and still linked to Charlie's head. Before long, Charlie's entire lifeless face had been discharged as the thing expanded its mouth wider still and made its way slithering down past his shoulders and then his waist until Charlie had been fully vomited up. He was nude, coated in bile and blood and strands of loose hay. His chest was an open cavern where the CO's bullets had gone through his fleshy constrictor and inside him. Now, fully divorced from Charlie, the thing, the flesh crow, lay on the ground not unlike a deflated balloon. It lifted its flattened head and peered at me, gazing placidly up with its empty sockets. It started to flail itself through the mud and towards me, hurling one limp arm over the other, scraping itself forward. It was moving so slowly, I just watched in awe, nothing forcing me to move. It was little more than a shovel's length away when in a movement too fast for me to respond to, it unexpectedly flung itself through the air, falling directly at my feet. It tried to no effect to jump back out of its reach, but clumsily managed to trip over my own laces. I feel this incredible pressure on my thighs as its rubbery arms grasped one in each hand. It pressed my legs together and positioned itself just between the bottoms of my soles. Its mouth opened and prolonged, and through its gaping orifice in a single gulp, it consumed my feet up to the ankles. Its hand moved their way up to the outside of my hips, tugging me closer lower as it swallowed me further. It had managed to sink me all the way up the knee within its guts when the CO yelled out, "Back up! Back out of it, Ramirez!" But its strength was tremendous. I tried ripping its taut, leathery hands off me, but they didn't budge. I can't! It's too strong! Fuck! The CO ran up behind me and started dragging me from the pits of my arms. I'm now waist deep in its squishy carcass, and yank as he may, I was only sinking farther within. Shit. Fuck. Hold Ramirez, the CO told me as he rushed off and disappeared inside the farm shed. A second later, he reemerges carrying something with him I couldn't be bothered to notice as the object was currently working its way up and past my chest. "Hurry, please, get it off me," I begged. I saw the CO appear at the base of its feet, now nearly enveloping my own. Over. His head, the CO, thrusts back the object he'd grabbed from the farm shed, which I now make out to be a pitchfork. The last thing I notice before its lips totally wrap my eyes is the CO, smashing the pitchfork back down towards the ground. I find myself completely engulfed in darkness. All sound is muted and muddled. I can't speak or move. I am buried alive, atop the dirt. The pressure by which it's wrapping me is tremendous and restricting my breathing. Just as I start to fade from consciousness, once again it starts to twitch, rattling my bones from within. The next thing I feel is a hard, steady tugging at the tufts of my hair. And then there is a release of sorts, the constricting force squeezing down on my lightens. I feel its lips slipping down from my forehead, and suddenly, I can see again, and I notice that it is the CO. He was yanking at my hair, removing me from the last part of me left to grab. I feel the flesh crow, as it were, vomiting this slimy liquid all over my body, and it starts retching just like it had done with Charlie's corpse. Soon I can hear again, then talk again, until finally the CO is able to clasp me from behind and wrap his arms around my torso and wrench me totally free in one final tug. We take a minute to recover ourselves as the mound of deflated flesh at our feet relentlessly squirms in position towards us. I notice the pitchfork piercing through its feet and into soil below, affixing him to the ground. Eventually, CO mutters somberly, There's a gas can and a spare cage in the kennels. We couldn't do it here, but there's a blind spot out near the rear of the yard." I just nodded without saying a word and proceeded to the kennels, took the gas in the cage, and walked back. We carefully used the pitchfork to drag it along the ground and into the cage. Luckily, for as strong as it was, it didn't weigh much. We carried it as it silently tried to worm its arms through the thin slits between the bars of the cage, cautiously out to the blind spot. Next, we dragged Charlie's fresh cadaver out to join his writhing captor. We made sure no one else was around. Us then proceeded to douse the cage and its contents head to toe in gasoline. Doused Charlie too, struck a match, watched them burn, and then buried their ashes under a nearby sycamore. We told the other guards that Charlie had escaped into the woods, and that the discharges they may have heard were only an attempt to stop him. After that, I merely went back to my cell, and that was that. I hadn't whispered nary a word of any of this until now, and God willing, I won't ever have to again. It was from about this point on that the beautifully penned script began to change into barely legible offhand. It appeared to have been written sometime after the previous parts, an urgent addition to the otherwise meticulously planned message. It seemed hurried, frantic even. With straining eyes, I deciphered its contents aloud. Dave, not sure how to begin. It's about Terry. He went down into that damn prison cellar, and ever since he got back, the way he's been acting. Well, it's worrisome to say the least. I told him not to go down into that fucking basement. He's not an ordained minister or a priest. He's not trained for that shit. I told him he was susceptible to that kind of thing. The last 3 days he's been angry and paranoid, psychotic even. He hasn't slept since he returned to population. I don't think he's eaten either. He just paces the room all night, talking to himself, the meaningless murmurings of a maniac. At least I believed he was talking to himself. But last night, I swear to God, we are the only ones in this cell. And I heard someone talking to him in this angry, hateful whisper. And it's not just Terry, it's Briggs too. Hell, half the guys that went down there are acting different now, disconnected from themselves. One of the inmates that saw them crawling out of that shaft says they didn't come out there alone neither. Says they pulled out this old man, and he was dazed and completely out of it. He was covered in dirt and soot, and well, he thinks it was Voodoo Bob, or the Bob part of him anyway. Honestly, Dave, I'm concerned that Terry brought back more than just a bewildered old man from that damn tomb. Shit. I gotta go. They're calling for mail haul. If you don't hear back from me by this time next mail call, well, I'm not sure what that signifies, but I can't imagine it's anything pleasant. Ramirez. I laid down the letter and looked up at my dad, who was now staring down at the remaining envelopes in his hands with this concerned and haggard expression. "What's wrong?" I asked. His eyes rolled up to meet my gaze as he delivered me the second of the 3 letters. I recognized then the source of the solemnness that had gripped him. The second letter was from Terry. "Hey, Popeye, how's life been treating you?" "Me, I'm doing well. Baptized 6 inmates yesterday's service. God is good, brother. We miss your testimony, though, Dave. You always had that hint of poetry when you talked. Kelling up with that old boomeranging rascal. Ramirez now. As for your question about whether or not I can send you back some dark and creepy crawly tales, well, you might just be in store for a whopper of one." Father Thomas petitioned the warden to let us exorcise the abandoned prison wing. "Gonna give Voodoo a big fat lip and a black eye. It'll be me, Briggs, Father Thomas, a couple guys that got here after you left, and a few COs, boy. You should hear Ramirez work himself up over the whole thing. Like he's my wife or something. You'd think he was the one going down there and not me. Anyway, I'll have finished this up after we come back. I'll fill you in on the juicy stuff then. God bless you, Dave. Bro, Terry." A transition from black to red ink on the page symbolized Terry's return from the prison's underbelly. "Hello, Dave. We just got back from our combat with the devil. I was right in believing I'd have's doozy of a new yarn to share. At the moment, though, the whole situation is taking its toll on me. My head is throbbing and I have this awful cough. I'm not sure if I'll get around to all the gritty details before mail call if I don't get to feeling better. But I'm sure Father Thomas can fill you up if I wind up taking too long to respond. I only hope this cough is the only thing I brought back. I'll try and write you some more tomorrow. I've got to get some rest. Bro, Terry." Just like in Ramirez's letter, the wording started to become frantic and carelessly scribbled from that point on. The lines ran through the margins and outside of their prescribed boxes. The paper was deeply indented from the force of the pen's tip, and even tore through in some places. This is what the last part of Terry's letter said. "Dave, I suspect something's wrong. I'm having these thoughts. Loud thoughts. Dark thoughts. I can't even go near the chapel anymore without my stomach twisting to knots. You fuck. I feel like I'm losing control. Whatever happened down there, well, you stupid fuck, I don't even remember it anymore. It's only a couple days, but the whole you bitch thing is just this blank in my now. But somehow I remember you. I remember you, Dave. I remember you screaming in the seg halls. You fuck. You stupid fuck. I'll slit your throat. I'll slit your fucking throat, you fuck." The remainder of the letter carried on like whey, spreading across every inch of available space. I gazed up at my dad, who appeared to be even more solemn than before. I wasn't sure what to say, how to soothe him. Maybe it's a joke. "To scare you, to get you back for those wedding invitations," I offered. He just groaned and continued, "No, it's not possible." The words he chose. I had told Terry about what happened that night to me in MSEG, but you were the first person I ever told what the thing was actually screaming at me. Well, what about the other letter? Maybe there's some answers in it? Defeated but terribly hoping, he delivered me the 3rd envelope. My search for information, however, was off to a rocky start, as the return address just stated that it had been sent from Telford, but not by whom. The sender had not included a name. It was heavier than the last 2 letters as well, and thick, as if someone had folded over a magazine and squeezed it inside. Trepidatiously, I opened the letter, and to my dismay, was confronted by even more questions, since only contained within its multiple pages addressing my father was the same 2-word phrase, replicated and repeated to infinity. "Come home, Dave. Come home. Come home, Dave. Come home, Dave. Come home. Come home. Come home. Come home." What does it say? He asked me like a cancer patient asking their doctor about their x-rays, doing their best to be cheerful. I didn't have the heart to tell him. Nothing. I think Ramirez must have accidentally sent you a letter meant for his daughter by mistake. I'll take care of it." He nodded at me, and I could sense he knew I was lying, but he let it go. He trusted my judgment on the situation. "Well," he began, shattering the tense stillness. "I guess I've got no choice." "No choice?" "I have. To know what happened down there. I have to make sure Terry is okay, to check on Ramirez. I have to talk to Father Thomas, and sooner than the mailman allows. I have to go back to Telford." My heart fell. I couldn't help but wonder the good that would come from my father making the lengthy trek back to the prison. What? Could he do that someone else already there hasn't? I could see that by the expression in his eye. There would be no changing his mind, however. But why? Could it really just be that he was worried for his friends? Or was it something else? Was he lying to himself, convinced himself his reasons were justified? Had he inadvertently just answered Telford's incessant beckoning home to all the former residents it never meant to relinquish? Couldn't be sure. But I did know one thing. If my dad was going to go back through those hungry gates, he wasn't going without me. The imminent drive to Telford weighed heavy on my mind as I methodically folded the outfits I'd need for the trip into a small duffel. It hung ominously before me, a quickly approaching execution date, as I anxiously waited for my father's call to say he'd changed his mind, and that I'd been pardoned of the accusation. I had driven the 6 hours of twisty asphalt before, but still it felt different this time. It seemed like I was meeting with an old friend for the first time after discovering their darkest secrets. It seemed daunting and dangerous. Regardless of my fear, however, I knew tomorrow's arrival would occur whether I willed it to or not, and I would be better suited to confront it well rested. I tossed my now ready duffel from my mattress to the floor, drew back the blankets, and hesitantly, though I lay, presented my eyes to the Sandman. Sleep did not come quickly, however, as the night's muted calm emerged as an unexpected enemy to my slumber. The once faint leaking from the bathroom sink congealed with the sporadic kisses from an overgrown branch outside against the siding, to produce a cacophony of deafening diversions. With my eyelids now stubbornly ajar, I became audience to the banded shadows cast by the open blinds, whom now danced carelessly over my walls, brazenly drunk off moonshine, between the persistent calm and the suddenly all too brilliant gloom. I decided to put a few more miles on my long-since decrepit box fan. Its creaks and rattles were a refreshing refreshment flowing into the empty cup of a thirsty guy. The constant whipping of air did wonders to quench much of my concern, and though I know in all actuality the loudness in the room had definitely increased, it felt hushed somehow. But as fast as it arrived, the serene ambiance was cut short still in its infancy, as the gusts of wind bursting forth from my fan had begun to ruffle up a stack of loose paper on my dresser. The fluttering stationery, I realized, were the letters to my father that I had been transcribing earlier in the night. Their snooze had been rudely disrupted, and now cried out to me like a toddler demanding to be rocked back to sleep. Begrudgingly, I staggered out from my bed to fix their position and remove them from the windstream. Like I neared the dresser, though, they took flight into the air like might a flock of pigeons being besieged by a youngster in the park. I stood, anxiously reaching in the blizzard, trying to wrangle up the rectangular snowflakes as they dropped. More than annoyed, I leaned over, criticizing them for misbehaving as I angrily corralled them up. I opened a junk drawer and stuffed them clumsily inside, to let them know they were being punished. As I turned back for bed, to my great chagrin, I observed another sheet being blown flat against the corner of the wall. I stomped over to it and snatched it from the ground. I threw it a contemptuous sneer, and when I did, I caught a glimpse of what was written on the page. "Come home, come home, come home, come home." My breathing was quickly quickened. I felt the blood pour from my face as this seemingly simple message felt more like a frightening omen than an accident of chance. I hurriedly threw it in the drawer with its fellow inmates and buried myself back behind the blankets. I cleaned my mind, averting myself of any incoming ideas, and decided not to open my eyes again till daylight. The dawn hit me like a drunken vehicle careening through a stop sign, foot still on the pedal as I felt the contact. Groggily, I put on a pot of coffee before getting into a cold shower. Lather though I would, the foul sentiments I had about what lay ahead would not rinse from my flesh. As well, the coffee and ice water did little to wake me. It was as a zombie that I answered my father's jarring knocks on the door. "Ready?" he inquired, as would a soldier to a comrade as they prepared to engage in a conflict. "As much as I can be," I said. "All right," he said with a big inhale. "Let's go." I took my suitcase and placed it in his trunk as he tossed me the keys and informed me that I'd be driving. I didn't mind thinking that monitoring the road may keep my mind off of where it was headed me. "You get any sleep?" "You look tired," my father questioned. Not a wink. "I think I'll put in a complaint with the Sandman department, like a baby," he informed me. I wonder how it was that he was able to sleep so easily, knowing he'd be returning to the cage in which he'd spent so much of his life. I wondered, however, if perhaps it had something to do with his dreams, the prisons, beckoning if perhaps he was, in fact, looking forward to being back within the heavy walls of Telford once more. I wondered, but I did not ask. We left the journey at 6:30 that morning, and barring traffic or car difficulty, had anticipated to see the familiar razor wire fences filling the dashboard window by 2. The asphalt was moist with dew, and a light fog pervaded the horizon. The sun appeared reluctant to climb, and I felt as though it too was dreading our trek. "So what exactly is the plan? When we get there, I mean?" I asked my father, whose gaze was fixed steadfast down into the flooring. Without looking up, he informed, "He knows so well the plan is to make it up there during visiting hours and have a visit with Ramirez. And then wait in the parking lot until we see Father Thomas come out and have a little chat with him as well. It's Sunday, though, so we will have to catch him between services." "What if we don't see him? Or if he doesn't want to talk?" "I've spent 14 years behind bars. I'm good at waiting. We'll see him eventually, and when we do, he'll talk." The following hour or so of the drive was relatively peaceful. My father had always been a pauciloquent man, rarely speaking unprompted, and I had acquired distaste for frivolous discussion and small talk. As we hit our first piece of traffic on the road, however, he abruptly broke the stillness. "Weather's kind of gloomy out, huh?" he asked. Yeah. I could definitely go for some clear skies right about now." Yeah, me too. And this traffic is crazy. Why are so many people up this early on a Sunday morning?" His newfound interest in meaningless chit-chat was a weak veneer to disguise the worrisome undertones his voice. "Church, I suppose. Is there something on your mind?" I asked. "No, not really." "Well, actually," he confessed, "it's just, well, you don't have to do this. I know you're worried about me after everything I've told you about the prison. I don't blame you, but I'll be fine. If you want to wait in the parking lot or in the hotel room, I won't blame you, and I'll tell you everything that happened when I get back. I've already spent enough of your time inside those walls when you were growing up coming to see that you shouldn't have to return there ever again. And if you just want to turn the car around and go home and let me make the drive by myself, that's okay too." "No," I argued. "There is no way you are going through those doors without me. I'm a grown man now, and I can handle myself if I need to. But I've come too far, heard too much. I have to see it for myself. If something other than inmates and guards are living inside those cells, I have to know." "Well, if you are half as stubborn as I am, I guess there is no changing your mind, just the offer stands, all right?" "All right, but don't try to pressure me to stay behind if I still want to go ahead. Deal?" "Deal," he nodded. Eventually, the traffic spread thin and the tires intensified their mastication of the moving asphalt before us. The sun, too, has now loathing up, but its beams were still blocked by heavy storm clouds, whom had to this time still kept their tears. Inevitably, their wounds became too great to contain, as they let out a deafening roar and the rain began to fall. Thick and heavy droplets vigorously tested the maximum settings of my father's windshield wipers as we traveled. My field of vision became so reduced that I was having difficulties seeing the lines marking the lanes, so I turned on the hazards and pulled over to the shoulder. Man, this rain is bad. I replied, only stating the obvious. I'll hit the road again as soon as it lets up. My father, who was now staring up from the floorboards and out the passenger side window, seemed to have not heard me. Hey, I said I'll start again when the rain eases. Is that all right with you? Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, that's fine, he said, jerking off of his daze, all while maintaining his gawking glance out the pouring glass. You see something out there? I inquired, puzzled. Oh, no, it's nothing. Just, do you see someone standing over there in those trees? A lady? I can't really see through the rain all that well, but no, I don't think so. Why do you? I think I'm just seeing things. He looked to me, then jested. Probably just these old man eyes of mine. I felt like there was something he was hiding, but didn't pursue him for further specifics as he shifted his eyes back to his feet. As we sat parked, waiting for a break in the storm, I kept gazing back over to where he'd asked if I'd seen a lady. And while I could just make out the silhouette of the pines in the distance, I couldn't escape this sense that someone or something was there. I began to feel spooked by the covered tree line and thought I would attempt walking the road once more. I eased my way back onto the freeway and cautiously crawled along. About 50 yards from where we'd just been, I looked up into the back view mirror, and in horror on the road behind me, I saw the dark silhouette of a woman through the mist. She appeared to standing practically twisted up by her own limbs, each strained in an angle that seemed conflict with her joints. Before I could bring it to the attention of my father, the voracious headlights of an oncoming vehicle behind me bounced into my eyes, and the shine of them forced me to momentarily cringe away. When I returned my eye back to the mirror, the woman was gone, and the headlights were now all but tailgating me. The speed of the car would not have given the woman time to remove herself from its path, though, and what's more, the driver never even slowed. It was as if he didn't notice her, as if she was never there. The car abruptly changed lanes and accelerated past me. I checked behind me one final time before we descend a drop in the road and out of view of where she'd been and, like I had suspected, the lady was gone. What's wrong? My dad questioned, taking notice of my neurotic fidgeting. I saw that lady you mentioned. Oh, good, he remarked, a tiny trace of relief in his voice. I thought I was going crazy. That's the thing, though. I think I might be crazy, too. I mean, I saw her. I swear I did. She was standing right in the middle of highway, all bent and twisted, and then she just vanished. Maybe I have old man eyes, too. You probably just saw a deer, he continued, the subtle relief replaced by apparent concern. Don't worry about it. Just concentrate on the road and let's make it to the other side of this rain. Yeah. Sounds like a plan. His idea that what I'd just informed him I saw was a deer struck me as unusual. He was the one who'd asked me if I'd seen the lady in the first place, and now when I informed him I had, he was telling me I hadn't. It was as if he was thrilled by my sighting of her until I described her. Now he just seemed disconcerted by it all. For the time being, I just filed the incident away into the ever-growing list of things to be answered later and concentrated on navigating safely through the downpour. Eventually, the precipitous draperies separated and gave way to disclose a still parched stretch of soil. We had reached the midway point, and once we'd put a fair space between us and the cloudburst, we drove into an unassuming rest area to stretch our legs. I manned the pump as my dad walked inside to fill a prescription of drinks and munchies. I watched him stroll to the counter, dragging 2 arms full of goodies, and then peek back through the window towards me. I did the usual Texas nod to let him know that I spotted him too, but he didn't reciprocate the gesture. In fact, he did seem to see me at all. He was looking towards me, but his attention surpassed me, his expression now solemn and worried. Confused, I peeked back over my shoulder to see what he could possibly be focusing so attentively at, but there was nothing. Just the road and a wide, empty field beyond it. I moved my attention back to my father and watched as he handed the cashier a bill, then ran out the door without receipt or change. Hey, let's take off, So we need to make it to the prison before visiting hours are up, he cried, almost nervously, as he quickly closed the space between us. Yeah, 1 sec. Let me just finish filling the tank. Just close it up. We have enough gas to make it. I did, as he'd asked, and closed up the gas cap, looked back to the barren field one more time before returning to the van. Once our tires were spinning again, I asked my father about his behavior at the rest stop. You all right? You were acting strange. Back there, did you see something again? Well, I don't want to get into it right now, but sometimes I see that lady. She's harmless, I think, but I don't like to stay where she is for too long. The lady? From the trees? How is that possible? We've traveled 100 miles since I pulled over. I'm not sure, he replied. Sometimes she's just there outside my window. I don't know what she wants and I don't want to find out. So it's best to keep moving. Is she going to find us again? Catch up to us? I inquired, now slightly disturbed. No. And besides, it's just me that she's after, I think. To be honest, I was a little surprised that you could see her. No one else ever has. I thought you had to play the game for her to appear, so I'm not really sure what that means. But as long as you don't look out the window, she can't get any closer. Look, I'd kind of like to drop it. My mind is on other things. We can talk about it after, all right? Yeah. See, sure. The atmosphere was somber as began the half of our excursion. To lighten the mood, I assume, my dad switched on the radio, which frankly I don't know we hadn't before, and started switching through the stations. They are headed straight into a slaughter. The cowboys have no idea. Welcome, window watchers, and we're on the highway to hell. The last station must have been a little too on the nose and pertinent for my dad's liking, as he immediately turned the radio back off. I wasn't sure I was reading into it all too much, or if even the mass media had begun to predict what was to come. As the road wore on, the sparse spattering of Douglas firs that had graced our peripheries began to thicken in density. It wasn't long that they built a sturdy wall of piney bristles and sticky bark. The sight and scent of them was painfully nostalgic, and brought me back in time to the days I would make the journey to see my dad instead of with him. It seemed familiar, but at the same time curiously twisted. My pensive wandering down memory lane was interrupted, however, when my father pointed up to a sign quickly coming. That's our exit, he replied, motioning his hand. I anxiously slowed the truck and took the T-ramp as he ordered. I guess I'd been so deep in thought that I hadn't noticed how close we'd become. Apprehension started to pulse through me, and I began to contemplate my father's offer not to wait outside. Before I had time to contemplate my plans, however, we were soon reaching the last turn of our unusual jaunt. As we careened around the final bend, I nearly expect to see a dark, gnarling tower of hammered steel, wrought iron beams. Instead, what immediately appeared before us was a simple edifice of concrete and masonry. One that, if not for the walls and guard towers, could be just as easily mistaken for a massive schoolhouse. I discovered it, disappointed almost, anticlimactic even. It was as if the monster scraping at the walls of my closet for so long had ran out into the light, revealing himself to be no more than a mouse. I set my blinker on, indicating my intention to make the concluding right, and put his arm across, my chest in a gesture asking me to pause. Pull over here for a second, he commanded. Sure, why, what's up? When we get in there, he stated matter-of-factly, let me do the talking, all right? Just, if anyone asks you anything, I'll answer for you, okay? Yeah, that's fine, I answered in agreement, having not had much inclination to do the talking myself in the first place. I pulled back along the road and took my turn into prison's lengthy driveway before coming to yet another stop at the first checkpoint. As I did, a young guard dressed with thick black sunglasses walked out from his place within his booth and approached my window. He spun his finger in the air, beckoning for me to pull down my window, and as I did, he leaned down and peeked through inside the car. Who we here to see today? Oh, hey, Dave, he said, pushing his shades down from his eyes and onto the top of his nose. I haven't seen you here in a while. Staying out of trouble, I see. My dad remained tight-lipped but nodded in accord. Guard talked in a heavy Texan drawl, so heavy in fact that it sounded like a caricature, or a cartoon rendition of an accent. It was as if was rehearsed almost, like he was performing. After seeing my dad in the passenger's seat, he seemed to relax a little bit, and leaned farther down on the open window into a more comfortable position. He continued, "So what brings you here today, Dave? You coming for a visit or you planning to stay a while?" "Just a visit," my dad said swiftly. "Well, that's a shame, Dave. That's a damn shame. We miss you around here, Dave. Like to have you back more often." "Mm-hmm," my dad groaned. The young guard then moved his focus from my father to me. "And who do we got here? One of yours, Dave? What's your name, son?" My dad grabbed my arm hard and halted me by addressing the guard personally. "This is just my driver. He's not staying." The guard, eyes still on me, said again to my father, all right, Dave. Well, let the boy and girls up front know who you're here to see and they'll get you all taken care of." The guard stepped back from the car, and when I pulled my foot off the brake, he screamed out to us one more time, "Oh, and Dave, welcome home." As we exited the check-in kiosk and negotiated our way through the parking lot to find an empty place, I said, "That's guy a character, huh? Weird, but at least he's friendly. Seems to really like you, though. Were you guys close?" "Yeah, I've never seen that guard before. But that's when it dawned on me. That guard was eager about seeing my father again. Well, he was my age. My dad had been free man now for more than a decade. He would have been a teenager during his release. My father, seeing the perplexity on my face, glanced up at me as we stopped the car and explained, "Look, I told you a lot weird stuff happens here. I don't know that guard. And as you've put together, there is no way he knows me either. That's why. If you're going to do this, it's extremely important that you let me do all the talking. Just do your best to be a fly on the wall and hopefully go unnoticed, understood?" "Yeah, I think so." "Good. Now, are you sure you still want to go through with this?" I hesitated for a second, then said against my intuition, "Yes, I'm sure." "All right, then. Let's go." We exited the truck and gingerly made our way up to the steel double doors of the lobby, the symbolic threshold between one world and the next. I took a deep breath as my father pulled the handle, and with shaky knees, I went inside. The walls were a facade of painted white cinder blocks, edged with a dark green plastic border. Plastic palm trees sat in clay vases in each corner of the room, and there were faded chairs set strategically about the area. It smelled like pine sol and lemon, and seemed very much reminiscent of a hospital waiting area or the DMV possibly. Once inside, though, everything slowed down. We stood at the bais, rear of a lengthy line of visiting families as they emptied their pockets and were waved down by a metal detecting paddle. From there, they'd make their way up to the front counter where a female guard would send word to ready the inmate they had come to visit. For each person in front of us, you could add 10 minutes to our wait. But tenacity paid off, and before long, the guard behind the heavy bulletproof glass was beckoning us up to the counter. "Hey guys, who we here to see today?" she asked us. "Walter Dean Ramirez," my dad answered back. "Sure, let me just pull him up," she said, going to her monitor as she began to write away at her computer. After a time, with a look indicating she was having problems with our request, she inquired again who we were there to see, as she continued searching her screen. "Walter Dean Ramirez, you said?" "Yes, ma'am, that's correct," my dad said. Oh my," she began. "I'm so sorry, I don't know how to tell you this, but it looks like Mr. Ramirez is deceased." "Deceased? What? How? When?" My dad answered in surprise. "It doesn't tell me how, but oh goodness, darling, I'm really sorry, and it looks like he passed on yesterday." "Yesterday? Well, what about Terry Lee Geens?" "1 second, hun, let me check on that. It looks like Mr. Geens is currently in solitary confinement, so he can't visitors today." "Boy, I'm just the bearer of bad news today, ain't I? Was there anybody else?" No, that's all right. Thank you anyway." My dad stared and pointed his head back towards parking lot. When we arrived to the car, I asked him, "That's crazy about Ramirez. What do you think happened?" I don't know, but I bet Terry had something to do with it. Father Thomas will probably have some answers for us. Let's just wait here and watch for him to come out. Okay, I nodded. As the hours passed, waiting for Father Thomas, the storm we'd long since fled had gotten back up to us. The sound of the rain bouncing off the metal top of the automobile was a nice addition to the poor music of the day. The storm rolled entirely over us and open up to clear those setting skies before the father would finally depart the jail doors. My dad hoped out from the truck and shouted from the open doors, "Father Thomas!" "Hey, Father Thomas." A man with thick gray hair clad in full Catholic priest's outfit peered confusedly around the parking for source of his caller. He put his palm tightly over his eyelids and leaned as if straining to see my dad in the distance. "Brother, David, is that you?" he inquired, a hint of joy in his voice. "Yes, sir." "Well, how about that? How in the world are you, Dave? What is you back in this neck of the woods?" "I'm good, Father, thank you. And actually, I came here to speak to you." "To me?" asked Father Thomas, little taken aback. "Yes, sir, to you. I wanted to ask you about Brother Terry and Walter Ramirez, and well about what happened down in the abandoned prison wing." "Uh-huh, I see," Father Thomas said with a little of reservation as he made the last few paces up to our vehicle. "Well, Dave, I won't lie to you, nothing good came from going. Down there, look," he continued, glancing in a paranoid fashion over his shoulders and behind himself. "I'll talk to you about it. I know you were close to those boys, and the whole thing breaks my heart. But not here. Not at the prison. Just tell me where to meet." "You, Father, well, shoot. I'm preaching again in an hour. Can you meet me tomorrow? Say around noon at the Millie's Dimer just up the road?" "Yeah, we weren't planning on headed back before tomorrow anyway." "We?" asked Father Thomas as he curiously gazed into the car, spotting me. "Oh, this must be your oldest boy, huh, Dave? Don't tell Nate." My dad gave me a glance, letting me know that it was safe to react, and I responded, "Close. I'm Nick. It's nice to meet you, sir. I've heard a lot of good things." "Ah, Nick. That's right. You'll have to forgive me, son. I ain't seen your dad in, what's it been now, 10 years? And well, my memory ain't what it used to be." "No, sir, not at all. My mom still forgets my name sometimes. So I'm impressed you even got the first letter right." "Good. Man," he informed me. "Well, Nick, Dave, I'm gonna go get me a bite to eat before next service. This prison food is free, but between you and I'd pay somebody not to have to eat it. Well, you go ahead. Get you some food. We're gonna check the Holdier Inn off L30 if you need us, but otherwise I guess we'll see you tomorrow." After the farewell greetings had all been given, I placed the car in reverse and went back down the prison's winding drive. A separate guard stopped us again at the checkpoint and undertook a mandatory check of the trunk to verify we had sneaked away any detainees. As we started to pull away, from the rear view, I noticed the previous guard step out from the booth, and with our windows still rolled down, his yells were met without resistance as they chillingly found their way into my ears. "Bye, Dave. See you." "Real soon, bud," he cried with a playfully dramatic smirk. "We want it back, Dave. We want it back. Oh, and tell your son that we love his stories." My heart started racing as nervous adrenaline surged through my system. Maybe, someone at Telford had happened across my tiny posts on the internet and disseminated them around to the other guards. That felt like the most logical explanation yet. Somehow it didn't like the true one. And he wanted what back? Had my father taken something that didn't belong to him? "Listen, just ignore him," suggested my dad in an attempt to alleviate my anxious mood. I could tell, though, that he was uncomfortable as well. It didn't sit right with him that the guard knew who I was, what I'd been doing. And whatever it was that he wanted, for some reason, I knew that troubled my father most of all. I sped down the rest of the drive and made a sharp right without barely slowing. I was more than elated when our tires were back on the road and we were putting miles between us and that wretched prison. The GPS directed us to a Holiday Inn just up the road in Texarkana, and I was glad to have further walls between us. My dad went to the desk, asked the receptionist for a room. "Smoking or non-smoking?" she questioned. "One smoking, one non. King, queen, double beds?" "2 rooms with king beds if you got 'em," he said. "Okay. And would you like a room with a view?" No, that's okay. I'm not big on views. Okay, sir. You're all set. Here are your room keys. You'll be on the 4th floor all the way down the hall to your left. My dad handed me a room key, and we headed up the elevator to 4th floor as indicated. Once there, we put our things into our individual rooms and quickly left the hotel completely to do as Father Thomas had done, and eat a bite. Over dinner, we discussed in great length who the lady in the rain was and what my dad nicknamed the window game. As well, we tossed around thoughts concerning Ramirez's untimely passing and why Terry was currently being detained in Seg. With full tummies, we returned to what would be our roosts for the night, and as soon as I entered my chamber, I felt what little energy I had left drain from my being. I was asleep before I even hit the mattress. It had been an exhausting and difficult day, and I found refuge in the thought that tomorrow will offer answers. Or hoped so anyway. I don't know how long I was out, but I know that it was in the deep throes of the night that I was awakened to a frenzied banging and the muffled yet anxious shouting on my father's door just outside of my own. David? David. David, wake up, it's Father Thomas, quickly, I need to speak to you immediately, it's about Brother Terry. I was roused from my slumber by an alarmed banging on the door adjacent to mine in the corridor, my father's door, as it were. As I listened with perked ears, I determined the reason of the frenetic uproar to be an unnervingly anxious Father Thomas. David, wake up, it's Father Thomas, I need to speak with you about Brother Terry. It's urgent. I heard my dad's door creak open and his weary voice address his unexpected visitor. The early spasms of the conversation were too muffled to make out properly, and my curiosity was more than my resolve to sleep by this time. So I hobbled bleary-eyed to join the surprise reunion outside. When I arrived in the hallway, I discovered my father's door was left gaping, and that he and Father Thomas were already inside. The unkempt reverend was sitting anxiously at the edge of the bed. His appearance to me was troubling. No longer was he the well-kempt, sterile man we'd seen walking out of the prison just hours earlier. Gone was his chummy, affable countenance, replaced instead with by one signifying disquiet and dread-inspired paranoia. His head would shift rapidly and abruptly, to and forth, to address the tiniest disturbance in the room, meeting them trepidation and then relief. It was as if he was expecting something to be there, hidden in the corner, waiting to capture his attention. His once spotless black robes had been switched for pajamas, tackily adorned with presumably new stains of mud and filth. There was a small cut below his left eye, and a swab of dried blood now decorated his cheek. His hair was askew and twisted up with dried out, disintegrating leaves. He was nervous and fidgety, appearing unable to sit quiet, as he sat with one knee crossed over the other, rocking his foot in intense anxiety. His eyes met mine as I entered the room, but he did not else acknowledge my presence. My dad was resting against a little stationary table on the wall opposite the open door, with arms crossed, sporting a gaunt, anxious expression, likely contemplating the frantic information he'd just been delivered. Father Thomas looked up at my dad. Smoking room? Yeah. You need one? My dad asked. If you don't mind, David, answered the Reverend with the tenderness and humility of a starving beggar on the street. No. Not at all. Here. My dad reached into the pocket of his coat draped across the chair next to him and handed Father Thomas a cigarette. The father then put the unlit smoke in his lips and held it there with quivering finger as my dad reached forth a lighter and ignited it for him. He took a long, deep inhale, caging it in his lungs as he closed his eyes. After a while, he exhaled and a plume of smoke filled the air around him. That's better, he murmured, his tension significantly quieter. Forgive me, come in, son, close the door behind you. I did as he asked, and then addressed the gathering for clarity's sake and asked them to review what I'd missed. So, what's going on? I heard you mention something about Brother Terry. He escaped, my father said, his short statement doing little to assist my uncertainty. Escaped? How? When? Did they catch him? Do they know where he might be? My dad began before father. Thomas coolly interrupted him. "He's in my trunk," the Reverend said in an almost nonchalant manner before taking another long suck from his cigarette. "Wait, he's in your trunk?" My dad gasped, in a tone showing that their talk hadn't made it quite to that point. "Yes," the Reverend's pithily responded in irritating ambiguity. "In your trunk, the trunk of the car you drove here? What?" My father's stunned incredulity not relenting as I found myself privately mirroring his emotions. "We should have never gone down into those haunted halls," Father Thomas muttered as a flood of melancholy remorse flowed over him. Whatever was down there, what demon lurked those dark corridors? Well, I have no doubt it has Terry now. "Hold on, Father," I said. "With all due respect, it sounds like you're the one who has Terry." "Yes, son, indeed I do. And truth be told, this whole affair is my fault. I should have battled the beast alone. I knew that the others, as well-intentioned as they may have been, were not equipped to face that type of undiluted evil. We cornered the beast with the spoken word and holy objects, and I successfully cast him from his earthly host. But I fear he did not return to hell from whence he came, but instead sent forth his troops into the vessels nearest him, with Terry being the nearest, and I assume most infested by the scampering spirits. I prayed that I was mistaken, but tonight, I could deny no longer that Terry was in reality dreadfully possessed. I was laying in bed not 2 hours ago, reading scripture and preparing next week's sermon, not different than any other Sunday evening. As I sat my Bible and notes aside for the night, I felt a quickly manifesting sense of looming darkness permeate the room. Instinctively, I clutched my rosary and began to cleanse the room through prayer. I was interrupted, however, when I heard a fur knocking on my bedroom window. I cautiously peeked through yawning blinds and looking back at me. Well, that was Brother Terry, penetrating me through the glass with malevolent purpose. But, I added in, just because he fled and found out where you live, well, I don't understand how that means he's possessed by a demon. No, you're right, the Reverend said in a gruff, whispery voice. Usually I would say it's an unhappy inmate, a terrifying prospect, of course, but not one of spiritual origin. However, my bedroom window is on the 2nd level, and below, it is a sheer wall to the earth. So to see him staring at me through that window in particular, well, you get the picture. When I saw him, doing what can only be described as floating there, I immediately darted for the bedroom door as I heard the glass shatter behind me. I reached for the knob only to feel myself be jolted backwards through the empty frame, and see the outside of my home now quickly shrinking in the growing distance before me. As he lifted me rapidly through the ripping wind of the night sky, he was shouting the most dreadful things. Things that my oath to the priesthood will not allow me to express. Aside from the subtle warnings he kept repeating, "The book, priest. Give me the book." My head was reeling, and all I could imagine was that he must have been asking for the Bible still laying on my bedside table. So I told him it was back at home, and that I'd fetch for him if he simply returned me unharmed to solid footing. As I did, he sharply and abruptly stopped in midair as we hovered meters above the treetops below. I felt his grip shift as his arms wrapped my chest, and then he suddenly screeched in pain, as if he'd mistakenly touched the searing end of a hot poker. I could see a fresh and immediately festering burn on his arm in what looked to me to hold the shape of a crucifix. That's when I remembered the rosary still adorning my neck. I wrenched the chain free, cracking the clasp in the process, and clutched the cross dangling from its end securely in my hand. I then said a prayer, and with all my power I wrenched it downward and perforated the flesh of his thigh. He dropped me from his arms with a howling cry, as we both came hurtling back down to the harsh cushion of trees below. I crashed through, the leaves violently, leaving a wake of snapped branches marking the path of my descent from the heavens. Eventually, a large set of twin limbs finally wedged me mercifully between them. God must have guided my fall as I emerged from the impact. Relatively unharmed, only minor scrapes and bruises to tell the tale. As I untangled myself and climbed the rest of the way to solid footing, however, I saw that Terry had not been so fortunate. He was impaled on the trunk of little fallen oak, shattered clean through the chest. A truly unsettling sight, I can assure you. Most disturbing of all, though, was that he was still alive, continuously cursing me with same nasty vigor. It looked he was more anxious about being stuck there than his, by all accounts, fatal injury. I wasted no time pondering the whys and hows of the scene, however, and quickly made haste back to my house. Once there, I gathered together every rope, roll of tape, and chain that I could find, as well as every holy object my arms could carry. I threw it all in the back seat of my car and started the engine. But then, as I started to drive back to where Terry lay spiked, I remembered something. The book he'd been asking for in my frenzied fight. I'd believed maybe he was speaking of my Bible, but then it hit me. I had received a diary some years ago now that a guard had confiscated from an inmate that brought it back from the boilers. The diary belonged initially to a man named Abner Haney, or as he is generally known amongst the prisoners, Voodoo Bob. I'd taken the confiscated diary to translate its foreign text, and after months of varying degrees of success among its passages, it now rested in a locked filing cabinet in my office. I had several of the inmates whom frequented chapel at the time helping me to dissect its pages, Brother Terry among them. It dawned on me that this must have been the book that he was after. I raced back inside the house and shifted around the contents of the cabinet where I got the diary, then drove the half-miles or so back to the place from whence Terry's disdainful cries could still be heard resounding through the woodland. When I arrived, I was relieved to see he had not been able to free himself, and with him still impaired. I took the opportunity to bind his arms and legs. I then pried him up and off the piercing splinter protruding through his ribcage to reveal a gory circular window, wide enough to see the open trunk of my parked car behind him. I further bound him with chains, and the remaining rope then drug him through the dirt as he continued his onslaught of obscenities. I worked him up along the rear bumper and rolled him over into the empty hull, where I proceeded to seal his mouth shut with an exuberant amount of duct tape. Lastly, I taped several crucifixes to the underside the trunk lid in an effort to keep him from attempting to force it open. Once I felt comfortable that he was sufficiently bound, I got the diary from the passenger's seat and brought it before him to validate my hunch. Is this what you're after, demon? The tape ensured that he couldn't talk, but his eyes lit up as he swayed and fought against the ropes confining him. His reply told me what I needed to know, and I knew that it was, in fact, what he had come for. With my inquiry answered, I sealed shut the lid and resolved myself to drive him back to Telford. I believe I had made it halfway there when the idea of returning him to his cell within the prison was not probably the greatest course of action. After all, he was locked in seg and had managed to escape. The only way I could picture that happening was if he had aid. Was if an inmate or guard had let him out. Who's to say they wouldn't just do it again? And that, of course, was ignoring the fact that there was now a hole 8 inches in diameter right through his chest. How could that possibly be explained? By forces outside of anything but the supernatural. I anticipated that returning Terry to Telford would generate terror among its citizens. And then I thought about the book, about the passages I couldn't read, the ones we could never decipher. And well, then I remembered you, David. The thought struck that perhaps you could read them. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think the fact that you appeared before me today of all days was a mere coincidence. It was, I believe, God's divine plan. My dad appeared confused, to say the least, his ideas definitely reflecting my own. I could tell that he too questioned how Father Thomas could have the least expectation that he could read what the father and other detainees had not been able to after months of serious research. But, my dad perplexedly answered, how can I help? I don't know a second language. I'll be the first to admit it's a stretch, but well, it's the only hope we've got at the moment. You see, most of the diary is written in Latin, Aramaic, and Hebrew, and while challenging to understand, I can use existing resources to decipher those pages. Some of the passages, though, are written in an even more primitive and primal language, a language described in some the other passages to be the original language, the language of the dead. And well, from information I can gather, From the decipherable sections, it can only be read by the dead. Sometimes I gathered that Abner's trapped soul would manage break free and bleed ink on the diary's tattered pages. He would show himself in the form of passionate calls for release and sometimes really interesting information. Among his desperate passages, he wrote an entry describing the demon who now held him captive. It appeared to be a transference spell, roughly instructing the reader how to control the spirit and possibly how it can return to the burning depths of hell from whence it rose. However, the incantation itself is written in the dead language, and I, not any living man, can translate it. I am ashamed to say it was arrogance that led me to disregard instructions outlined in the book as I led those men down into the abandoned prison labyrinth. My training as priest had falsely convinced me that I was prepared to dispatch of the evil. I see now the importance of the cursed book's unheeded warnings. May God forgive me. Okay, I interjected in frank amazement. But if it can only be read by the dead, then, well, how could my dad hope to read it? You never told him, did you, David? The Reverend somberly addressed my father. Told me, what? My father remorsefully murmured. I didn't want to worry you boys. He reached inside his draped coat, pulled out a cigarette before he continued. I guess it was a few months into my incarceration. I collapsed coming in from the yard. Just 1 second I was fine, and the next everything went dark. I don't know what happened to cause it, and I don't remember anything after that either. But I awoke in a wooden box to the sound of dirt skidding across its surface. It was the unmistakable sound of being buried alive. I started shouting that I was awake and for them to let me out. Not a moment after, I heard a terrified, muffled talk, and then saw the sharp point of a shovel tearing up the nailed-shut lid. I was received by 2 guards, and the father here, white-faced and breathless, as if rising from the shallow grave at their feet, was a ghost. And I realized soon after that, well, maybe it was what they were seeing. I was, through no mincing of words, that I had been declared dead a full 18 hours earlier. That I hadn't taken a breath or held a pulse in nearly a day. But now, all of a sudden, I was alive and remarkably healthy. The next few days, I became a lab rat of sorts, as the doctors and nurses in the infirmary fruitlessly examined me for answers to what I had just experienced. Ultimately, the cause was never discovered, and, well, I wish I knew more about it all, but honestly, it's just a blank. Surmising from what I think Father Thomas is getting at, I'm assuming he is hoping that my time on the other side will work as a technicality of sorts and allow to read the still untranslated sections of the diary. Yes, David, you are right in your assumptions. If you don't mind, I'd like you to try and read Abner's instructions. I mean, I'll give it a shot, but I don't think it's gonna do much good. I feel like I'd know if I had magically become fluent in a second language. All I ask is that you try, said Father Thomas as he reached behind him and drew out a leather-bound book that he had tucked under the waistband of his pajamas. I've learned as much as is possible for me to learn from the book's cryptic texts, he declared as he nervously gave it to my dad. I hope you'll have more luck. Sure, but what exactly am I looking for? Asked my father as he took the diary and began to tepidly peruse over its pages. Abner writes that the spirit haunting him has been displaced. He tells that the spirit once inhabited a powerful demon. A demon that, too, is familiar with the inmates of Telford. A demon that I believe you may have encountered as well, David. I have? My dad reacted, surprised by the Reverend's allegation. I believe he waved at you once. The creature from the woods? I postulated. Precisely, the father agreed. The creature is the spirit's former body, for lack of better description. Now the beast is just a soulless husk, acting out of nothing more than instinct and muscle memory. I do not know how the spirit has come to be dislodged, perhaps by choice, but I suspect that to destroy him, he must be returned to his original form. I believe that Abner's incantation details how it may be possible for us to do that. Okay, well, here's to hopping your right. Page? My father queried. The very last. responded the Reverend with bated breath. My dad flicked through the diary and reached just shy of the back cover. His eyes studied it carefully, urgently striving to make sense of its hieroglyphic patterns. I'm sorry, Discouraged exhalation left from Father Thomas with the sound of my dad's sorrowful apology. But suddenly... No. Wait. The words It took me a minute, but I can read them. Father Thomas, newly energized, immediately sprang up from his bedside perch, raced to my father, peeking over his shoulder at the pages of the diary. What does it say, David? Quickly, we've not a moment to spare. It says, well, I don't believe I can translate it to English, but fundamentally it's a list of words to be read off in order, giving the speaker of the words power of the spirit, or demon. Well, control of where it goes, rather. I can read it, but it's still extremely difficult. I guess if I understand correctly, the body and the soul need to be near to one another for it to operate. But well, it doesn't state what will happen once they are reunited, simply that this will reunite them. What if reconciling them only makes the devil stronger? What it wants to be rejoined, I argued. It is certainly probable. Father Thomas confessed, honestly, I worry the same, but I do know that upon casting the spirit from a human vessel, it remains until it finds another. That's what happened to Terry, to Briggs, and that young guard, Oates. It spread itself between them, sending its legion of devils rushing to the first defenseless soul they encountered. Oates. That was the young guard from the check-in station. I recall reading his name on his uniform. That's why he knew you isn't. He has seen you before from the MSEG vents, I asked my dad. Yes, Father Thomas said. And the more I think about it, now it makes logical that the demon may have utilized Oates to rescue Terry from his confinement tonight. I mean, who else could or would have freed him? So, you believe the fractured spirit is commanding all three guys simultaneously? What about Briggs? Why not just release him too, I questioned. Well, as I mentioned, Terry was the closest man to the demon when it was dispelled, and as a result, I suppose the most of the demon's power now lives in him. And as for Briggs, well, he's dead. His body was discovered shriveled up and mummified, the life seemingly sapped straight from his existence. And though I can't prove it, I suppose that was Terry's handiwork, eating and reassembling his scattered ghosts. For all I know, Oates is dead now too, a victim to the same wicked fate. All right, well, fuck, I muttered. Sorry, Father, forgive my profanity, but let me try to summarize this. So we have to somehow bring the beast from the forests into the same place as Terry. And then my dad needs to read the special words, and then we can kill it. Hopefully. Any thoughts on how to do that? Can we funnel it into a cage with holy objects? They appear to work on the spirit. I'm afraid the holy items are of no use on the beast. Remember, he isn't bad, more like an animal. A crucifix won't cause the same lethargic reaction as it would on its old host. We do need to drive it into a limited space somehow, but the mechanics of that elude me. My father, who had been thumbing through the diary, seemed to have found something interesting on one of the pages. Without even glancing up, he enlightened us of his finding. Think I have an idea. Voodoo, Abner. He wrote something about a ritual involving the beating hearts of 8 dead men. Human sacrifices that, when fully digested, will generate a new soul within their client. The flesh crows, I shouted, excitedly after piecing together what he was alluding to. But weren't there 8 of those, maybe a spare? No, not a spare. The 8th was to be utilized as a doppelganger of sorts. The beast only needs 7 to make a new soul, and after it has devoured them, it transfers the new infant soul into the last empty vessel. After transferring its soul, it becomes a hull again, returning to a condition of catatonic slumber, waiting for the next time it's summoned. I guess maybe that's how the soul haunting the vents became divided in the first place. The creature is creating copies. Ramirez and the guard burned the 8th, if I recall correctly. So if the creature consumes the 7th flesh crow, He will be full, and there will be nowhere to transfer the spirit possessing Terry. By my math, only a handful of the flesh crows have been accounted for, and I think I know where the others may be hiding. Forgive me, but flesh crows? Father Thomas questioned. It's a long story, my dad answered. But back during the Holy Wars, there were 8 men found skinned alive in the prison halls with the skins and hearts missing. C.O. Johnson later told me that he saw the skins in the woods, stuffed with hay and walking around aimlessly through the trees. Anyway, as you've gathered, I think the creature in the woods is hunting them. And well, it's risky, but I think if we can capture one, well, maybe we can use it as bait to lead the creature and trap it into somewhere. All right, well, how do we find these reanimated carcasses? The interested father queried. When I worked with hounds in the kennels, my dad began, they used to lead me to a small entrance leading down between some enormous boulders. I used to hear something moving down there, and there was usually hay in the direct vicinity. I assume that's where they hide from it. If we could get onto the prison property and somehow coerce a flesh crow from the cave, I have a feeling that after that it won't take long for the creature to find us. But how do we get inside the gates? It's not exactly a persuasive presentation to convince the guards to let a priest, an ex-convict, and his son in to roam freely on the grounds to hunt demons. Not to mention the possessed fugitive in the trunk, I remarked, expressing my doubt of the chaotically forming plot. Leave that to me, Father Thomas suggested. I can make a few calls and, depending on who's on duty, bargain for a lot to a little unmonitored time at the gates. With that, Father Thomas snatched his decade-old flip phone from his pocket and strolled out into the hallway. A moment later, I heard his feeble voice requesting our admittance with an unknown person on the other end of the line. I took the alone time with my father to ask him a few burning questions. So, you died, and you didn't inform us. I didn't want to worry you, and besides, once it was over and I was okay, what good would it do to bring it up? I suppose, I regretfully conceded. But you truly don't recall anything? Nothing at all? He thought for a time, then said in a deliberate and sober manner, well, I recall running through an unending black. Everything was pitch black and the floor was blistering hot, burning my bare feet. I ran endlessly for days and I never hit a wall and the texture of the floor never changed. Remember feeling so thirsty and tired, but I knew I couldn't stop or they would catch me. Who would catch you? I'm not sure. It was too dark to see, but from behind I heard someone or something following me. It sounded like a pack of wolves, but it seemed more evil than that. And when it called out, it spoke numerous voices at once, all saying the same thing in unison. Your soul belongs to us now. I don't know what it was, but I knew I had to outrun it. After what felt like weeks of persistent pursuit, I spotted a hazy golden color in the distance and, well, when I arrived, I woke up in shoddy box in a shallow grave, my grave. But like I said, I don't remember passing out or dying. I just remember the nightmare that ensued and running and eventually waking up. That's why Voodoo remembers you, isn't it? It must have been him and his legions who were chasing you. And the guard, Oates, the thing he wanted back, it's your soul, isn't it? My dad sighed a grievous sigh, and in his typical poetic fashion said, that's the thing about prison. The judge gave me 20, and on that time I learned that even if your sentence doesn't reflect it, in prison everybody gets life. There are no pardons, no paroles, and well, at Telford, I think everybody gets death too. Just as my dad completed relaying his unsettling incident, Father Thomas re-entered the room, with an aura of urgency about him. We can get in, but we have to leave now. There's a shift change in an hour, and after that our window of opportunity will be gone. My dad shot me a glance as if to judge what I was thinking. I knew what he wanted me to say. He wanted me to tell him to go ahead without me, that I'd wait for his return from the safety of my hotel room. Instead, my remark left a horribly sorry taste on his tongue, when instead I said, well, what are waiting for? Let's go. We ran out into the hallway and then eagerly down the elevator. I resigned myself to not think beyond the current instant, to not analyze what all the culminating snapshots in time were leading to. Stepping through the sliding glass doors of the hotel and out onto the parking lot beyond, we were greeted by the dispassionate chill of a deep autumn night. The world outside seemed to be more tranquil than it should have been. Caught up in an ignorant doldrum, blissfully unaware of the chaos that it harbored within its closing hours. As we made our way to my dad's truck, Father Thomas left us with some parting instruction. Just follow close when we exit for the prison. Pull off to shoulder and join me in my car. Once we lure the creature, there will be a back entrance to the underground wing left unlocked. The new shift will make their rounds to check all doors. Within an hour or so of clocking in, so we won't have much time. Are there any questions? The directions were simple enough, and we shook our heads, signaling we needed no further clarification. Good, the father replied. Now let's be on our way, and may God be with us. With that, Father Thomas departed our vehicle for his own, which he'd parked off and away from the others in the corner of the lot. We backed into the empty road, between the spaces, and waited for the Reverend to pass us and take his place at the front of our modest convoy. As we got in line behind him, I could see his trunk was amply wrapped in rope and links of bungee cord. It acted as a sad and continuous reminder of the priest's nefarious cargo and the bleak mission ahead. As we traversed the winding black ribbon splitting the thick, uncompromising walls of tall pine, rushing past us on either side, I, too, was reminded of my father's ambitions, his long treks home through the twisting branches, beneath the beautiful moonlight overhead. I wondered if perhaps the familiarity of it all had dawned on him as well. The highway was bleak and utterly empty of passing motorists, and for the first time in my driving career, I found myself wishing to get caught up in a traffic jam. My eyes were captivated on the Reverend's blaring red taillights, and I distracted myself by fading in and out of focus. The distraction did not last long, however, as the father's automobile lurched suddenly to the right as his brakes screamed out. Terribly, the dreadful screech resonating through the fresh night air. I watched, frightened, as he unexpectedly careened off the road, bouncing turbulently into a shallow ditch and driving along till finally coming to a rest against the trunk of a big fir tree. I hastily pulled off to the shoulder while my dad reached into the glove compartment to fetch a flashlight. We hastily, albeit hesitantly, exited the car and began running our way to the crash site. As we neared the father's vehicle, there was a dense, smoky fog building around it from behind the wheel, wells and up from the radiator. Pine needles continued pouring like rain from the shook branches overhead. My heart plummeted as the spotlight's beam entered the rear view glass. I observed the Reverend's head drooped down, appearing dazed from the impact and graciously ignorant to what was advancing upon him. In the rear seat was a second figure, and while I had never met him, it didn't take me long to understand that I was staring at Terry Guines. What transpired next is beyond my capacity or willingness to fully convey. Terry stared back at us through the glass and threw us a mischievous, almost playful smile, before moving between the father and the steering wheel, straddling him as he kept eye contact with his horrified audience. Up to this point, I had not entirely allowed myself to believe in any of my dad's stories, not fully given up on my skeptical opinions, on my lingering thread of sanity. And though I had spent the last few weeks listening to and documenting the most terrible and atrocious actions that I could comprehend, I could have gone the rest of my life without bearing witness to one. But as Terry impossibly grasped the priest's wilted head between his squeezing hands, and then effortlessly dragged it from his lifeless neck, stretching it to astonishingly grotesque lengths, the shattering fact that my father had not been weaving a yarn of fiction struck me to the core. I watched as the father's head was ripped from his shoulders, the connecting tendons snapping like tightly wound guitar strings one after the other. I felt my stomach heating as vomit threatened to leave my mouth while we started stealthily backing back towards our own vehicle. A second later, Terry opened the driver's side door and stepped out, palming the late Reverend's decapitated skull, as blood poured out the dangling tendons and created a thick pool on the golden grass below. "Heads up," he exclaimed in an unnaturally deep voice before flinging the severed head at our feet. What's wrong, Dave? Don't feel like playing catch? There was no reply as we continued reversing away till the hood of the parked car kissed the back of our thighs. Come on, Dave. It's your old pal, Dr. Giggles? Aren't you even going to say hello? Nick, my father muttered. Get in the car and start the engine. I'm not. Now, he ordered. I edged my way down the hood and still open door and then carefully into the driver's seat. I turned the key, and as the headlights blasted the darkness ahead, Terry's terrifying countenance was scorched into my thoughts. His white prison garbs were stained in several hues of red, indicating that they were soaked in more than simply the father's blood. His eyes were shiny black orbs enclosed in hideously vascular sockets. His expression portrayed a story of pure anger blended with evil enjoyment. Through his chest, just as the father had said, was an aperture through which I could see the lighted trees behind, and his feet, well, they weren't touching the earth underneath him as he skimmed the air towards us. As he got steadily closer, my building apprehension was palpable. Get in the car. I pushed my dad. Just put it in drive, he screamed back. Going so soon, Dave? Terry sarcastically asked. Wouldn't dream of it, Terry. My dad quipped back with an air of confidence I was astonished to hear. My father started moving over the automobile and out onto the highway, with Terry steadily closing the gap. Nick, toss me the diary. My dad instructed, continuing backing up with his eyes set on the oncoming inmate. I leaned over to the driver's seat and grabbed the book, then flung it through the open window to my father. This what you looking for, Terry? He remarked as he lifted it up over his head. The sight of it appeared to stir quick wrath in Terry, who was just a few meters away from crossing the car's shining headlights himself. Give me that fucking book, he yelled. You insignificant cunt, give me that book before I slit your fucking throat. My dad simply tossed the book a maybe 20 or 30 feet ahead of me, centered with the hood of vehicle. You want it? Then take it. Everything from point that sped up tremendously. Terry sprinted for the diary, which was now laying face down on the asphalt. As he bent to get it, my dad exclaimed, Now! Now, Nick! Hit the gas! Without even thinking, I pushed the accelerator pedal and sent the automobile barreling full speed for the unsuspecting Terry. I hit him driving upwards of 40 miles an hour, bringing him up over the hood, smashing on the windshield. I continued driving down the road blindly, before I harshly threw on the brakes and propelled him several meters forward, scratching along the road before me. I then sat in an adrenaline-fueled haze, as from the side mirror, I watched my father retrieve the book and start sprinting my way. I flung the car in reverse and lurched forward so hard that my head nearly banged into the steering wheel. I stopped just shy of my father, and he swiftly leaped in the passenger's side seat. We have to go, he isn't dead, my dad said, as all too soon Terry began to stagger himself back up off the ground. David, said the beast, give me that fucking book. My dad rolled down his window and antagonized the devil. Further, you want it? Then come get it, bitch. He pulled up his window and turned to me. We go through with the plan. Just drive, he won't be far behind. I eased off the brake and floored it past the reeling Terry, speeding down the interstate till he was out of view. I felt numb, unable to absorb what had just transpired, reluctant to even attempt. I elected to focus on the road instead. Before long, we were on the last stretch of highway, and the task at hand began to feel more onerous with every mile. To this point, we had been lone travelers on the highway, but as I took the exit for Telford, a shiver ran down my spine as headlights filled the rearview mirror. When we drove beneath a stretch of dark streetlights, to my great fear, I recognized the automobile behind me. It was the father's. Just drive. The turn-in is straight ahead, my dad instructed me. As I rounded the last corner and the prison came into view, the crushing reality that I was now totally stuck between a rock and a hard place became painfully clear. With a devil behind me and countless more before me, I knew that as I came up to the prison's long driveway, there was no turning back. As it were, there was only one alternative remaining, and that option as much I didn't want to, was to finish the filthy job. With the Telford building now fully framed within the dashboard window, a long mental checklist of things we'd need to do in order to survive the night went through my mind. Things like not be captured, shot, possessed, or otherwise killed in some unfathomably awful manner. To be honest, our prospects for survival against the multiplicity of growing threats were just a little more than daunting. My already grim vision was further impeded as the voracious fugitive, now dead, focused on tasting our blood, made a dangerously quick turn onto the final stretch of road behind us in the late Reverend's automobile, using a contrarily ignored speed. Limit sign as a time marker, I began counting the seconds between us and the quickly gaining Terry. 26, 27. I murmured under my breath as the father's gray Lincoln passed the signpost. Slow down. We're going to miss the turn, my dad yelled, his anxious voice breaking me from my random calculations. I slammed on the brakes, leaving thick black skid marks on the road as I aggressively slid the car in a chaotic change of gravity onto the prison's concrete drive. I swiftly adjusted the tires and slammed the throttle out from the tailspin and up to the check-in booth. An anxious guard was already standing outside the booth, aggressively waving us down with both arms. I pulled the car to a screaming halt, immediately beside him, and as I went to roll down my window, his fretfully concerned queries were carried in with the breeze. "Are you with the father? Where is he? Do you have Terry?" My dad began, as the advent of the Reverend's car, casting an ominous spotlight on our already anxious gathering, suddenly answered all of the guards' inquiries in one devastatingly brief visage. Without uttering a word, he backed up apprehensively into his booth and pressed a button opening the sealed gate before us. He then took a spare walkie off of the counter and flung it through the open window. "If you need me, I'll be on Channel 3. It's private. My name is Hobbs. Now go. Go." The guard's voice emphasizing the urgent urgency immediately coming down on us. As I put the car back into drive and cautiously let off the throttle, my dad shouted one final parting order to the fearful Hobbs, whose shaky hand was hovering just above the button regulating the spreading gates. "Leave it open." With that, we shot ahead and found ourselves on the jagged side of the razor wire, Terry swift to join us. About halfway up the driveway, my dad pointed to a rough dirt track, extending from the left side of the concrete and cutting its way through a vast vacant field. "Take that trail ahead," he instructed. I wrenched the car violently onto the route, flinging dust and debris into a big plume behind me, tossed up from the fast revolving tires below. I could see that the trail was winding into a thick line of pines in the distance, the tops of which appeared to be precariously balancing the full moon above. We bounced forcefully in our seats as the wheels challenged the uneven ground for dominance. I swerved around numerous deep potholes, still muddy from the day's early rain, that threatened to prevent our entrance into the canopy of hanging branches ahead. Soon, however, and though the speedometer did not show it, I apprehensively pressed on as the wide-open field gave way to the ravenous maw of a dark and tiny foliage tunnel. "Where do I go?" I urgently shouted. I'm not sure, just keep going straight. This road wasn't here when I was locked up, but it has to lead somewhere. Just keep your eyes peeled," my dad replied, echoing back hazy traces of the tense energy I'd just sent him. "Wait, so you don't know where this road goes? What if it dead ends? What choice do we have? We're in a cage, everything is a dead end," my father informed me in a sobering shot of truth. The swirl of churned-up rubbish on the path behind us was quickly illuminated by Terry's headlights crossing the barrier into the forest. "Fuck," I shouted. "What now?" Just let me think," my dad tensely exclaimed. He proceeded to dig about in the floorboard and retrieved a flashlight rolling around at his feet. He flicked it on and off again to make sure it was still operating after its rough and unharnessed ride. He then looked to me and said, "Pull over just over that hill and let me out. Then just keep driving until you find a place to turn around. When you do, turn off your headlights and circle back. When you see me again, I want you to park the car back a little ways and try not to bring attention to yourself. I'm gonna try and lure Terry out onto the road. When he gets out, I need you to take my keys and sneak over into the father's car. Listen to me. As soon as I turn on this flashlight, you hit the alarm button on my car, and then the gas pedal on the father's. Hey, this is very important, and we only have one shot at it, so I need you to be clear on what we are doing and stay focused. You go all that? Wait, you're getting out? Nick, we don't have time for this. Just tell me you understand. Yeah, I understand, I stammered, still unclear of what all of the components of his swiftly devised scheme were, finally leading to, "All right, good," my dad said, my confirmation allaying his fear as we got up to the top of the hill. "On your way back, go slow and do your best not to be seen. Here, pull over." Yeah, I will." I sighed somberly as I slammed the car into a hard stop. My father jumped from the passenger's side, then leaned back in, and in a very serious tone he whispered, "Remember, lights off. Be careful and watch out for the matter, daddies." "What? What's a matter, daddy?" I frantically pled. A smug and pleased grin grew across his face as he glanced at me and coolly answered, "Nothing, son." With his awkwardly timed and self-satisfying pun neatly delivered, he stepped away from the car and slammed the door shut before rushing back up the piece of road we'd just descended. As he reached the peak of the hill, I could see his shadow being projected across the treetops by the impending lights of our pursuant's vehicle, which of yet was still blocked from my view by the path's steep curvature. A second later, my father, too, went on the opposite side of the sloping dirt, in a prey's desperate try to outwit its lurking predator. Somehow, though, I got the sensation I was more concerned about his looming encounter than he was. Fuck. What the fuck? I muttered aloud to myself in a cathartic release of my inward feelings. Okay, calm down, Nick. He'll be okay. You'll be okay. Just find a place to turn around. It'll all work out, I cautiously comforted myself, as I further extended the spacing between myself and the intrusive incline. I was both relieved and distressed to see that Terry's rampaging bumper had not yet surpassed its apex. My mind was racing with the dreadful ramifications that might ensue as a result of the confrontation going place just beyond my line of sight. My eyes alternated with palpable fear between the rearview mirror and the rapid winding trail ahead. As I swerved diffidently onward, I could see a soulless edifice shyly peeping out through the woods in the distance. Its whole frame was segmented by an organic tapestry of gnarling trunks and twisting branches. As I circled a long, arching kink in the road, the trees separated, as I found myself gazing down the barrel of an uninterrupted straightaway. From my newly unobstructed vantage point, I could completely see the structure's huge base. I instantly identified the shape possessed by the enormous construction to be that of a guard tower. However, unlike the brightly illuminated towers we'd passed in our desperate sprint to the prison gates, this one was noticeably aphotic and seemed unoccupied by vigilant eyes. The grass and gardens surrounding its filthy walls were badly groomed and covered with ugly weeds. Then, emblazoned on its dirty white exterior in bold, faded black and weather-worn letters, the explanation for the seeming neglect of the structure became readily plain when I read the words, Tower 8. The significance of the now obviously defunct tower was lost on me in the moment, however. My concentration was undivided, and my resolve to loop back had not wavered. My job was made slightly easier as I observed the trail wrapped around the structure and back in on itself. As directed, I deactivated the headlights and made my way around to the rear of the building with just the dim lighting of a thin silver moon to guide me. As I gently careened around the circular walkway and negotiated my way to the back of the structure, I peered up and observed a shattered window on the tower bay above. It served as a cruel reminder that Terry wasn't the only evil currently lurking in those woods. I couldn't preoccupy myself with that at the moment, however. After all, we wouldn't have to worry about the other monsters lurking in the trees if we didn't first dispatch of the one that chased us into them. I carefully moved up the road, as softly as the engine would allow, and soon realized that I had once again arrived at the foot of the brae. As I began my cautious climb, I made the decision about halfway up the face to break from the carved path and finish the remaining leg of my drive through the bushy overgrowth on my right. I strained my eyes against the opaque blanket of wildness that I had decided to build a path of, looking for any spaces wide enough for me to squeeze between. The untended ground immediately proved more difficult to navigate than I had anticipated. However, as at my leisurely speed, every fallen limb and misplaced pebble turned themselves into worthy foes for my inching tires. Regardless of the chaotic journey, and through no small amount of determination, I successfully managed to snake myself up to the top of the mountain. From my lofty position, through thin holes between the tree trunks, I could see my father casually standing right in the shining headlights of the Reverend's Lincoln. I parked the car just behind a thick clump of prickly brush, snatching the keys from the ignition as I made my way out into the open. I realized that up until that point I had taken for granted the little sense of safety the sealed doors of my father's Dodge Charger had offered me. Now, with nothing but the chilly night air to defend me, I felt entirely vulnerable and terribly exposed. I tiptoed carefully into the thicket, extremely wary of snapping twigs and disintegrating leaves, so as not to give away the element of surprise behind my covert incursion. As I reached the periphery of the towering timbers, I cowered behind the safe cover, graciously offered to me by a giant pine, and proceeded to wait for my moment to further progress. As I eavesdropped, unbeknownst to the possessed fugitive still inside the Lincoln, I heard the machine growl threateningly in my father's direction as the wheels remained idle. My dad rapidly assessed the situation, rendered any attempt to track him down pointless as he withdrew farther back into the woods, hiding himself between two sturdy firs. A second later, with his strategy thwarted, the Lincoln's beat-up door swung open, and an obviously irate Terry stepped out onto the lightly graveled trail. My dad, too, made a step forward into the margin of the road to greet him, though. He remained close enough to the woods that a rapid retreat was still a possibility. Terry was almost drooling as his disdainful gaze hatefully pierced the diminishing space between he and my father. His hands twitched with morbid eagerness for the moment they eventually seized my dad's neck and crushed the air from his lungs. His skin was writhing as he marched steadily on, as if he was infested by an armada of restless worms just beneath the surface. "David," growled the possessed man as he paused his advance. "Where is my fucking book?" "Really, Terry? All this way for your little diary? Just tell me why." My father urged, drawing an instant rise out of the devil. "You don't be coy with me, you stupid fuck. I'm gonna take that book and then I'll rip out your fucking spine. Hey man, I know a great therapist if you need to talk to someone about those anger issues," my dad calmly jested. "You shut your fucking mouth, you cunt, you stupid cunt. Where is the fucking book? I'm getting tired of your fucking games." Terry yelled in a truly unnerving growl permeating the air and forest around us. With his focus forcefully transfixed on my father, who looked to be enjoying his role antagonizing the irate man, I slid out from my leafy position and managed to plant myself between the Lincoln's still flashing taillights unobserved. "No, give me the fucking book," roared the demon in a horrifically low and bone-chilling tone. I grabbed the chance to slink out from behind the vehicle and surf its side panels, making short eye contact with my father before lunging through into the driver's seat. As I did so, an unpleasant stench of decay reached my outraged nose, instantly churning my stomach. At the same time, I felt the back of my shirt and bottom of jeans begin to moisten in a warm bath of an unfamiliar liquid, and as I turned to check what I was currently being baptized by, peeling the uncovered half of my arms from the sticky leather, I found myself gawking at a terribly awful scene in the passenger's seat. There, leaning awkwardly against the dash, was Father Thomas, or his body rather. I had to cover my mouth and force the vomit wanting to spill out back down with the sight of him. His neck, what was left of it, well, it wasn't a clean separation. The skin was unevenly shredded and distorted as strips of flesh fluttered, the continual wind blasting out of the vents. Veins and tendons exploded from the wound, keeping their form, not unlike a snapshot of a firework mid-burst. I could see by the way his limbs still in their horribly deformed positions, that rigor mortis had already begun to set, and I understood that the liquid dampening my garments, the fluid currently baptizing me, well, it was the priest's blood. Almost gratefully, I was jerked out of my daze by Terry's wailing voice. "David, where is the book?" "This old thing," my dad knowingly remarked as he removed the folded-over diary from his coat pocket and teasingly held it in the air. "Give it to me, you stupid fuck." The appearance of the book sends Terry a few steps forward, before once again stopping in his tracks as my father produced his Zippo from the other pocket, flicking it open and igniting in one smooth motion. He mockingly admonished. "Now you be a good boy and tell me why you want this book so bad and just maybe I won't burn it." "You wouldn't dare," snarked Terry, evidently testing my dad's determination. "Have you any idea what I could do to you?" "Look, Terry, bud, I've learned it's not a great idea to reward negative behavior, but quite frankly, your bad attitude is really starting to bum me out, and well, a dare's a dare." With that, he seized the flame lighter in his left hand and hastily pressed it against the parched packet in his right. The book's dry pages were quickly enveloped in a flaming orange hue when my dad tossed it at Terry's feet. The sight of his precious diary now charring to ashes before him did not inspire the outraged response that I anticipated, however. Instead, standing there in the midst of the whirlwind of spinning embers that drifted up into pines and through the open cavity in his chest, he let forth a murmuring whimper that would evolve into a thunderous and terrifying cackle. "Ha! Ha! 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 You fool! You stupid fool! You fuck!" My dad reached back and from his waistband retrieved his flashlight, interrupting the demon during his berating elation. He reflexively thumbed the switch, shooting blinding beams right into the beast's eyes. Recognizing that this was my cue, I shifted the gear stick into drive while simultaneously pressing the panic button on my father's keyring. I lurched forward as the erstwhile disguised Dodge was launched into a cacophony of blinking lights and jarring sirens. As my dad sprang out the path of the barreling Lincoln, the bewildered Terry turned to meet me, as we caught eyes in a shared moment of déjà vu. I kept plowing forward even as the bumper slammed his inversely buckling knees, and backwards momentum pulled his chest down onto the hood. My foot lay heavy on the throttle, even as we slammed into the unyielding and rigid bark, lining the huge trunk of an imposing pine. The hit generated a violently jolting reverse in the flow of kinetic energy pushing us across the trail. As the front of the truck curled and twisted around the base of the tree, locking Terry amid the shredded shrapnel, the unharnessed Reverend was catapulted from his seat. His severed corpse slammed, shoulder first, into the dashboard window. The collision sent a seemingly unlimited amount of tiny shards, sparkling in the moonlight, to follow him as he flew towards a desolate patch of dirt in the distance. I did not see him land, however, as my head smashed against the steering column and I became immediately dizzy. My dad's muffled voice boomed out to me from someplace in my peripheral, as I felt a thick, warm liquid trickling down my face. I lifted my head awkwardly and saw Terry, still locked, frantically yelling something at me that I couldn't quite make out. My neck grew slack and my head once more slid on the steering wheel. Then, when my eyes drifted close and the world fell silent, my struggle fled me and I sank from consciousness. Everything was black as the world twisted in a dizzying twirl around my listless and catatonic frame. Noises congealed and blended, reaching me in a vague, weak echo as though they'd gone down. A winding and funneling chamber. I floated in and out of awareness, taking in the events that followed as transient and dispersed static images. In one occasion, my eyes opened briefly to see my dad opening my door and hauling me out of the car before I fade out again. The next thing I recollect was the scratchy texture of soil and gravel rubbing uncomfortably across my spine. I gaze up to find a crazed Terry, hanging upside down from the smoking ruins, impossibly stuck to a dirt ceiling. I returned and then re-emerged from my fog once more to a fuzzy view of my father, coming towards me from the direction of the charger, bringing with him a small white box. He kneeled beside me, and seeing the whites of my glassy eyes, he attempted, speaking to me to assess my alertness, but I was unable to make out his words, and he rapidly disappeared as I drifted back into oblivion. I can't say for sure how long my intermittent haze lasted, just that when I gradually began to regain some consistent semblance of consciousness, I was met with a pounding headache that sent shockwaves of anguish through my entire body. When I awoke, I noticed that my dad had propped me up against a stump slightly off to the side of the trail, and was now gathering and unknotting the lynx rope and chain that the father had attempted to bound Terry with. Terry was just beyond. My father, rendered utterly motionless, but nevertheless shouting furiously at my dad, who just ignored him. "I'll slit your throat, you fucking bitch! You stupid fuck! You let go, fucking cunt!" The demon frantically ranted, fastened gruesomely at the waist by the whistling radiator. "How about you be quiet before I grab one of the father's crucifixes? I'd let you play with it again, bud," my dad nonchalantly remarked, as his concentration remained on untangling a massive heap of rope. Terry suddenly quieted at the mention of the holy item. "That's one way to shut him up," I groggily said, as even in my current state I was amazed by my father's laissez-faire approach in the face of lashing evil. "Oh, hey, you're up," my dad said, as he peered back towards me over his shoulder, still playing with the tangled string. "You look like shit. I told you not to be messing around with those matter daddies." "Ugh," I murmured as a scorching, throbbing agony raced through me during a halting attempt to raise to my feet. "Fuck you, man. After everything that's happened tonight, your little dad joke just might be the worst. You're just mad I got you so good. You should have seen your face." "Maybe," I acknowledged. "Or maybe I was worried about the demon that was trying to kill us? Nah, couldn't be. Anyway, speaking of the demon, how are we supposed to kill it? Sorry, Terry, now that you've burned the book." "You didn't think I'd burn the book without a backup plan, did you?" he questioned, slightly disappointed by my lack of faith. "No, I suppose not," I murmured as I fought to speak with a searing agony, causing me to flinch, and my furling brow displaying a massive bandage on my forehead. "Of course not. You aren't as easily fooled as our stupid friend here. My father's snide barb did not sit well with the crazy criminal as he threw himself back into a furious diatribe. "You let me go, you stupid fuck. I'll slit your throat. I'll get you for this, you useless fuck." My dad reached into the busted trunk, ripped out a crucifix still taped to the underside of the lid, and flashed it to the raging Terry. The sight of it soothed him instantly. "Come on, Ter, it's not my fault you fell for the same trick twice. How many times can one demon get hit by a car in one night? Didn't you ever learn to look both ways, or do they not teach defensive driving in hell?" He only mumbled and glanced aside, almost as if he were embarrassed or ashamed. "So what's next? What's the plan?" I inquired, as I hobbled over to a pile of twisted ropes and joined my father in his efforts to unwind them. "How are we going to do this without the book?" My father placed a free hand into his coat pocket and drew out a crumpled piece of paper, waving it before me, before putting it back. I kept the important part. I just wanted to see Terry's reaction. You know, figure out if he wanted to use the book or if he just didn't want someone else to use. "Smart," I whispered as I sank on back on the ground, my legs beginning to tremble beneath me. "What's next on the agenda?" "Well, right now I'm just trying to get this mess untangled." "Then I'm not sure. Maybe we should start scouting for that open door to the underground level that Father Thomas mentioned. After that, I guess we can work on capturing a flesh crow and luring the tree beast down there, and finally send our old pal Terry on a one-way trip back to hell." "About the underground level, what if there was something closer?" I asked. "What do you mean?" he asked, slightly curious. "Well, just up the trail there's an old guard tower. I think it's out of commission. Its windows are busted and it looks like it hasn't been very well maintained. I don't know if the doors are unlocked or not, but maybe we can use the walkie and see if Hobbs has a key." "All right. Well, it's definitely a lot closer. Let's get the rest of this rope sorted out and we'll have a look." After a few minutes of diligent unwinding, my dad carefully lay the straighter lengths in the back seat of the Charger. Walk okay, or do you need me to help? He inquired, motioning to the car. Yeah, I'm all right, I can walk, I promised. Okay then, I guess. Let's go. I'll drive. I staggered up to the passenger's side door, leaning cautiously on trees for support. As I went, once inside, my father joined me behind the wheel and maneuvered the car through the brush and back onto the main trail. He halted in front of Terry to convey one last antagonizing insult before performing a three-point turn to orient us back towards the hump in the road. Hey, Terry, you hang tight all right, bud. Don't you go wandering off on us. Terry's outraged shouts were following us up and over mound where they faded into night sky. It's just straight ahead, I assured my dad redundantly, as the tower was the only destination our current path gave us. A moment later, the tall white structure came into view, and my dad caught a glimpse of the faded text written over its outside. Walls, as he turned to me and said, Tower 8, huh? I don't think you mentioned that part. Yeah, well, does it really matter at this point? No, he agreed. I guess not. He parked just shy of its entrance and walked up to the massive metal door at its base. I joined him a little later after uncomfortably forcing my way out of the van and slowly limping behind. Is it locked? I asked. Yeah, he sighed. It figures. I can grab the walkie and we can see if Hobbs can help us out. No, I'll grab it. You just lean against the wall and try to take some of the weight off of your legs. I nodded as he briskly went back to the car and collected the walkie, then rejoined me near the locked door. He flipped it on and turned the dial until to channel 3 as we'd been instructed. Hobbs? Hobbs, you there? It's David? There was an almost reluctant radio quiet until a low, whispery voice responded to our call. Yeah, I'm here. Is it done? Is the demon gone? We're still working on that, but I need a favor. Oh, all right, what do you need? I'll see if I can help, Hobbs apprehensively answered. The doors on the guard towers, are they remotely controlled, or do we need a key to get in? HQ controls the doors. Which tower do you need opened? I can radio in and try and get it unlocked. Tower 8. Tower 8? Fuck, man, nobody uses that tower anymore. Haven't you heard the stories about that place? Can't you try a different tower? Nobody's in 4 tonight. Look, Hobbs, I appreciate the concern. I really do. But as it stands, I currently have a possessed fugitive pinned to a tree by a dead reverend's car, and I'll need to transport him to the nearest confined space pretty soon. 4 sounds like a lovely tower. It really does, but unfortunately we don't have the luxury of being choosy right now. Okay, I understand. Let me get in touch with HQ. Give me a minute. Thanks, Hobbs, my dad replied as we once again slipped into a brief period of radio quiet. A moment later, there was a loud buzz originating from the tower entrance as Hobbs's voice entered the walkie. It should be open now, he remarked, relaying what my father had already discovered by turning the handle. Got it, thanks again. My dad opened the door for me while I used his shoulder as crutch and wobbled inside. The door's hydraulic compression caused it to close quite slowly behind us as we moved farther inside the tower. Then, just as it had, almost pushed shut, Hobbs' voice once again transmitted from the radio. Oh, and just remember, once the door closes, it will automatically lock again, Hobbs lackadaisically advised us. My dad sprang backwards, and just in time trapped his fingers, the diminishing gap between the door's edge and its frame. Did you hear me, David? I said the door will lock. Yeah, we heard you, thanks, he breathlessly answered as he put his back against the door, opening it further while shaking his crushed fingers. He lowered the walkie to his side and then looked at me. Can you grab something to keep this propped open? Yeah, I muttered as I examined the floor around me. Here, I said as I sluggishly drudged over his spread legs and retrieved a rock from the garden just outside the doorway. Once the door was locked, and after a couple test tugs on the handle, we moved our focus to the spiraling wrought iron stairway. Inside, the room itself was towering and rectangular, the steps rising upwards as they hugged its circumference on either side of us. At the top of each staircase, they flattened into a flat walkway that connected one side of the space to the other. Dim sconces were positioned ankle-high and closely followed the steps up as they rose. From the beautiful square gateway made by the angular construction, I could see that there was a single, huge industrial light, still without electricity, hanging from the ceiling above. As my father flicked on his flashlight, the beam invaded by dense and restless dust. Scanning it around us, we managed to discover the switch that controlled the enormous light overhead. "That's better," my dad responded, inadvertently articulating my precise emotions. I hadn't previously really appreciated the relaxing impact of a bright room with solid walls as much as I did in that moment. "Let's get up to the bay and have a look around. You gonna be able to climb these stairs?" "Yeah, I'll just use the rails." "I'm fine, really," I assured him. As we climbed up the seemingly unending and brutally steep staircases, however, my lower extremities were devoured by a crippling burning sensation. It was a constant effort to keep myself standing as my knees threatened to buckle with every agonizing stride. By the time the ascent eventually relented, and we arrived at the still humming bay door, I felt as though I'd just run a marathon through the Rockies and found myself breathless and gasping for air. "Moment of truth," my dad muttered through panted breaths. "Let's just hope that creature hasn't made a home of the place." He slowly turned the handle and with considerable dread pulled the door open. Luckily, though, there was no indication of the thing through the cascading moonlight flooding into the room from the wall of windows before us. Glass scattered the floor from the shattered pane through which the beast had once brutally arrived. There was a long desk, stretching the length of the room right beneath the sills, with a retired control panel laying in the middle. I grabbed a turned-over chair sitting just outside of its original nook and pushed it beneath the handle of the door we'd just entered through. As we took inventory of the room's contents, I took note of several small punctures in the glass, and adjoining frames, these had the typical cylindrical shape of bullet holes. On one end of the desk stood a massive black toolbox and a half-empty bottle of Coke. I also noted that, close to my father still standing in the doorway, was a tall, metal cabinet secured by a padlock through a hinged latch. "Think we can find something to break that lock?" I questioned my dad, pointing to the locker. "Here, let me give it a shot." As I limped over to the toolbox and looked among it for an object we could leverage with, my dad approached the lock and held it firmly between both hands. He proceeded to exert a continual and huge twisting pressure, tearing the lock against the latch. A moment later, I heard a loud pop as the metal of the latch fractured, providing him enough freedom to slide off the lock. I was reminded of exactly how strong he truly was, his generally placid nature not being an accurate indication of his ability to achieve incredibly violent feats of strength when required. "Jesus," I murmured as it tossed the handcuff to the floor. "Hey, they don't call me Popeye for nothing," he quipped as opening the suddenly unfastened door. Well, what do we have here?" As he slid to the side of the cabinet, displaying to me what it held, I was more than pleasantly surprised to see it wasn't only an empty hull. Along one side, hanging from a descending column of little hooks, were many pairs of shackles. On the other side, leaning gently against the corner, was a scoped rifle with a box of complementary ammo at resting near its stock. Between the rifle and the handcuffs hung 2 black pistols, complete with decorative laser sights and an additional box of munition. "Holy shit," I cried as I beheld the gorgeous bounty of weaponry. "I mean, sucks for you that felons can't carry guns. But I'm all set." I laughed as the sight the locker's contents had managed to raise my spirits. "Too bad you don't know how to use them," he snapped back as he grabbed one of the pistols from its perch and studied it in his hands. He then gave me a short instruction on how to properly handle it. "This little button is the safety make. Sure, that's on until you need to fire," he added as he shot me a mocking wink. "This switch turns on the laser sight. Just put the red dot on what you're aiming at and pull the trigger." That sounds easy enough. I think can remember that. Sit tight for a sec. I'm gonna go get a bag from the car so we can load all this up. Yeah, no problem. They should really invest in an elevator. As my dad left the room, I seized the chance to further explore the locker. Along with the pistols and cuffs, there were a couple cans of what appeared to be mace, a combat knife tucked within a woven sheath, and what looked like a weirdly shaped grenade that I discovered was a flashbang when letters printed on the side told me as much. There was also a heavy black mag light and a couple of walkies that I was unable to switch on. Taking the backs off of the walkies, I found that they were missing the rectangular batteries that would have powered them. Tossing them back into the locker, I reached for one of the handguns and mimed the steps my father had taught me, in an attempt to become comfortable with the mechanic, and maybe avoid messing around with the components if, God forbid, I had actually had to use it. After playing with the unloaded rifle for a moment, I hobbled over to the toolbox to further investigate what it contained. It held everything you'd expect, some sockets and screwdrivers, pliers and crescents, and a rather huge claw hammer among other things. My attention was pulled from the box to a door that separated the inside of the bay to an external walkway, running the ring of the building. To my chagrin, it was locked. But still interested about the walkway, I stumbled my way to the smashed window and peered over and through its frame. I could see that from where I stood to the earth below was a solid 40-foot drop. I shifted my attention upwards, my chin parallel to the floor, and I was confronted with a sea of swaying pine needles as a mild breeze passed through the treetops. I looked to my right, taking in much of the same, and then to my left, where, laying pitifully on the perforated metal walkway, was a ragged and torn officer's cap. I was startled by the sight of it, and a distinct remembrance of how the hole through which I was leaning had come to be. As I backed away hesitantly into the relative safety of the tower bay, I was startled by the sound of footfall behind produced, by my father's reemergence through the propped open doorway. "Jesus Christ," I muttered. "You trying to give me a heart attack? I didn't even hear you coming up the stairs. Fuck." "No, I'd prefer if you didn't have a heart attack right now, actually," he responded quietly as his mind stayed concerned with the objective at hand. He lowered a wound bundle of rope from one shoulder and a huge duffel from the other. He began, quickly filling the duffel with the contents of the locker, scrutinizing each thing briefly as he did so. "You have the other gun?" he inquired as he observed only one pistol hanging in the cupboard. "Yeah, here," I said as I removed it from my waistband and presented it to him. "No, that's okay. You keep it. Well, actually, here, let me see it." He removed it from my outstretched palm and then began to load it with live rounds. He slipped the full magazine back into the handle and passed it back to me. He placed the maglite and mace into the bag, then attentively scrutinized the flashbang before tossing it in too. He strapped the combat knife to his belt via a clip on its sheath after sliding, his thumb along the blade to assess its sharpness. As he grabbed the walkies, I informed him, "Leave them, they don't have batteries. I have batteries in the console down in the charger." "No, they're those weird rectangle batteries." "Yeah, I've got some in the car." Why do you have rectangle batteries in your car?" "You never know," he remarked slyly. "Okay, but why do we need 3 walkies?" "You never know," he reiterated. I suppose. Well, what's the rope for?" "You never know," he barbed one final time. "Seriously, why the rope?" The anger of his imprecise explanations becoming clear in my voice. "Well, I'll need some way to get down, right? I figure if we can lure the creature into the stairwell and close the doors, locking him inside, well, I can use the rope to shimmy down from the rails on the balcony. That's a long way down. You sure you want to do that?" "Believe me, once that thing is trapped, the rope will look a lot better than the stairs. But don't you have to preform the ritual or whatever? How are you going to do that without getting eaten in the process?" "It's not really a ritual exactly. It's just a series of words, and well, I figure I can multitask well enough to run up the stairs while I read them off. I've just got to distract it somehow to keep it from interrupting me." "And what about Terry? Doesn't he have to be here too?" I said, feeling upset by my own naive line of questioning. We will go get Terry in a second, tie him up and hang the bastard from the rafters. I'm not worried about Terry." "Yeah. Okay, but Father Thomas tied him up and he managed to get out. What happens if he escapes again?" "First off, I'm betting I can tie a better knot than Father Thomas. Besides," he continued as he tapped the blade tied to his knee, "it's going to be hard to untangle himself without any hands." "Oh, I see," I replied as an image of the horrible crime my dad wanted to execute raced through my unprepared mind. Well, if and when we get the dislocated spirit back into the creature, any ideas as to how to kill it? I've got a couple, he assured me. Over at the kennels, in the storage closet, there are some gas cans, or at least there used to be, hopefully. They still keep them there. We'll grab those and douse this damned place before we lure the thing this way. I'll spout out the incantation, and after we transfer the demon back to its rightfully body, we'll spark the gas and blow him back to hell. That's the rough plan anyway. It's a work in progress at the moment, he admitted. He threw the strap of the rifle over his shoulder before stepping across the room and plopping the open bag on the desk beside the tools. He flipped the case over, dumping the entirety of its contents into the bag. I observed that something attracted his eye as he reached into the unzipped flap and got the huge hammer. "Oh, yeah," he joyfully relayed as he bounced its weight in his hand and then proceeded to give it a few test swings through the air, claw side first. He slipped the hammer's shaft in the loop of his belt and then turned his attention to me. "You ready?" he inquired as he zipped up the loaded duffel. "As I'll ever be," I unwillingly moaned. The descent back down to ground level was a slightly less unpleasant wobble than had been the journey up. I made the walk over to the Charger and sank into waiting the passenger seat as my dad loaded the duffel and the gun into the trunk. Out of a combination of suspicion and mild curiosity, I nosily opened the center console, and almost comically, inside was a large array of batteries of all different shapes and sizes. I hurriedly fastened the lid up as my father appeared through the driver's window. "Let's get this over with," he relented. We made the short drive up the path and over the hill, parking just shy of the totaled Lincoln. As we departed the Charger, and, even through the fading fog, I could feel that something was odd. The first sign being the noticeable lack of ambient noise permeating the air around us as we arrived. In fact, Terry seemed extraordinarily serene and abnormally still. As I came closer too, I discovered something I hadn't observed previously as I emerged from my shock-induced trance, the last resting place of the priest's headless body. He had kept his rigid and sat position, even after being hurled through the dashboard window, in a terrible illustration of defenestration and Newton's first law. He now lay, for lack of a better description, face down in the dirt with his rear end up in the air. Just above the right elbow, a broken bone entered his arm, and his left foot was twisted entirely opposed to its natural position. I couldn't gaze for more than a moment, the sight him being both sorrow and repellent. I stepped out of direct route of the Charger and allowed the beams of its headlights to pass me. As it lit Terry's gloomy body, instant uncertainty gripped me. He appeared emaciated. It was as if, during the half out of so that we'd ravaged the tower, he had starved to death. His cheeks were significantly sunken, and his complexion had taken on a sickly, grayish tone. While I could clearly claim that his appearance was a completely fresh entry into the gallery of awful visions I had yet been unfortunate enough to view, something about it appeared familiar. That's when I remembered what Father Thomas had gently suggested back in the hotel room. Briggs, the third inmate he thought to have been possessed by the demon. This was exactly how he died. However, as I sought to assimilate the scene, I was snapped back into reality as my father's voice engaged the walkie. "Hey, Hobbs, when Terry escaped, did you guys happen to recover a body? A guard's body, to be specific." A chill shot straight down my spine as back through the speaker boomed forth the unmistakably heavy southern drawl of a guy I had hoped to forget. "Hey, Dave, I was wondering when you were gonna give me a ring. Hobbs?" my dad somberly urged, knowing the answer to his inquiry even as he uttered it. No. Let's just say I relieved Hobbs from his shift. "This is Oates, but my dad began before Oates interjected. "Hey, listen, Dave, how about you be a good boy and bring me my book? Hell, you do that and I might just let your boy live. That sound good to you, Dave?" I could tell. My dad was evaluating the offer, so I forcefully shook my head to notify him I was not on board with the concept. "How about you come out here to meet me and take it?" my dad urged instead. Nah, I don't think I like that idea, Dave. You know, hear tell there's monsters in those woods, and well, I'm sure you've seen my little errand boy by now, and well, as you can see, I already got what I came for. But I'll tell you what. How about you man up, bring me that page you got hiding in your pocket, you little sneaky Pete you, and you can bring it to me down in the old prison wing. Why don't you Look, Dave, Oates said, growing clearly angry. I'd love to sit here and chat, but well, I don't want you to be late for our little appointment. I'll see you boys down below. Oates? Oates? My father screamed out, only to be met with static and stillness. Damn it! He breathed a furious sigh, then peered across to me. Look, you heard him. He just wants me. There's no reason for both of us to go down there. You take the car and get out of here. You're kidding, right? You're hurt, it's for the best. I'm fine, and I'm going, one way or the other, I forcefully asserted. You're a stubborn asshole. You know that? Wonder where I get that from, I coyly remarked. We slank away from the wreckage and got back into the still-running Charger. As my father switched the gear into drive, I knew our next stop would be at the mouth of the beast. I knew, too, that its hunger would not be fulfilled until we were firmly within its belly. I was bathed in immediate and looming dread, a feeling that had become an all-too-often visitor to my frayed psyche. The path back through the woodland seemed, both astonishingly short and overwhelmingly long. Eventually, though, the trees disappeared from my vision, replaced by a huge and empty grassland. The Telford building was once again teasing me through the dashboard window as we crossed the expanse and drove onto the concrete road. We made a quick right into the jail grounds as we reached the rear of the structure. As my eyes examined the walls for the door that would bring us into the labyrinth, their attention was swiftly pulled to a menacing figure in the distance. There, near the coming corner, was Oates, his arms casually crossed as he rested against the brick beside an open doorway. He shot us a wicked smile and a slow wave, and then freed himself from the wall and fled within its shadowy frame. As my dad pulled the Charger to a stop, perpendicular to the door, I looked into the abyss that was the prison's forgotten halls. I could almost taste the chaos that awaited us inside the chasm, and in frightening anticipation, I realized all too clearly what was coming next. I realized that, as much as I didn't want to, all that was left for us to do was enter. As we prepared to meet the renegade officer down in the prison's dark and twisting halls, a sardonic smile crept across my dad's face as he placed our duffel of scavenged booty on the trunk. You know, he added hopefully, as shitty as this whole situation is, it gave me a great idea for a cover band. Oh, I urged, deliberately swallowing the bait. And what's that? Halls and Oates, he coldly said as I half expected to hear. A rim shot sound off behind him. Jesus, man, that one was worse than the Matter Daddies. Hey, what point is there in being a dad if you can't tell a dad joke every once in a while? He remarked rhetorically. Yeah, well, maybe Oates will appreciate your humor more than me. He declined to react, and instead proceeded to softly hum the chorus of Man-Eater as he unzipped the stuffed bag, with the aforementioned lines almost cruelly echoing in my head. Honestly, though, I asked seriously, are you not scared at... In a moment of utter sincerity, he acknowledged, terrified. But there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just trying to distract myself, distract you too. I found his honesty somewhat reassuring in an unexpected way. It was wonderful to know that I wasn't the only one terrified, the only one that felt vulnerable and encumbered by the weight of the almost enormous task before us. You do have a choice, though, I replied. We both do. We can just turn around and leave. We don't have to do this. You have a choice, and truth be told, I wish you'd take your own advice and get out of here before it's too late. But me, well, I have to see this through. Don't forget, Terry had my address. He wrote me letters just like he did Father Thomas. And I think the demon that was inside him, the one still in Oates, must be able to pull from its host's memories. If I leave now, what would stop him from just showing up a week from now and killing me in my sleep? Damn it, I moaned. I forgot about that. Well, I'm not letting you do this alone, so you can get that out of your head. My dad handed me a flashlight and then went to the car to grab some batteries for the extra walkies. He tested them all to make sure they function and changed them to a new private channel so that Oates couldn't listen in on any chats we could end up having. The last thing he withdrew from the bag before closing it up was a pair of crucifixes he'd pilfered from the Reverend's Lincoln. Affixed to his waist was a comical amount of gadgetry. He had 3 walkies, a combat knife, a hammer, a revolver, and a crucifix all awkwardly along his waist. Over his shoulder was draped the now loaded rifle, with spare ammunition in his coat pocket. The other coat pocket had a portable flashlight, and likely the rescued journal page. In addition, strapped tightly to his scalp, was an LED headlamp that he otherwise used for work. "You got enough stuff?" I quipped. "Well, I sure hope so. I can't carry much more." "You're ridiculous. You look like Batma." I was halted by the deer in headlights face of a bewildered guard as he turned the corner of the prison building. As he found us, and we spotted him, there was a brief moment of nervous reluctance as we each scanned the other for what they intended to do next. I turned my gaze towards the direction of the open doorway into the prison labyrinth, then back to the guard, the slight tilting of my head relaying to him that I meant to run. As the guard's hand slipped slowly down to his holstered handgun, without thinking or conversing in words, my father and I immediately launched a wild rush over the 40 feet of earth that separated us from the door. "Hey you, stop, get down now!" yelled the guard in vain as we ignored his urgent heeding. In the midst of our feverish struggle to narrow the gap, several loud pops broke out from our left. I could almost feel the zipping and splitting of the air passing close behind me. I disregarded the shearing pain generated by the night's earlier collision, currently surging through my body as I sprang with all my power and hurled myself into the open frame before us. My dad swiftly fell in after me as we rushed for the nearest shelter. He unclipped one of the walkies, flung it out the entrance doorway as we huddled behind a small closet just inside the prison. "Stop shooting! Stop shooting!" he yelled into one of his remaining radios, until eventually a gasping voice on the other, and reacted as a yellow beam lighted up the hall outside the closet. "Look, put your weapons down and come out, and I'll take my finger off the trigger." The guard wheezed. "All right," my dad obliged. "I'm gonna slide my rifle into the hall and come out. Just don't fire. We are here to help." My dad unstrapped the weapon from his shoulder and slipped it out into the floodlight illuminating the floor. "Come on," he instructed me. "Go slow and keep your hands up." I nodded, and then he called out the door to the guard. "We're coming out, don't shoot." "Keep your hands where I can see them," the guard screamed back. We exited the closet as directed, our hands up over our heads. The police stood just inside the doorway, his rifle drawn and locked squarely in our direction. "Who the fuck are you two? What do you mean you're here to help?" "We are with Father Thomas. He sent us here to..." It was my father's time to be interrupted as the guard's face took on yet another terrified expression of absolute amazement. But this time it was not because of what he saw, but because of what he didn't see. Because of what I, sadly, did see. Pierced suddenly through his abdomen was a spiky, meaty barb. As he shifted his gaze slowly downward to investigate what had just afflicted him, a second barb penetrated his throat. This led him to let out a terrible gurgle as he immediately began to choke on his own blood. And then, as if powered by some pneumatic machine, the organic spikes punctured his entire body with an unbelievable speed. A second later, the robotic piercing halted, as the thoroughly perforated guard nevertheless still remained upright, preserving a shaky balance on his feet. I could see the short moonlight, shining in through the gap that was formerly his nose, get overshadowed by the rising shadow of something big stepping behind him. "What the fu..." he managed as before he could continue his statement. He began to wobble and his knees gave way as he slumped over, face first, through the opening and crashed full force onto the harsh concrete floor below. I watched, unflinchingly, as many spindly tendrils clutched the inside of the door's frame, connecting to a tall, thin monster on the other side. It used its calloused limbs to pull itself into the corridor, arriving to meet us as might a spider emerge from its comfortable nest in the soil. Once inside, it unfurled its gangly body, its head and shoulders soaring well above the threshold. Its skin was a rotten, dark, leathery garment, and pressed closely against its evident skeleton. Its mouth was loaded with sharp, constantly clattering teeth, as if reacting in response to freezing conditions. They remained unnervingly exposed due to its apparent inability to seal its lips, if it even possessed them. I could see that the barbs, that had so aggressively spiked the guard, attached someplace to its back, with dozens fanning out on either side of the monster. Its extremities were severely stretched and extended, with its needly fingers dropping low enough to virtually drag the ground. Standing stunned by the sight of the thing, the reality of the situation eventually seeped me, and I realized we could. Next, it did not instantly attack us, however, and in fact did not seem to even mind or notice our presence, as it leaned over and intently smelled the air above the guard's perforated corpse. I cautiously surveyed the room for a way out. Behind me, I observed that there was a second open doorway, and the ambient light allowed me to make out the first few steps of a stairway descending just beyond it. I looked at my dad and softly indicated to the steps, his eyes giving back a signal that he recognized the path too. We cautiously started to back away from the frightening scene ahead. As we did, though, my father's foot dragged on the ground and kicked the gun he'd earlier dropped into the corridor. Onto hearing the clanking sounds, the beast snapped its head up and aggressively stared onto its running victim with flaming yellow eyes. It let out a blood-curdling cry as it thrust itself forward, slashing at the air randomly with its long, articulating spears. Before we could react, it was scurrying on all fours towards us, battling in place against the slippery floor for a while. As its talon-like nails created deep scratches in the concrete, it immediately recovered its momentum, however, and began to traverse amazing distances with each stride. Wasting no more time, we sprinted in the opposite direction for the stairwell, leading down to the lower floor. The beast proved too fast, though, and my dad was thrown violently backwards into the air. "Arr! It has my leg!" he yelled as his voice floated fast down the hallway. I swung around to see the thing tugging my dad towards him along the ground, with one of its barb punctured straight through the side of his calf. "Fuck, what do I do?" I shouted back. "Shoo!" The thing hoisted my dad into the air, dangling him upside down from the leg, effortlessly rising him up until they were staring face to face. It deeply inhaled, sniffing him as it drew in closer with its chattering fangs. For lack of alternative remedy, I drew the pistol tucked into my trousers, flipped off the safety aiming it at the beast. Knowing there was no use in bargaining, I fired 2 shots in its direction, doing my best to avoid striking my father in the process. The bullets pierced the beast, throwing it into an outraged tantrum as it howled in agony. It started aggressively, shaking my dad, turning him from the stoically strong guy I'd come to perceive him as, into nothing more than a pathetic rag doll. The creature's jagged tentacle began slipping and slicing upwards into my dad's leg, easily tearing muscle from bone. It lifted its tentacles, displacing my dad to the side, clearing its eyesight as it issued a rumbling growl and marched purposefully forward with deadly intent. The turbulence of the beast's rattling spines and relentless striding sent the contents of my father's pockets and belt hurtling down towards the earth. As they dropped, my dad managed to catch the handle of the big claw hammer he'd pulled from the tower. I fired 2 more shots at the thing, hardly barely slowing its pace as it stomped up the hall. Then as it let out one more screech and began a final lunge that would bridge the distance, I watched my father's arm swing through the air as he planted the claws of the hammer deep into the creature's eye socket. It quickly retracted its barb from my father's leg, hurling him headfirst onto the concrete floor. It lifted its hands to its face as it silently lurched backwards. Then all at once it let out a terrible shriek and started lurching itself into the walls and ceiling in frantic, uncontrolled bursts, the hammer still buried in its eye. I used the chance to corral my father off the ground, bearing his weight on my shoulder as he hopped on one leg to the open door behind us. We reached the staircase and descended it in a controlled tumble. I sat my dad at the base before I hurriedly up the steps once again and pushed the door closed, sealing the beast lashing out madly on the other side. I continued to watch it anxiously through the window of the door. Eventually, it settled down enough to wrench the wedged hammer out, taking its eye with it, and dropped it to the floor. The monster then clumsily scurried backwards through the frame it had come in through, where it leaped or flew out of my vision. I couldn't tell where it had gone from my vantage point or whether or not it would return immediately back. I wanted to make a rush for our supplies for the gun, but fearing its return, I opted to drop it for the time being. I instead focused my attention to my ill father. "Are you okay? Can you walk? How bad is it bleeding?" I screamed out as I hurried back down the stairs to my dad. Yeah. I'll be all right, but I gotta wrap it. It's bleeding pretty. Good. I don't think he hit anything vital, though." He winced. Removing his jacket, he cut the sleeves with the knife that had strangely managed to stay clipped to his belt. He cut them into long lengths, then knotted them together at the ends before firmly looping the fabric around his calf. "That'll slow it, but I'm still losing a steady stream of blood. So, what do we do?" "Hurry," he responded bluntly. We halted to take stock of what supplies remained. There was the knife, his headlamp, one of the walkies, and mercifully the dreaded incantation in his pocket. Everything else he'd owned, including his weapon, were, for the moment, casualties to the creature. I managed to retain all I'd smuggled into the prison: a walkie, a maglite, the second pistol, as well as a crucifix, and a couple pairs of cuffs. Knowing our adversary, and ignorant of just how devastating my father's injuries was, it didn't seem like nearly enough. Nevertheless, it would have to do. We concluded as my dad staggered to his feet and flicked on his headlamp, illuminating the route ahead. Before us stretched a long, seemingly unending hallway. Several doors helmed the walls on either side between multiple crossroads, disappearing into an impenetrable assemblage of shadows beyond. The corridor was pumped full of a thick and musty, nearly crushed air. The entire lair seemed to radiate in an ample darkness, more so than suffer from a lack of light. I knew finding our way through the maze would be difficult, even if we weren't battling to see. My only hope that my father still remembered his way around after all the years since his release. "This is supposed to be the same layout as upstairs. Right? Do you recognize anything?" I said. He muttered. Yeah, I know where we are. But that's not going to do us much good if we don't know where Oates is." "Shit, that's true. Well, in the meantime, maybe we can find medical supplies in the infirmary to fix you up a little better. I don't know. They barely stock they use, so I doubt it. But I guess it's worth a shot." "Okay, well, which way? Would it be better for you to wait here?" "It's the second hall on the right and then the third hall on the right. Big swinging double doors at the end, you can't, miss it. But I can put some weight on it. I think it looks worse than it feels. Either that or adrenaline is kicking in." My father took a few test paces in the manner of lightly bouncing steps, then nodded that he was okay to walk. Reassured of his abilities to navigate and lead the way, we headed cautiously further through the wing. As we neared the first corner, we carefully gripped the wall and nervously peered around the turn. With no evidence of a lurking Oates, we moved on, methodically repeated the routine at every open door and crack in the walls. By God's grace, or perhaps sheer chance, we made our way to the infirmary without spotting, or being spotted by, Voodoo's new host. Pushing open the doors showed a solitary metal stretcher resting directly in the middle of the room. On one wall was a big industrial sink, dividing two pairs of cabinets both above and below it. There were a few larger items of medical equipment that would be of no use to us, as well as a few chairs which my father did make use of. I explored the cupboards further, discovering that they were lightly stocked and mostly bare, as my father had assumed they would be, save for a packet of small band-aids and a few bottles of rubbing alcohol. "Fuck," I screamed, feeling pretty depressed. I laid my hands on my waist and sighed in despair as I hung my head. When I did so, I discovered that on the floor, extending out of the room and likely down the halls, was a trail of blood droplets that had seeped from my father's leg. It occurred on me that until the wound was sealed, Whatever we'd gone or may travel, our trail would be obviously marked for Oates to follow. We'd lose all ability to hide, and all opportunity for the element of surprise. This isn't going to work, I muttered, hating myself for what I knew I'd have to say next. Your blood is gonna lead him right to us. I think... Ugh, Jesus. I think we need to split up. Split up? What do you mean? I mean, even if your leg wasn't bleeding, it's not practical to catch Oates and then get the gas from the kennels and then capture a flesh crow and then lure the creature with it, etc., etc. You get the idea. Whatever we do, we need to do it as fast as possible and, well, multitask. So what exactly are you suggesting? Well, you know where the kennels are? You also think you have an idea of where the flesh crows hide. I think... Fuck. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think you should worry about that, and I'll stay here and worry about Oates. His eyes suggested to me that he was considering about my suggestion. As he sat in silence, contemplating my hasty new plan, I expected for him to forcefully shut it down. Truth be told, I was almost optimistic that he would. But when he eventually looked up at me, and to my dismay, he begrudgingly consented. Yeah, I hate to admit, but you're right. Damn it. Are you sure about this? I regrettably urged. What choice do we have? The way I see it, with you injured and our lack of resources, having two of us to keep safe is a liability at this point. Well, once I'm out there, if something happens, you're on your own. I won't be able to make it here in time.